Stargate book presents Autoconditioning, The New Way to a Successful Life by Hornell HART. Digitally narrated using the voice of Edward Herman. Courage, vital energy, successful friendliness. Would you like your life to be filled by these? You can learn to live continually with cheerful courage. If that statement is true, it is of momentous significance for the great majority of intelligent and normal human beings. If you can learn to become courageous, friendly, and clear-headed, and to be that way consistently, then that fact is one of the most important discoveries you can make. If you can learn to have access, at times of need, to fresh reservoirs of personal energy, that is a further fact you need to make your own. That these things are true is set forth in this book. Facts are presented, not dogmatic assertions, not wishful thinking. This book presents the conclusions of systematic scientific research at one of America's leading universities. Autoconditioning offers you this new way to successful living. The name given to this life-changing discovery is autoconditioning. In the next few pages, you will be told briefly what autoconditioning is. But first, let us take a look at some illustrations of how it works. Take cases like these. Herb Slade lived a life of quiet desperation. His dreams of becoming the great biologist who would find the cure for cancer collapsed when his father was killed and his mother was crippled in an auto accident, and he quit college to support the family. An aggressive woman married him and moved into his mother's home. Wrangling was damaging to the children's lives. Then Herb discovered that, by using autoconditioning, he could come right up out of his feelings of despair and could begin to face life with cheerful courage. He found that he could solve his family problems progressively by grappling courageously, cooperating creatively, and adventuring spiritually. He found that he could get hunches to order on the best ways to solve his problems. Or consider the case of Edna, who had fallen in love with Spencer when they worked together in the office of a great corporation. After marriage, she had fed him courage when he lost his job in the big merger. She had given her best years to helping him succeed and to rearing his 3 children. Then he demanded a divorce so he could marry his secretary. Edna felt as if the sky had come crashing down on her, scattering her life in ruins around her. But one of her friends had come through divorce with magnificent courage. The friend told her that this was a result of autoconditioning. Edna set to work, at first desperately, to master the technique. She discovered that she didn't have to be desperate. She found an amazing source of courage and fresh hope. She took a job and succeeded at it splendidly. She won the deep admiration and loyalty of her children. Finally, she realized that her divorce had been the entry into a wider phase of life, which she might have missed if she had not learned to grapple courageously with apparent disaster. 6 kinds of help you can get from autoconditioning. Curing emotional depression is only one of many different uses in which autoconditioning serves vital needs. Starting with the courage-gaining purpose, here are 6 practical problems, some of which may be your problems. 1. Gaining new courage. Many people who used to plunge often into the downhearted, discouraged, despairing range of the mood meter, which is used in autoconditioning, have learned to recondition themselves so that they live fairly consistently in the purposeful to joyful range. If a person who has mastered autoconditioning finds himself beginning to slip into depression, actual tests show that about a quarter of an hour of autoconditioning puts him back between cheerful and encouraged on the mood meter. 2. Releasing new reserves of energy. Many people who used to find themselves getting tired, bored, and sleepy have discovered that autoconditioning can be used to restore vigor, alertness, enthusiasm, and cheerfulness. It is not a substitute for sleep, nor for taking needed rest. But it is a way of using one's energy reserves with high efficiency, turning them on readily in times of need, and then replenishing them with deep sleep when the time for rest arrives. 3. Raising your working efficiency. Obviously, if you can keep on working with genuine vim and vigor through that last hour or two, which perhaps used to be largely wasted, your output on the job is likely to go up. And also, If you learn to apply auto-conditioning to the improvement of your attitudes toward your boss, or your fellow worker, or your client, your achievements will increase. 4. Getting rid of bad habits. Some people who used to procrastinate, lie awake at night, worry, smoke too much, eat too much fattening food, or do other things which, at their best moments, they knew they would be better off without, have learned that auto-conditioning gives new and surprising self-control. 5. Getting rid of useless pain. Obstetricians and dentists are increasingly using auto-conditioning methods to take away the needless and damaging pains of childbirth and tooth drilling or extraction. Experts warn that pain may sometimes be a needed danger signal. But when you have taken pain's warning and used the wise remedies, why go on suffering needlessly? 6. Being a better friend. Successful friendship is largely a matter of attitudes. Being wanted as a marriage partner, being successful as a husband, wife, or parent, being elected to honored and useful office, and just being the friendly kind of person wanted as a guest and who succeeds as a host. Such things depend on one's attitudes. Almost anyone can correct his own attitudes by auto-conditioning. What auto-conditioning is not. It is not a magical cure-all. Many people would like to find some magic word or magic act to help them instantly cure all their troubles and achieve all their wishes. Auto-conditioning is not that sort of thing. If you wanted to become a good swimmer or a good skier, or even a good automobile driver, you would recognize that you would have to practice to win that skill. Still more so if you wanted to learn to fly, or to play the violin or the saxophone, or to write shorthand. Indeed, all of us spend a good many months and even years just learning to read. When such skills are acquired, they may be richly rewarding. Mastery of auto-conditioning is even more rewarding. It is a new way to successful living. And like any other skill that is worth having, you must work at it before you can become proficient. Quite likely you will get some highly encouraging results the first time you try it. Great numbers of people have. And the results of full mastery are certainly worth working for. Success in joyous living, success as a husband and wife, or success in search for a life partner if you are not yet married, success as a friend, success in winning self-respect and the respect of others. Such things are beyond price. And these are goals that can progressively be achieved by any normal and intelligent person willing to work at it. Auto-conditioning is not a substitute for psychiatry. This new skill in successful living is available to the 95% of intelligent people who are normal mentally. People who are mentally ill need psychiatrists. But the great majority of us, who would never think of going to a brain doctor, feel the need of learning how to live more successfully. We need courage. We need to learn how to control our tempers. We need to learn how to go to sleep easily and how to sleep deeply through the night. How to get along better with the people we live with and work with. How to win flashes of inspiration when we need them. Such things as these can be won by those who master auto-conditioning. This new scientific knowledge can supplement psychiatry, and psychiatry can supplement auto-conditioning. But neither is a substitute for the other. Auto-conditioning is not a substitute for religion. If you are an active member of a church or synagogue, you need have no fear that auto-conditioning will become a rival of your religious faith. Religion and auto-conditioning supplement each other wonderfully. Every believer in the religious way of life has realized often how hard it is to live up to the ideals called for by that faith. The Bible says, "Be of good courage. Love your enemies. Sin not. Be ye therefore perfect." Such injunctions are beyond the reach of most of us a good deal of the time. But those who master auto-conditioning have a new technique for bringing their own unconscious minds into line with their own best ideals. You can be a better member of your church or synagogue if you win mastery over auto-conditioning. But suppose you have no religious faith. To you, then, auto-conditioning can be of immense help in learning more about the real meaning of life. It can help you in finding what you can believe in, and then living up to the best belief you can find. Autoconditioning is a new breakthrough in psychological science. Many do-it-yourself books in applied psychology have been put together out of a few bright ideas and a lot of wishful thinking. Autoconditioning is not one of those superficial fads. It is the outgrowth of a long series of scientific researches and experiments, coming out of the centuries and reaching a climax in the experimental work at Duke University. The discovery of atomic energy was a breakthrough in the science of physics. The discovery of mutations by Hugo de Vries was a breakthrough in biological science. The discovery of autoconditioning is a breakthrough in psychological science. Revolutionary changes in education, in personal counseling, in applied religion, and in business are being opened up by this new breakthrough in psychological research. What can autoconditioning do for you as a person? Would you like to be courageous? None of us wants to be a coward. None of us wants to be tortured continually by fear, worry, and anxiety. None of us wants to have to endure the contempt of others and of oneself, because one dares not meet bravely the dangers and the hardships of life. What is it that makes people cowardly? You can try as hard as you like with your conscious mind to be brave, and still you can be the victim of fear, worry, and even cowardice. The problem is how to bring your unconscious mind into line with your own deep wish to be courageous. Autoconditioning is a technique that makes it possible for you to bring your own unconscious mind into line with your own highest aspirations to live bravely. Would you like to be alert? Are you troubled sometimes by fatigue and sleepiness when you have a job that needs to be done? Do you find your thoughts wandering, your eyelids drooping, and your head sagging forward when you ought to be wide awake, alert, energetic, and interested? Most people do, at times that is, until they have mastered autoconditioning. One of the seemingly miraculous results even beginners in autoconditioning can achieve is to come up within 10 minutes out of a state of weariness and sleepy, wandering attention, into the wide-awake, interested state in which they can clean up swiftly the work that has to be done. Would you like to go to sleep quickly and soundly without drugs? Insomnia is one of the great enemies of healthy living. Millions of Americans toss in their beds in futile worry and distress because they cannot go to sleep or stay asleep when they desperately need their rest. Autoconditioning is one of the most effective and healthy methods of going to sleep almost instantly and of getting deep rest and refreshment night after night. Would you like to be more successful as a friend, comrade, and working partner? Almost everybody has at times suffered from quarrels, or at least from friction, with members of his family, with his teammates in daily work, and with his other associates. Misunderstandings, antagonism, resentment, jealousy, such things too often destroy family life, throw sand into the gears of industry, and hold ambitious people back from promotions and from the achievements to which they aspire. If you have difficulty at times in getting along with other people, you will find that you can analyze those difficulties into unsound ways of reacting. Most people, if they have not mastered autoconditioning, are apt to act at times on impulse, with irritation, anger, resentment, or other destructive social attitudes. Usually, they don't want to react that way. They would rather be friendly and cooperative. But they say that they can't control their tempers, or that people are just too irritating. Now, autoconditioning can give you a way of changing your own reaction patterns. Is your marriage ideally happy? Most marriages are not. About 1 of 4 marriages ends in divorce. Vast numbers of husbands and wives who stick it out without divorce suffer from frequent quarrels or from almost constant bickering. Many such couples are trying to stay married for the sake of their young ones. If such couples go on quarreling in the presence of their children, they are doing these young personalities lifelong damage. If your marriage is far from perfect and you would like to save it and make it a joyous life partnership, you need to acquaint yourself with the ways autoconditioning can give you power to solve your family problems. Look at Chapter 12 on How to Make Your Marriage Work. Or, if you are not yet married, look at Chapter 11 on New Roads to Success in Courtship. Mary Dane's case is one example of the kind of help autoconditioning can give. She had been brought up strictly. Her mother had taught her that no really nice man kisses a girl until he asks her to marry him. She let Don take her to a drive-in theater. Right in the middle of an intense love scene in the movie, Don seized her and began caressing her in a way she had never dreamed any decent person would think of. He wouldn't stop until she yelled for help. As soon as she got home, she resolved, "If men are such beasts, I don't want ever to have anything more to do with them." Her closest girlfriend finally convinced her that her attitudes towards sex were basically unhealthy. Then Mary burst out, "Well, how can I change my attitude toward men? I don't want to be an old maid. And really, I'm no iceberg either. What can I do about it?" "Well," queried her friend, "have you ever heard about autoconditioning?" Mary never had. But she did consent to read about it, and she found that autoconditioning opens up new roads to success in courtship. With the help of her friend, she conditioned herself to take a new and far more wholesome attitude toward men. Within a month, she had a new boyfriend and was having some wonderful times with him. She found that he wanted to make love too, but instead of getting angry and hurt about it, she reacted in the self-respecting and understanding way she had preset in her own unconscious mind by means of autoconditioning. From that point onward, Mary Dane progressed smoothly and surprisingly rapidly into a joyous marriage. Would you like to have hunches to order? Most of us have flashes of inspiration. We suddenly get a bright idea that proves to be exceedingly stimulating and useful. But do you have long periods when you need very much to have bright ideas, but when you don't seem to be able to get any? Do you wish, sometimes, that you could turn on the hunch power whenever you need it? Do you wish that you could always get the clear flashes of insight, the surges of power and enthusiasm, which at your best moments have carried you forward to success? If your answer to such questions is yes, take a look at Chapter 6 on How to Make Decisions. You will find there a set of instructions telling you how to open the doors of inspiration when you need to get a flood of light on your problems, and when you need to feel a fresh surge of courage and inspiration. Autoconditioning can bring you success in your vocation. Success on the job. Most of us who work to earn a living find that we are competing with other people. Like it or not, the question of whether you get promoted will depend to a very great extent on how your achievements rate, as compared with those other people who might be promoted to that job you would like. Or, if your success depends upon customers, clients, patients, or parishioners, you must inevitably compete with others whose services are offered to those same people. Now, what is it that decides whether you will succeed or fail in this competition? The answers to 3 questions will determine to a very great extent whether you succeed, stagnate, or fail. 1. How much genuine and creative enthusiasm do you give to your work? 2. How successfully can you meet and solve the problems that keep confronting you in your daily job? 3. How good a friend and partner are you with the people who must be your teammates if your work is to be a success? Every ambitious person wants to make his working life answer those 3 questions in the way that leads to top-notch achievement. But you may find that your daily actions fail quite often to live up to your own best ideals. Something blocks you. Something holds you back. Something makes you give a wrong reaction at a time when only the right reaction will lead to success. The right answers to those 3 questions depend to a very great extent on your unconscious attitudes. Down in your inner receptive mind are reaction impulses that go off automatically and unthinkingly at times of crisis. But you can change those reaction patterns. That is what autoconditioning is for. Take, for example, the case of Stanley Sidney. After 5 years of terribly slow progress in his job and of persistent prodding by his wife, he was on the verge of quitting and taking a chance on finding a better opening in a far-off city. But he heard a broadcast about winning success on the job by autoconditioning. It suddenly struck him. Maybe the trouble is really with me, not with my boss. He decided to look into autoconditioning further before he took the leap out of his job. What Stanley learned made a turning point in his whole career. When he studied his behavior in the light of what he read about autoconditioning, he began to realize that promotion in business depends first and foremost on the employee developing the attitudes that make him a creative teammate on the job. Suddenly, he became aware that he himself reacted wrongly to criticism, that he had been stubborn and uncooperative, and that he had failed to develop the outgoing friendliness so important in good working relations. Then he made a further discovery. He could actually alter these destructive attitudes by means of brief sessions of autoconditioning. He began remaking his own personality with the aid of this powerful new technique. Within 3 months, channels of promotion opened up ahead of him. He got the substantial increase in salary needed to take the pressure off at home, to give him new confidence and enthusiasm. The upsurge in success on the job that came to Stanley is open to anyone who learns to make full use of autoconditioning. Master this technique, and you can increase your competitive efficiency to a startling degree. Many people have found that they can up their effectiveness as much as 75% by right uses of autoconditioning. Your whole future is likely to depend upon your achieving some such improvement in your working efficiency. Becoming a new person. These blue pages have been giving a few advanced glimpses of the kinds of transformation autoconditioning can achieve. We have looked at one detail after another, from one angle after another. But the person who masters autoconditioning, and who uses it systematically in daily living, soon realizes that the result is not a mere patching of this or that detail. He comes to a realization that actually he has remade his personality. He is a new kind of person. When you get to the point where you never become discouraged, when you build into your unconscious mind such attitudes that you practically never get angry, when you acquire such mastery over your own sleep habits and your energy reserves that you can always triumph over fatigue, and when you learn that practically any bad habit marring your personality can be eradicated by systematic use of autoconditioning, then you find that a new level of joyous and successful life is possible for you. But autoconditioning is now growing into something much more than the remaking of individual personalities. When 2 or 3 or 20 or 100 people have thus remade their personalities, and when they begin to work together in the partnerships of daily life, then the results begin to transform social groups and to transform communities. Families which had often been miserable through bickering and misunderstanding blossom into a new and joyous level of shared love. Business establishments, when they become permeated by transformed personalities, experience a new level of success and a new level of joyously shared work. Thus, by the mastery of ourselves through the power of autoconditioning, we can begin to realize and to achieve high joy in life. Book 1. Today, Science Can Teach You to Be Happy. Chapter 1. A New Discovery About How to Achieve Happiness. Can science teach people to be happy? Can science teach people happiness? Normal people, that is, not psychopaths. 9 out of 10 normal people get depressed at least occasionally. Half of the population suffers painful depressions every week or two. Depressions, even in normal people, can develop into a serious disease, sometimes ending in suicide. Our machine civilization and happiness. Did it ever occur to you that our civilization bends most of its energies to the attempt to get rid of misery and to create happiness? Industry, agriculture, the arts, medical science, and religion all toil strenuously, often heroically, in trying to avert hunger, cold, heat, disease, loneliness, death, and other sources of human pain. They work to cultivate the thrills and comforts of the human body, mind, and spirit, delicious food, sweet music, laughter, and the sense of achievement. In our vast industries and endeavors to promote these ends, our engineers and scientists have invented instruments to measure such things as speed, temperature, money cost, and even the loudness of the laughter of an audience. Our technologists have worked hard to measure the means by which pain can be averted and joy created. But up till now we have lacked accurate and ready instruments to measure the end results of human struggle, namely, the happiness or unhappiness of consumers and producers. The invention of a happiness meter. For some decades past, scientists at the University of Chicago, at Columbia University, and at other research centers have been inventing scales to measure happiness. At Duke University, this problem has been a subject of investigation for more than 15 years. Finally, this research came to a climax in a series of hundreds of experiments, out of which emerged a new discovery. The discovery has two basic aspects. First, it presents a simple and swift method for measuring the degree of happiness or unhappiness of a person at a given moment. This part of the discovery may be likened to the invention of the fever thermometer, the electrocardiograph, or the technique for measuring blood pressure. The surge and ebb of happiness and unhappiness are as much a symptom of a person's psychological and social health as the rise and fall of temperature and blood pressure and the changes in the pattern of heartbeat are symptoms of the health or disease of the body. How the Duke mood meter is better. The tests for measuring happiness, which had been developed at other research centers, had been cumbersome to give, and they had to be scored by experts. The mood meter, which has been perfected at Duke University, can be taken by oneself and scored by oneself within 2 minutes. It gives such reliable and valid results that the one who takes it for several days produces a fever chart of his own mood fluctuations. A copy of this mood meter is printed on page 5, with instructions for using it to measure your own ups and downs in happiness and unhappiness. Changing your moods from unhappy to happy. The second part of the discovery that has been made at Duke is a process whereby changes can be achieved in the attitudes which make people happy or unhappy. It has been found that whether a person is joyful or miserable depends not merely or even mostly on what happens to him, but rather on the attitudes he takes. For example, a rattlesnake, if we met one on a wild mountainside, would be for most of us a very menacing stimulus. Many people would shriek with fear or freeze with terror if they met such a snake in the open. Yet a naturalist might have a surge of joy at seeing a rattler. And a collector for a zoo might feel a thrill when he thought of the cash which he would get by selling the reptile. Can you turn rattlesnakes into assets? But how can the common garden variety of person achieve the attitudes which turn fear and despair into courage and joy when he meets the rattlesnakes, the bludgeonings of fate, the pummelings of outrageous fortune? That such changes can actually be achieved by autoconditioning is the very core of the discovery which has been made at Duke University. Perhaps the best way to demonstrate this achievement is to sketch briefly two outstanding cases. The case of the once fearful but now joyous bride. Before Mary Dolan started autoconditioning, she recorded mood meter reactions such as can be seen at the left side of her chart. 4 times during the preliminary period from July 21st to 26, Mary's mood meter line plunged down below 0, once to only the frustrated level, but 3 other times to the discouraged, disgusted zone. Then, after 2 weeks of autoconditioning, she began to register consistently in the range between encouraged and joyful, as shown in the right-hand half of her chart. Why Mary got depressed. What were the factors in Mary Dolan's life which were sending her plunging down into the depths of disillusionment, discouragement, and depression? As she herself explained it, there were 4 major causes. Mary, who was a good Catholic, was about to marry a young man who was a Protestant. They were very much in love. He was a splendid young businessman. He had agreed fully to the conditions required by the Catholic Church for giving its sanction to the marriage. But the families on both sides were deeply disturbed at the idea of their children marrying across the religious boundary, and grief was being stirred up, over and over again, by problems related to the wedding. Mary's second cause for depression was more long-standing. Ever since her early childhood, her mother and father constantly had been quarreling. The home atmosphere had alternated from being extremely chilly to being violently hot with hate. Third, Mary had a much-loved brother who had been training to be a military aviator. Just at the peak of the difficulty about the wedding, she heard from him that he had failed an examination and could not be an army flyer. In addition to those 3 sources of grief, Mary was taking work in summer school, which had discouraged her deeply. To receive her AB degree, she had to get at least a B in a course in organic chemistry, and she was stumped by some of the experiments. She learned the formula. At that stage, right in the midst of her series of plunges into depression, she was introduced to the 4 don'ts and the 3 do's. This, you will note, is the subject of Chapter 3. The lecture which presented these 7 rules gave her quite a lift. She resolved to grapple with her problems with real courage and faith. By auto-conditioning, Mary solved her problems. But she met a basic difficulty. She found that these good resolutions disappeared quite rapidly when her problems reared their heads again. She had planned to be married in a Catholic church, but then she got a letter stating that if the wedding were held there, her fiancé's family would not attend. At once, Mary's newfound courage vanished, and she plunged once more into depression. At this point, Mary was introduced to the second part of the Duke discovery. She had been recording the ups and downs of her mood meter chart. Now she was introduced to the auto-conditioning technique for changing one's attitudes. She discovered that, by using this remedy, it is possible to live consistently on a level of cheerful purpose and cooperative courage, as can be seen from the right-hand side of her chart. The shift from repeated depression to consistent courage was not one all at once. After a few days of holding her new level, she got word that her small sister had fallen downstairs and broken her arm. This brought a new plunge below the 0 line. But the dip was only to downcast, not to discouraged. She put her new skill to work and was able again to react courageously, instead of with attitudes of fear and defeat. She doubled her happiness. The results of her auto-conditioning between July 26th and August 25th, as appraised by Mary Dolan herself on October 11th, was to double her sense of courage, cheerfulness, satisfaction, and enjoyment of life. Nor was this a mere temporary flash in the pan. On October 11th, Mary estimated that her enjoyment of life during the first 2 weeks of October had been between 50% and 100% greater than it had been before she learned about auto-conditioning. She summed it up on October 11th as follows: "My enthusiasm for the method has not diminished in the least. I still use it frequently as a valuable technique in keeping up my good spirits, as well as for trying out new experiments. I certainly have remained in my cheerful, enthusiastic frame of mind." It strengthened her religious faith. In the process of retraining herself under guidance, Mary found new spiritual insight. The smoldering series of conflicts about the wedding were turned to friendly goodwill by her agreeing to a short postponement in order that needed adjustments might be worked out. She is going forward into her wedded life as a courageous bride, sure of her newfound paths to joy and creative living. How auto-conditioning helped with family troubles. Robert came from a struggling family. Our second case shows how auto-conditioning cured a college boy of chronic depression at a time when he seemed to be facing stark tragedy. Robert Hare, who was just starting his senior year at college, was preparing to study medicine. He had a 16-year-old brother and a 13-year-old sister. His father was a salesman. His mother had gone to work to help earn the money to send him to college, and his grandmother had joined the household to keep house and cook meals. The family had bought a home and a car, both on the installment plan, and had recently invested in a new cook stove to encourage the grandmother. The younger children were not too diligent about helping around the house, and when their mother came home from work, she was inclined to do a considerable amount of scolding, without much good result. He met a great crisis. The day before the auto-conditioning experiment started, Hare's father had a heart attack and was taken to the hospital, where he remained for some weeks. Robert's plans to prepare for medicine, and even to finish college, were threatened. Shocked by this fact, and worried about the other problems in his home, he plunged repeatedly to the downcast, disillusioned, downhearted, discouraged, and depressed levels on his mood meter. As his first project in the experiment, Robert undertook to condition himself to react to this menacing situation with courage and with spiritual faith. Later, he conditioned himself to be a channel of courage to his father, his mother, and the rest of his family when he visited them. He also carried on auto-conditioning experiments to improve his study habits and his social relations. Auto-conditioning transformed his character. His father's heart attack occurred toward the end of July, On August 25th, Robert reported the following results of his auto-conditioning experiments. I haven't been sinking into depressed moods as often as I did before I learned of auto-conditioning. My mood meter self-chart shows that the frequency of reactions down toward the lower end of the mood meter has shrunk almost to the vanishing point. From August 15th to 22, my mood meter score only once went down below happy and then only to determined. My roommate has told me he noticed lately that I never get into a depressed mood. By means of auto-conditioning, I have learned to spend a shorter length of time with a problem, but understand it better than I did when I put more time on it. Before auto-conditioning, I shied away from projects that presented a challenge. Now I enjoy tackling such problems. Auto-conditioning has changed my social attitudes. I have learned to adjust myself to be a pleasant individual in a crowd. I have learned to control my irritation when visitors come to my dormitory room at unwanted times. I have made friends with previously unwanted associates. And I have learned to use misfortunes as assets instead of liabilities. Robert's roommate also solved problems by auto-conditioning. The roommate commented that Robert had been more considerate of him lately. When Hare explained auto-conditioning to his roommate, the boy asked for help. He suffered from being shy around strangers, especially girls. Hare and the roommate carried out an experiment in which they conditioned the boy to feel more at ease with girls. Then they double-dated, and the roommate discovered a new ability to keep the conversation going and to forget his shyness. He decided to keep up the experiment because he had found that it really worked. Hare expects to make use of auto-conditioning systematically in his work as a physician. How auto-conditioning worked with groups. Mary Dolan, whose marriage plans were in peril, and Robert Hare, whose father had a heart attack, may be taken as samples of individual results of auto-conditioning. But what happens when a group of people are introduced to this method in a lecture demonstration? Student nurses were deeply depressed. A 40-minute lecture was given to 35 student nurses at Duke University Hospital. At the beginning of the lecture, each member of the group was asked to record, confidentially by code number, her mood as she felt it at that moment. When the scores were studied, it was found that 2 out of every 5 of these nurses, 43%, were below 0 on their mood meters. To realize just how seriously depressed these nurses were, let us suppose that every one of the 35 in the group had registered -15 on their mood meters. That would have been the maximum amount of depression these tests could record. But the minus scores actually made by members of this group added up to 25% of what the minus total would have been if every nurse had scored -15. Auto-conditioning cut their depression 80%. After the nurses had registered their moods at the start of the hour, a 40-minute lecture was given to them explaining the relation of happiness and unhappiness to attitudes, and presenting the 7 attitudes which have been called the 4 don'ts and the 3 do's. The nurses were then put through a group demonstration of the auto-conditioning technique. Immediately after this demonstration, which occupied about 8 minutes, the nurses were invited to record once more their mood meter ratings on the self-charts. The depression points reported were reduced to less than 5% of the total possible depression, or less than 1/5 of the amount reported by the nurses before auto-conditioning. A psychology class demonstrates auto-conditioning. Even better results were obtained with a class of 155 psychology students at Guilford College. 4 sessions in an elementary psychology course were devoted to auto-conditioning experiments. The first session was devoted to a brief explanation of the purpose of the project and a popularized presentation of the 4 don'ts and 3 do's analysis of attitudes as related to happiness. Students were asked to rate themselves on the mood meter self-chart at that class meeting, and to continue rating themselves at least once a day during the ensuing week. At the second session, a week later, members of the class were asked first to rate themselves once more on their self-charts. They were then given a group demonstration of auto-conditioning, immediately after which they were asked to rate themselves again. Here is a summary of the results. 9/10 of their depression was wiped out. At the start of the first lecture, these Guilford College students registered 13% of the maximum recordable depression. This was only a little more than half as much as the Duke nurses had registered. At the start of the second lecture, this depression had dropped to 5%. Then, at the close of the auto-conditioning demonstration, it had gone down to less than 1%, 1/9 of what it had been at the start of that lecture, and only 1/20 of what it had been at the start of the first lecture, 1 week earlier. This wiping out, for the time being, of the great bulk of a group's depression has been demonstrated in group after group under a variety of conditions. The results can now be accepted as thoroughly established. The most depressed students gained the most. One striking fact has stood out in each of these group demonstrations, namely, that the more depressed a person is at the onset of the demonstration, the larger gain he is likely to make as a result of the group auto-conditioning. People who record themselves as ecstatic, triumphant, jubilant, or elated at the start of the demonstration decline on the average to the merely delighted level. But people who, at the start, find themselves between disgusted and miserable rise on the average to the pleased, encouraged, or cheerful level. How lasting are the results of auto-conditioning? Most of the case stories summarized in this and in subsequent chapters are based upon reports made by experimenters who had been working with auto-conditioning for about a month. At that time, almost all of them were enthusiastic about the results they had achieved. But can such results be lasting? The general conclusion is that, no matter what the scores are at the beginnings of such experiments, the scores at the close will tend to cluster between 5 and 11. Satisfied to delighted, with the scores in the -11 to -15 group rising, on the average, 18 points. The scores in C+11 to 15 group decreasing, on the average, 2 points. 6 weeks after the experiments of July to August had closed, a follow-up inquiry was sent out to discover how these pioneers in auto-conditioning now regarded their experiences, and what kind of changes had taken place in their attitudes and their happiness during the period after the supervised experiments had ceased. One of the questions in the follow-up was this: if you were to represent your general level of courage, cheerfulness, and satisfaction up to July 26th, when the auto-conditioning experiment started, as 100, how would you rate your level at the close of that experiment, about August 25th? On the scale suggested, a rating of 50 would mean about as much courage, cheerfulness, and satisfaction as the student's previous normal. 150 would mean a 50% increase as an immediate outcome of the experiment. 200 would mean that the student's enjoyment of life had been about doubled, and so on. The long-run gain was 2/3 over previous happiness. Every one of the students who replied stated that the immediate result of the experiments was to increase his or her happiness. The lowest increase was 25%. The average rating reported for August 25th was 159, which meant that, in their mature judgment, after gaining perspective on the experience, 1 month of intensive training in auto-conditioning had added nearly 60% to their basic enjoyment of life. Now comes the significant question. These same experimenters were asked, on the same scale, how would you rate your enjoyment of life during the past 2 weeks? In response to this second question, the average reported by the experimenters was 166. This means that, in their average judgment, the gain over their previous level of life enjoyment had continued to grow, even long after the end of the supervised instruction. Every one of the students rated his or her happiness, 6 weeks to 2 months after the experiment ended, as being at least 25% greater than before learning about auto-conditioning. And in 4 cases, they rated it twice as great as it previously had been. Students are enthusiastic. The above results are stated in terms of cold numerical indexes. But another question, asked in this follow-up, was this one. As you look back on this experiment, with something more than a month's perspective, how do you feel now about the value and importance of this experience in your own life? Many readers will find more meaning in the qualitative responses that some of these experimenters made 6 weeks after the formal training had been completed. Robert Hare's reaction may be taken as an example. He wrote, "I feel that auto-conditioning has helped me more than words can express, and I feel that the more I become acquainted with it, day after day, the more I realize what a wonderful thing auto-conditioning can mean to mankind. Problems on which auto-conditioning may help you. The discovery at Duke University that has been sketched has applications to a number of practical problems, some of which may be your problems. 1. Curing mental depression. Many people who used to plunge often into the downhearted, discouraged, miserable range of the mood meter have learned to recondition themselves so that they live right along in the purposeful to joyful range. 2. Releasing new reserves of energy. Quite a few people who used to find themselves getting tired, bored, and sleepy in the forenoon, the afternoon, or the early evening have discovered that autoconditioning can be used to restore vigor, alertness, enthusiasm, and cheerfulness. It is not a substitute for sleep, nor for taking needed rest. But it is a way of using one's energy reserves with high efficiency, turning them on readily at times of need, and then replenishing them with deep sleep when the time for rest arrives. 3. Raising one's working efficiency. Obviously, if you can keep on working with genuine vim and vigor through that last hour or two, which used to be largely wasted, then output on the job is likely to go up. And also, if you learn to apply auto-conditioning to the improvement of your attitudes toward the boss, or the fellow worker, or the client, your achievements will increase. 4. Getting rid of bad habits. Some people who used to procrastinate, lie awake at night, worry, smoke too much, eat too much fattening food, or do other things which, at their best moments, they knew they would be better off without doing, have learned that auto-conditioning gives new and surprising self-control. 5. Getting rid of useless pain. Obstetricians and dentists are increasingly using hypnotism to take away the needless and damaging pains of childbirth and tooth drilling or extraction. Auto-conditioning can do the same thing for at least minor useless aches. Some women have used it to reduce menstrual pain. Experts warn that pain may sometimes be a needed danger signal. But when we have taken pain's warning and used the wise remedies, why go on suffering needlessly? 6. Being a better friend. Successful friendship is largely a matter of attitudes. Being wanted as a marriage partner, being successful as a husband, wife, or parent, being elected to honored and useful office, and just being the friendly kind of person who is wanted as a guest and who succeeds as a host. Such things depend on one's attitudes. Almost anyone can correct his attitudes by auto-conditioning. Would auto-conditioning help you? At Duke University, there is a growing file of records of people who have been cured of the painful habit of sinking into acute unhappiness and discouragement. Moreover, these people not only have been cured of this negative disease, they have achieved a skill through which each of them can now rebuild his or her own personality along lines of courage, cooperation, and creative faith. The range of personality problems that has been dealt with successfully by auto-conditioning is fairly wide. One of the best ways to explore the possible usefulness of the method is to read a few case histories, such as are summarized in the next chapter. Main points in Chapter 1. 1. In our civilization, science has produced a vast flood of gadgets, but until now it has neglected the problem of how to produce happiness. 2. The mood meter is a major step toward measuring happiness. 3. Auto-conditioning is a method of transforming your attitudes so as to change fear, worry, and discouragement into courage, comradeship, and creative faith. 4. A fearful bride became joyous after mastering auto-conditioning. 5. A college boy, whose father suffered a heart attack at a crucial point in the youth's life, used auto-conditioning to meet the challenge with high courage. 6. 35 student nurses lost 4/5 of their depression after a 40-minute demonstration of auto-conditioning. 155 psychology students lost 9/10 of theirs. 7. The most depressed people gained the most. 8. After 6 months, auto-conditioned people reported that they had increased their happiness 2/3 over what it had been. 9. Besides curing depression, auto-conditioning can do 5 other vital things for you. Release new energy reserves, raise your working efficiency, help you to overcome bad habits, help you to relieve useless pain, and show you how to be a better friend to others. Chapter 2. How Lives Have Been Transformed by Autoconditioning. The results that this new discovery brings can be grasped most quickly by noting brief records of how several other individuals transformed their attitudes and began to fulfill more richly the purposes of their lives. Autoconditioning brings new energy. Maggie Wheaton was a school teacher, 35 years old, who had never married. She, her 3 sisters, and a brother had been reared in a happy home. Her childhood was filled with pleasant and satisfying experiences. But time, in its inexorable way, had moved on and brought changes. Her mother was an invalid for 2 years. During this invalidism, her father died, and then, 2 months later, her mother passed on. The husband of one of her sisters died very suddenly. The home, which had been so filled with joys and sorrows, had to be sold. A career that was wrecked, until autoconditioning saved it. Miss Wheaton, without asking for it, was offered an attractive position in another state as a full-time counselor of girls. The work was not only interesting, but also a challenge. It gave chances for professional growth and advancement. Miss Wheaton was building a new life, with expanding interests and new friends. Her ties to her sisters and her brother were kept strong by visits during Christmas holidays and during summer vacations. Then illness wrecked this adjustment. The youngest sister had a heart attack and also developed cancer of the breast, for which she underwent 4 successive operations. She spent 2 years in the hospital. Then the older sister had to have 2 operations on her eyes for cataracts. These sicknesses in the family led Miss Wheaton to come to North Carolina, spend weeks visiting her sister at Duke Hospital, and finally decide to give up her counseling position, resume teaching in her home state, and make living arrangements there for her 2 sisters and herself. Disheartening drudgery. Then, 2 weeks after the second operation on her sister's eyes, Miss Wheaton found herself forced to attend summer school in order to meet the requirements of the State Department of Education, so that she might be certified to take up a teaching post instead of the counseling position she had so happily filled in another state. When she realized that she had to go back to study drudgery after a fairly long and successful professional career, she felt angry, hurt, and disgusted. She suddenly was terribly tired. In blind disgust, she registered for 2 courses. One of these happened to be the one in which autoconditioning experiments were to be carried out. When she started on her summer schoolwork, she began to realize that something was wrong with her. She found it difficult to study. Her preparation for her courses was an arduous chore. She did her written work with the greatest of effort. Her grades were far below what she had once achieved. Moreover, outside of school, she found her food unappetizing, her associates boring, and life in general held little joy for her. She found herself making excuses for not doing the things that were required if she were to succeed. She said later, "My response was bad. In fact, my resentment seemed to cover all phases of my contacts." Discovering that life can be wonderful. At that stage, she attended a class lecture on the 4 don'ts and the 3 do's. She found herself pricking up her ears. She wondered whether here might not be a way of coming up out of her inertia and overcoming her persistent unhappiness. Having been instructed in autoconditioning and having taken part in 3 class exercises in it, she undertook an assigned series of individual experiments. On August 4th, she started autoconditioning herself to find deep enjoyment in learning. On August 6th, she recorded, "My results have been most satisfactory. I have experienced the deep joy of learning. At night before retiring, my conditioning is for serenity and complete rest. I go immediately to sleep and sleep soundly." On August 8th, on going to bed, she conditioned herself for a deep rest for the night and tomorrow renewed energy. Next day, she recorded, "Today I have had such enthusiasm in studying that I decided to experiment, to see how long this feeling of enjoyment of learning would last. Without thinking about it, I found myself with tremendous energy. In fact, I found my work so interesting and absorbing that I studied far into the night. This I must watch." Having achieved this keen joy in studying that had previously been boring and annoying her, Miss Wheaton began to condition herself for deep insight and understanding. On August 13th, she recorded, "The enjoyment of learning has held despite the fact that I have had an unusual amount of work. My attitude toward work has definitely changed, as well as my attitude toward life in general, learning, people, and food. The steps I need to take seem to be coming to me without effort." On August 16th at 11:30 at night, she reported, "I feel tired today, but not depressed. I am completely engrossed in my work. The lectures in class I find most stimulating. In fact, I look forward to my classes now, and have been for some time." On August 18th at 11:30 at night, she reported, "I find myself wide awake at night, going strong. It used to be that I had to sleep some in the afternoon. Now I find with conditioning I can work right on through the afternoon and evening. That is why one repeatedly conditioned myself for complete rest at night." On August 25th, the following comments were part of her summary of the results of her experiments up to that date. "The pattern of my attitudes to think creatively and act courageously become fixed, despite excessive work and limited time. This leads me to believe that I have been cured of sinking into depressed moods. The changes I have observed in my work habits are 1. Promptness in getting down to work. 2. Enjoyment of my work. 3. Keener insights into the job to be done. And 4. Greater physical endurance. Among the changes I have observed in my social attitudes is the enjoyment of people by seeking them out, by eating with them in the cafeteria, by sharing books and other material things with them, by exchanging ideas through discussion, and by feeling a oneness with the two groups of which I am a member. My friends have remarked, without my asking, that I have been gay, and that I can work with remarkable concentration and with no griping. Other useful results I have obtained from autoconditioning are more enjoyment of my food. I have to watch this, for I certainly do not want to gain weight. The desire to say only nice things about people, nothing at all, and a deeper realization of the significance of spiritual growth, with greater release in prayer, and a reaching out for the values of the Spirit. I believe the greatest value of the experiment has been, and is, my ability now to think constructively, and with no fear about my problems. I have found that it is a joy to live." On November 21st, she wrote, "While I have not auto-conditioned myself for the past month as I did during the summer experiment, the good effects have continued up to the present. I feel the benefits derived from the experiment have been of inestimable value to me." Despondency overcome through auto-conditioning. Jackson was a 21-year-old rising senior at Duke University. As a member of the Marine Corps Reserve, he had been on inactive duty, but he expected to be commissioned as a Marine officer soon after being graduated. He had 2 love affairs in college, the second of which ended in his being pinned to a co-ed, to whom he expected to announce his engagement after he got his degree. He was fond of hunting, fishing, hiking, tennis, swimming, reading, oil painting, and collecting firearms. He filed a report on his part in the auto-conditioning experiment, including the following statements. "Previous to this experiment, it was common for me to fall into periods of temporary depression. Looking back, I observed that I was often in the habit of becoming depressed on critical occasions, such as taking an examination or attending an important but distasteful social event. These critical occasions were instances when better control of my emotional energy would have been of great benefit. Auto-conditioning has given me the means: 1. To stop myself from sinking further into depressed moods. 2. To lift myself into cheerful, creative moods. And 3. To protect and prepare myself for menacing situations. Through auto-conditioning, I have experienced better results in my studies, higher grades, and, most important, a greater desire to study and to learn. I have also experienced a greater degree of happiness in my personal and social life through auto-conditioning. I have experienced an inexpressible feeling of a new, awakened life. My sister tells me that I have been in unusually high spirits for the past 2 weeks, and without any apparent reason other than the experiment. I believe that the results obtained will prove dynamic and lasting through auto-conditioning. I have found success in achieving my aspirations with renewed faith, confidence, and determination. Jackson suggested that auto-conditioning might prove to be of great value in the military service. His own training in the Marines led him to believe that this new tool would be helpful to junior officers in becoming accustomed to the command of troops, to military life, and to combat conditions. His own experience led him to believe that the junior officer might readily condition himself to react with poise and military bearing, and to set a worthy leadership pattern for the soldiers in his command when they encountered mental and physical menaces in training camp and in combat. The worry habit conquered by auto-conditioning. Sally Werkler was a 22-year-old student nurse at Duke Hospital. In most ways, she was a normal, healthy girl. She was graduated from high school in the upper one-third of her class. Her mother was quick-tempered but very understanding, affectionate, and good-hearted. Her father had to give up his grocery store because of his poor health. The family had worked and played together. Sally boasted of having been in all but 2 of the 48 states, as well as Mexico and Canada. She liked to collect records, play the piano, attend operas, concerts, and ballets, and to do a little tap dancing on her own. She found gardening, sewing, cooking, and housekeeping fascinating. She had a cat and a dachshund and wished she had more. Wise Sally felt depressed. But Sally had the bad habit of doing a great deal of worrying and getting into depressions. Before the auto-conditioning experiment, more than 1/3 of Sally's mood meter chartings included checks of such words as anxious, downcast, gloomy, and disillusioned. She also at times felt worried, downhearted, discouraged, and depressed. Various factors contributed to these gloomy reactions. For one thing, Sally developed a tendency to put off her assignments until the last moment. In her nursing, she became agitated and nervous when emergencies arose. One of her main concerns was her relation with her fiancé. They met in junior high school and had been dating for 3 years. They were very much in love, and Sally believed they were well suited to each other. They were content just to be near one another. However, they argued quite frequently, and sometimes these arguments became real quarrels. Their major disagreements, she records, all centered on the fact that Sally had more schooling than her future husband. When the Korean conflict broke out, he quit junior college and took a well-paying job in his father's factory. She kept urging him to go back to school, while he expressed a good deal of resentment at her prodding. They had planned to be married, but when he was drafted and assigned to overseas duty, the family persuaded them to postpone their marriage until he returned. Meanwhile, the question of his lack of education kept coming up in their letters. How Sally became joyous. What effect did auto-conditioning have on Sally's personality? Remember that before she learned this new cure, more than 1/3 of her mood meter recordings checked such words as anxious, downcast, disillusioned, disgusted, and miserable. After learning how to auto-condition herself, during a typical week, she had no check marks at all below the 0 line, except for 2 by the word lonely, and 1 by the word anxious. What about this change? Sally reported, I have been cured entirely of sinking into depressed moods. I have been able to stay up in the plus area. There have been many occasions during the period of time I have been using auto-conditioning when I would usually have become quite depressed and unhappy. But somehow, I faced these periods and remained in the upper levels. I auto-conditioned myself to stop putting things off, and I have found that I dig right in with extreme eagerness. Not only do I settle right down to a task, but I have found it takes a lot less time, and I am more eager and vigorous. The frame of mind with which I do my work is far more pleasant than it used to be. Instead of complaining and grumbling about what I have to do, I now find myself enjoying and looking for the good points in my work. When I have a lot of things to do, I am a lot more cheerful than I used to be. My attitude toward people who once annoyed me has been changed. I now look for their good points rather than seeing only the bad. I have found that I can actually like them. I have found that the part of auto-conditioning which uses menacing actions by people to bring to my mind favorable things about them has worked very well. As to my relations with my fiancé, I think our big problem is going to be solved because I have received letters which show that he is now taking correspondence courses while overseas and has decided to go back to school on the GI Bill. And with me working, we should be able to live fairly comfortably. This decision was done on his own. He is determined now, and although the path is long and is not going to be easy, we both know we will make it together. In my nursing profession, working and getting along with people is extremely important, and in this area, I have improved. I find myself becoming less and less agitated when the person I work with causes conflicts. My attitude toward patients has become more understanding. I find even when I am extremely tired physically, I handle menacing situations with ease and politeness. I have also noticed that I am more calm and less prone to becoming excited and nervous when emergencies arise. Instead of worrying fruitlessly, I find myself weighing the pros and cons. My eating habits have improved. I am less fussy about what kinds of food I eat and have been able to enjoy foods I did not like. I now find myself having a more nourishing and better balanced diet. My tendency to be sloppy and disorderly about my personal belongings is disappearing. I have found it is better to put things away where they belong. The appearance of my room is more pleasant, with things as they should be, such as bed made, clothes hung up, and doors closed. I am a better organizer of my time. I have become more systematic in deciding which tasks should come first. I now allot my time to my best advantage. I feel that the changes achieved in my personality by means of auto-conditioning may be lasting and continue to develop further. One reason I feel this way is because by using the feedback idea in the trance, I have found that while some things need to be dealt with in several experiments, others seem to clear up after one experiment. For instance, auto-conditioning myself to increase my efficiency for one task will also increase my efficiency for another. After you realize how wonderful it is not to become depressed, I believe that in itself helps to gain an impetus for auto-conditioning. There are several ways in which I plan to use auto-conditioning in the future. I plan to continue using it to keep myself living in a cheerful, joyful manner. I want to try to see if I can use it to help me give up smoking. I want to develop further the idea of induced intuition. If it should be my misfortune to suffer any pain, I would like to try this method to help me accept that pain. I believe if I continue to use auto-conditioning for petty obstacles, I will be more capable of handling a really disturbing problem if one comes. I do not want to get any sensation of weird or mystic feeling because I believe that might be dangerous. Sally kept a day-by-day record of her mood meter ups and downs, before and after being trained in auto-conditioning. After she had learned to live quite consistently on the cheerful to joyous level, she experienced one day a mild drop in her mood when she felt like checking the word anxious and scored on her self-chart. Thereupon she sat down, auto-conditioned herself to grapple courageously with the situation, and within 20 minutes was light-hearted again. A salesman eliminates fear with auto-conditioning. Bob West married Susie when they were both still in their teens, though his father had wanted him to go to college, perhaps even to study for some profession. He had been living at home with his parents, but now he had to earn enough to support a wife, and in time, a baby. He got a job as representative of a real estate company. He was given lists of names to be called up. When he got any he on the phone, he was to say enthusiastically that the pet anyone been selected as the recipient of a free lot in a new subdivision. If he could convince the person that something for nothing was being offered him, he would then make an appointment to take the prospect out to the subdivision and get him hooked. Bob realized on the first day that the proposition was crooked. Perhaps it wasn't actual fraud, legally, but the whole thing was based on building up false expectations in the mind of the prospective customer. So, Bob quit. But he still had a wife and child to support. He found a job selling a well-known product door-to-door. It was a good product, and he felt sure that his customers were getting their money's worth. Whenever he spent a day selling, he made good money. For 1 week, he was one of the top salesmen in the district. Needing the courage to ring the first doorbell. But he had a hurdle to get over. When he would start out with his kid in the morning to canvass a certain street, he found himself shying away from the first doorbell he was supposed to ring. That first door seemed to be an impassable barrier. He knew it wasn't a reasonable idea. If he could just bolster his courage to ring that first bell, he almost always found some friendly person when the door opened, and before he knew it, he would be launched on a successful day. But over and over again, he found that he just could not go up to that first door. He would make some excuse to go back home and would waste the day, even when he knew that the rent must be paid and groceries provided. How auto-conditioning melted the barrier. Then one day his father asked him to go to a meeting with him. Bob learned about auto-conditioning. After the meeting, he made an appointment with the speaker and talked his problem over. He decided to try the new method. First, he trained himself to relax deeply. The speaker told him, "When you get deeply relaxed, on the evening before you go out to sell, say to your inner receptive mind, 'When we go up to that first door tomorrow morning, you're going to see it as a gateway of opportunity. You're going to realize that the opening of that door is going to be the opening of success for that day, no matter whether you make a sale at that door or not. The ringing of that bell is the key to a day of courageous work.' Then, next morning, before you leave the house, do the same thing again. Go off by yourself where your wife won't be looking at you. Relax deeply once more. Then give your inner receptive mind that same suggestion. At the end of it, say to your inner mind, 'When I count back to 0, you are going to feel cheerful and courageous. No matter what this day brings, you are going to grapple with it courageously.'" Bob tried it. He found that the barrier of that first door in the morning could be removed. He found that he could change his own basic attitudes toward work and toward his customers. Bob still has a long way to go, but he has gained mastery over a new method of turning barriers into gateways. The girl who used willpower and auto-conditioning. Susan Bradshaw was a senior at Duke University when she became acquainted with this new technique of self-mastery. She was a strikingly attractive girl with copper-colored hair. She had been earning part of her way through college by working as a waitress in an eastern summer resort during her vacations. She was wearing the fraternity pin of a young man who was a senior in business administration, but who was scheduled to enter the Air Force when he completed his schooling. He was urging her to marry him as soon as they finished college, but not does about the proposal had grave doubts about the kind of life an airman's wife would be able to of the sort, and experienced a series of fairly deep depressions of the sort that most girls undergo under such circumstances. She was also struggling with a quite normal series of personality problems, such as how to be more friendly and cooperative, how to conquer such habits as smoking and biting of fingernails, how to adjust to the necessity of wearing glasses, which had just been prescribed for her, how to concentrate better on her studies, how to overcome fatigue, and the like. She had the true scientific spirit. Miss Bradshaw saw a chance to make some genuinely scientific experiments on the relative effectiveness of willpower and auto-conditioning as methods of grappling with her problems. She carried out 12 experiments, in each of which she applied willpower for 3 days, then let 3 days pass with no attempt to alter the patterns of her attitudes and behavior in the field in question. Then she applied auto-conditioning, with an effort not to use conscious willpower, but to rely completely upon spontaneous action, motivated by the attitude planted in the unconscious through auto-post-hypnotic suggestion, a technique that will be explained in chapters 4 and 5. In her attempt to maintain a consistently cheerful and courageous attitude toward life, she found that willpower was a failure, but that auto-conditioning was almost completely successful. By auto-conditioning, she also succeeded completely in adopting a cheerful attitude toward having to wear glasses, and in stopping the habit of biting her fingernails, whereas willpower had proved an entire failure in respect to both problems. She found that auto-conditioning was from 2 to 4 times as effective as willpower in achieving such changes as giving up smoking, stopping procrastination, improving her concentration in her classes and in her studying, in overcoming fatigue, and in being more friendly and cooperative with her associates, she reported. Autoconditioning is a great deal more pleasant to work with than willpower, because one can go about one's daily living without constantly thinking about the attitudes or behavior patterns that one would like to change. Willpower requires constant conscious effort, allowing for the possibility of forgetting, whereas autoconditioning yields a spontaneous response. How does autoconditioning work? The cases which have been reviewed briefly in these first 2 chapters, and the 6 items listed near the end of Chapter 1 under some uses of autoconditioning, give an indication of the kinds of results that normal but troubled people have been getting. But what steps must one take to achieve such solutions of his own problems? And what is the theory behind the autoconditioning process? You will look into such questions as you progress through these pages. Standout points in Chapter 2. This chapter has given brief pictures of 5 people whose lives were made over by their learning to use autoconditioning. 1. The unmarried school teacher came out of dreary drudgery and disheartenment into new joy of living and learning. 2. The Marine Corps reservist found a new road to character and to being a successful officer. 3. The student nurse stopped quarreling with her boyfriend and found new joy in her work. 4. The door-to-door salesman gained courage to ring the first doorbell at the start of each day. 5. The co-ed scientifically tested and proved the superiority of autoconditioning versus willpower. These 5 are just examples. Why don't you try it? Chapter 3. The Formula. The 4 don'ts and the 3 do's. Up to here in this audiobook. Curing people of mental depressions, releasing fresh reserves of physical and mental energy, reducing the friction which makes social relations painful and frustrating. Such results as these have been reported by experimenters at Duke University who have been applying the process of autoconditioning to their own personality problems. Some of the results of these experiments have been summarized in Chapters 1 and 2. Later chapters will take up various specific problems on which autoconditioning can help, such as how to stop being discouraged, how to get along better with one's wife or husband or children or parents, how to succeed better in one's profession, how to win promotion in one's employment, how to break bad habits, how to stop hating oneself, how to go through bereavement without despair, and the like. 7 rules, if you can follow them, will solve most problems. The achievements described in the first 2 chapters are certainly goals which most of us would like to reach. We now move right on into the practical methods by which you can do this. Most of this chapter will be used to tell you 4 things to do, and 3 things to do in order to win such achievements. Let's begin with the 4 don'ts. 1. Don't acquiesce ignobly. Let's suppose that some member of your family is treating you in a way you think is unjust. Don't acquiesce ignobly. Let's suppose that your boss is overbearing and unreasonable. Don't acquiesce ignobly. Let's suppose you would like to be married, but are not popular with the opposite sex. Don't acquiesce ignobly. These are a few sample applications of the first don't. But what is meant by acquiescing ignobly? It means this: don't just lie down and pity yourself. Don't just moan and say, "I never have any luck, I never am a winner, I'm a pitiable failure." Don't let your misfortunes turn you so blue that it rubs off on everyone around you. Don't acquiesce ignobly. 2. Don't evade cravenly. Or don't run away like a coward. If something is menacing you, don't panic. Don't quit your job the first time your boss calls you down. Don't rush out and quit school merely because you have flunked an examination. Don't crawl into your shell and sulk just because you think someone is treating you badly. That's a psychological method of evading cravenly. If your children are little demons, don't pretend that they are angels because you haven't the courage to face the facts. That would be another psychological way of evading cravenly. Don't jump to the conclusion that divorce is the only answer merely because you and your spouse have had a quarrel, or because your home life has not been very blissful during the past month or so. Don't evade cravenly. 3. Don't attack vindictively. If your boyfriend treats you shabbily, don't take it out by hating all men from that time forward. If your neighbor turns on the TV too loud at midnight, don't heave a brick through his window. If your employer doesn't pay you what you think you're worth, don't take it out by sabotaging his machinery. If the Soviet dictatorship threatens the peace and the very existence of civilization, don't react by hating the Russian people. Don't attack vindictively. 4. Don't rush rashly. If you are a young girl who is unhappy in the home of your father and mother, don't up and marry the fellow you met last week just in order to try to get out of the frying pan. If you're desperately short of cash, don't borrow money to bet on a tip from the racetrack or to buy a sure thing in the stock market. If the communists are aggravating and provocative, don't try to rush your country into preventive atomic war. Don't rush rashly. The don'ts all mean, don't waste your energy and don't use it to destroy. If we stop to look at these 4 don'ts, grouped together, we begin to see that each of them has something in common with the other 3. All 4 of these unwise types of action result from the pressure of emotional energy. Each of them is a reaction to a menacing situation. Your body, your belongings, your loved ones, your cherished ideals, these things which you call mine, are menaced. They are threatened with damage or destruction. What is your personality? Personality may be called that which thinks I, plus everything which that I calls mine. Your personality is a structure for gathering and using energy. Whenever any of these parts of your personality, these more or less vital extensions of our physical selves, are thus menaced or threatened, you are bound to become excited. That is to say, energy is stirred up in you by the menace that threatens your body, your family, your home, your business, your ideals, or your religious faith. Stop and think what would happen if someone in your family was injured in an automobile accident, or if you lost a large sum of money, or if someone insulted you, or if you failed in some cherished undertaking, or if someone treated you unjustly, or if a bomb was dropped on your city. Each of these would be a menacing stimulus to stir up your personality. If you are in a normal state of health, you promptly become filled with vital energy that presses toward action. Your heart beats faster, your breath comes quicker, your glands begin to pour stimulants and sugar for fuel into your bloodstream. Your senses become alert. Any problem you have in hand might be summed up in this question: what will I do with this energy? Every menace is a challenge. The energy that challenges stir up in one's personality is potentially an asset. The excitement stirred up by a menace may be likened to a high-tension current of electricity, or to a blaze of fire, or to the pressure of water behind a dam. If electricity is short-circuited through a defective wire, it may burn the house down. If it is short-circuited through a human body, it may electrocute that body. If the furnace fire that heats the house gets down into the trash pile, it may destroy one's home. If the dam bursts, the water pressure, which ought to run dynamos and provide light and energy for a whole district, may destroy, instead of being a source of comfort and constructive power. So too with the emotional energy in our personalities. Wisely used, that dynamic can be of immense benefit. But turned into destructive channels, it can tear down our social relationships, our financial resources, our physical health, our self-respect, or any of the other structures of our personality. The 4 don'ts all mean: don't waste or use destructively the vital powers stirred up by the challenges of life. The 3 do's. Just as the don'ts summarize 4 ways to avoid turning your energies into wasteful or destructive directions, so the do's suggest 3 positive ways in which your energies can be put to work to achieve the goals which, at your best, you most desire. 1. Do grapple courageously. What is the difference between rushing rashly and grappling courageously? In both cases, one comes to grips with danger or difficulty. In both cases, the energy stirred up by a menace is applied to the problem one confronts, but there is a great contrast. He who rushes rashly throws his energy into the first action pattern that presents it: self. He acts impulsively, impetuously, inconsiderately. But he who grapples courageously is acting deliberately, not necessarily slowly, but with due deliberation and consideration. In other words, the courageous grappler is using his head. He is making the best of a threatening situation. This courageous grappling calls for 3 steps. The first step is an inventory of the situation in which you find yourself. What is the real nature of the menace? How great is it? At what points is it open to attack? You also need to take an inventory of yourself as related to this menace. What are your strong points and your weaknesses in confronting this danger? How have you dealt with such menaces in the past? And what resources outside yourself might be made of use in coming to grips with the threatened danger? The second step is determining clearly in your own mind the possible lines of action you might take. Sometimes, in despair, one feels that he has been driven into a cul-de-sac, a blind alley from which no escape is possible. But this is always a delusion. No matter how bad a situation may seem, there are always several different possible ways of dealing with it. Out of your thoughtful inventory, there should emerge a roadmap, an action diagram on which you see the paths that fork away from the danger spot you stand upon. Some of these paths will lead toward the light, some toward a deeper abyss, some toward primrose paths, some toward thorny and rocky upward climbs. Whatever the paths are, in this second stage of grappling courageously, you need to see them as clearly as you can. Then comes the third step. With the best insight you can summon, pick out from among the possible roads the one that seems most clearly to lead in the direction in which, at your best, you really want to go. Having selected this road, throw all your energy into the endeavor to climb that hill, to progress along that line of action. If, by chance, you later find that you have chosen the wrong path, you can once more grapple courageously and choose again, knowing that courage, sooner or later, is likely to produce a creative solution. 2. Do cooperate creatively. Sometimes your courageous grappling has to be done on your own, with no help from any partner or comrade. But that is rare. No man lives to himself, and no man dies to himself. We are all linked together in the great web of life. The first step in cooperating creatively is to look around and realize that other people are facing problems more or less akin to your own. Every anguish that any one of us can suffer has been suffered before and is being suffered now by others. Sometimes sufferers will team up, and by united strength and wisdom, solve problems that no single-handed hero could hope to master. Moreover, if you begin to think in terms of the needs, the fears, the aspirations, and the hopes of your fellows, you find that to give is to receive. He who is helpful gets help. Even more urgent, as a motive for cooperating creatively, is the fact that much of our suffering and many of our difficulties emerge from the careless way in which we step on other people's toes. The utterly self-centered person is likely to keep hurting people around him, even though he does not mean to do it. These wounds he inflicts on others make him a menacing stimulus to his associates. Our impulsive way of reacting to a menace is either to run away from it or to attack it even, though there are better ways of dealing with most menaces. But if we ourselves become menaces, there is a fairly good chance that other people will either avoid us or seek to damage us as much as we have damaged them. Many of our problems would fade if we could learn to put into effect this second do. Do cooperate creatively. 3. Do adventure spiritually. Down through the ages, religious seers of the great faiths have reported to mankind that there is a wisdom higher than any human wisdom, a power greater than any human power, and that these are available to sincere and humble seekers. One of the most successful movements for reconstructing personality that modern times have seen is Alcoholics Anonymous. One of the essential steps by which a hopeless drunk becomes once more a self-respecting and creative member of society is by first confessing that he is helpless to overcome his alcoholic appetite by himself, and then acknowledging the existence of a higher power on whose help he can throw himself. As someone put it, it is necessary to admit the existence of something beyond oneself, even if that something is nothing more than the multiplication table. This open-minded outreach toward an at least hypothetical power higher than yourself, this Willingness to try the experiment of seeking guidance and inspiration for the mastery of otherwise insoluble complexities and disasters is what is meant by adventuring spiritually. No specific religious creed is implied. Beyond the basic creed of the scientists that hypotheses which are reported as having emerged out of past experience can be tested by open-minded and critical experimentation. Those who have tried the experiment have reported in great numbers that the results justify the venture. Do use your energy creatively and cooperatively. Do tap in on superhuman energy. That sums up the 3 do's. Heaven on earth may be defined as a social state in which all work together freely and joyously for the common good. The corresponding hell on earth is a state in which all are dominated by force, fraud, or fear. To the extent that anyone applies the 3 do's, he moves out of hell on earth into heaven on earth. The basis of the heavenly life is joyous creativity. To work for the common good. To grapple courageously means that the dynamic energies of your personality flow through the channels of constructive work instead of being wasted or used destructively in fear, anger, or self-pity. The hateful, resentful, dejected, and defeated emotions are transmuted into courage, enthusiasm, and joy. To cooperate creatively adds a social factor to this constructive use of energy. You work together for the common good. Your life energies are transmuted into the cheerful forms of friendliness, partnership, and teamwork. To adventure spiritually means that your life activities take on a further and an infinite dimension. Increasingly, you become aware of love, not merely as a private, temporary, emotional reaction, but as a profound aspect of the creativity that works in the universe. Your comradeship with men and women of goodwill begins to reach out beyond the world of the senses, into the infinite regions of joy and mutual understanding. How can you avoid the don'ts and really do the do's? Most people, on having the 4 don'ts and the 3 do's presented to them, recognize that these are 7 very good pieces of advice. The don'ts call attention to 4 useless and often disastrous ways of misusing the energy stirred up by crises, while at least 2 of the 3 do's represent simple common-sense embodiments of wisdom in conduct. But when one has agreed to those propositions, and perhaps made some good resolutions that hereafter he will heed the do's and avoid the don'ts, he is likely to find himself coming face to face with a very disturbing fact. Mere willpower is not enough. One of the Duke experimenters was telling a friend about the newfound serenity and joy she had achieved through autoconditioning. She told how she had overcome tendencies to procrastinate, to worry, to blame other people for her faults, and the like. Before taking part in these experiments at Duke, she had been prone to depression, dejection, and even despair. Through this new method, she learned to recondition herself so that her reactions became courageous, happy, and even joyful. Her friend said, "Sure enough, you do seem to be mighty cheerful these days. Nothing seems to get you down. I've never seen you smile so much before, but I know what does it. It's just willpower." "Oh, no, it isn't," retorted the experimenter. "I'd been trying willpower for years, and it never worked. Now I've been trying autoconditioning for 2 weeks, and it works magnificently." Tolstoy tried to use willpower and failed. Is willpower all one needs to solve problems of the kinds just listed? The experience of Tolstoy may awaken sympathy in the minds of many who have been through disillusionments similar to his. How should he abstain from gambling? He would get up in the morning with the best of intentions. But a comrade officer would come with a bottle of Porto, and intentions would go up in smoke. In the Caucasus, as in Moscow, he continued to gamble away large sums of money. Thus, in Tiflis, he played 1,000 rounds of billiards with the best marker of the city, and were it not for a happy chance, he would have lost all his fortune. A couple of years later, fighting near Sebastopol in the Crimean War, he noted in his diary, "I have played Stos, a card game, for 2 days and 2 nights. The result is clear. I have gambled away the house of the Yasnaya Polyana. I am so disgusted with myself that I wish I could forget everything, including my own existence." But a happy chance saved him again. And once more he played, lost, and won. He locked himself up alone, and spent day after day in vain attempts at elaborating the rules of the game, which would enable him to win without failure. Yet, as soon as he found himself at the gaming table, he was carried away by his passion and forgot all about his rules. Meanwhile, Tolstoy, the moralist, sighed, complained, threatened, and remained powerless. Still more difficult was it for Tolstoy to get rid of another bad habit, of falling in love, at least for a day or two, with literally every good-looking girl he chanced to lay his eyes on. Today it was a wild Cossack woman. Tomorrow it would be a remote relative. The sting of carnal desire tortures me again. Yesterday I was tempted by a good-looking gypsy girl, but God saved me from sinning. Have been again running after girls. Such and other similar notes are scattered all through the diary. Yet a dashing temperament was combined in the young Tolstoy with a rare timidity. The sight of a petticoat made him often behave like a fool, blush and hesitate. But desire conquered all, even timidity, and Tolstoy rushed from one love adventure to another, as he rushed from the gaming table to a drinking party or from literary pursuits to the battlefield. Opening his diary at night, he registered, analyzed, and submitted to a pitiless criticism, literally, all his thoughts and deeds of the day. I must abstain from wine and women. The delight they give is passing and uncertain, but the repentance that follows is so heavy. Whatever I am doing, I must do it with all my attention and zeal. I must never act at once when a strong feeling wakes up in my soul. I must rest it by my judgment first, and then act resolutely. Today I have not finished my prayer because of a false shame before Alexiev, his colonel. Wrote little and inattentively. Ate too much and dozed off from laziness. Gave up writing because of Arslan Khan's arrival. Boasted of my connections with Prince Gorchakov. Offended Yanushkevich, his comrade, without any reason. Wanted to have women. Tomorrow I must get up early, write adolescence until dinner, then go to the village and try to do some good deed. 1. Your willpower and mine. A good many of us in our struggles to keep our good resolutions have found ourselves over and over again in the sad company of Tolstoy. We have found that our good resolutions break down. When a new and unexpected crisis arises, we are apt to slump back into the old repudiated behavior pattern. A new sense of discouragement and disillusionment is likely to result. The essential problem can be stated in some such terms these. What each one of us wants to do is to guide his life and control his actions in accordance with his best long-run aims. If one could always grapple courageously, cooperate creatively, and adventure spiritually, then he could always be cheerful and quite often joyous. We all know that we ought to have courage, that we ought to be peaceable, friendly, and cooperative. But the difficulty is that most of us have found it impossible to live up consistently to those rules. Before we know it, we find ourselves sinking into discouragement, or feeling resentful, or lying awake at night in spasms of worry, fear, and perhaps self-disgust. Such things press us down into the lower end of the mood meter. Autoconditioning solves the problem. But a successful remedy has been found. Psychological research has discovered that human emotions can be transmuted. Whether you experience discouragement, misery, and resentment on the one hand, or courage, joy, and friendliness on the other, depends upon the channels into which your inner emotional energies are directed. The undisciplined, down in our unconscious minds, is prone to turn our energies impulsively into vindictive attack, or panicky retreat, or self-pitying despair. But if our attitudes are transmuted in the light of our best ideals, these very same energies can be rechanneled into cooperation, comradeship, constructive endeavor, and enthusiasm. The practical technique for thus transmuting emotions is autoconditioning. The 4 don'ts and the 3 do's summed up. The 4 don'ts all mean: don't waste your energy and don't use it to destroy. 1. Don't acquiesce ignobly. 2. Don't evade cravenly. 3. Don't attack vindictively. 4. Don't rush rashly. The do's suggest 3 ways in which these energies can be put to work, achieving the goals you most desire. 1. Do grapple courageously. 2. Do cooperate creatively. 3. Do adventure spiritually. Do use your energy creatively and cooperatively. Do tap in on superhuman energy that sums up the 3 do's. Mere willpower is not enough. Tolstoy tried to use willpower and failed. Autoconditioning solves the problem. Book 2. How Autoconditioning Works. Preface to Book 2. You will agree, I believe, that the results described in Book I are revolutionary in importance. To achieve happiness and to avoid misery have been among the most cherished goals of mankind. From ancient philosophers up to modern manufacturers of gadgets, the ideal of making people happy has been outstanding. We have seen in Book 1 the testimonies of a number of people who once were addicted to emotional depression. They suffered in ways that millions upon millions of people still suffer in their daily lives. Yet these people who have been initiated into autoconditioning tell us that they no longer get depressed. They have learned to live every day on a level of cheerful courage. Most of us want more than that. To learn to be consistently happy is certainly of immense importance. But we want to be useful as well as happy. We want to be friendly, to love, and to be loved. These are parts of happiness, but they go beyond any merely self-centered wish to make oneself happy. These people who have learned autoconditioning tell us that it has opened the door to far greater usefulness and successful achievement than had been possible before. They succeed better at their work. They succeed better as lovers, husbands, and wives. They are better companions, better friends, and better partners. The natural question for any one of us is, how can I achieve these results? The answer to that question is set forth now in Book 2. Chapter 4. How to Autocondition Yourself. Now we come to the kernel of the answer. The habit of being depressed and discouraged can be cured in at least a good proportion of the people who are willing to cooperate in the method of treatment recently developed at Duke University. That discovery has emerged out of decades of research and experiment. Not only the curing of mental depression, but also the release of new energy, the marked increase of working efficiency, the substitution of friendliness for antagonism and irritation, and the curing of stubborn bad habits have been reported. Now the reader may consider detailed instructions about how to achieve these results. In this chapter they can only be summarized. To gain the results reported by the Duke experimenters, it may be helpful at the start to work under trained specialists who understand the process and who can advise and direct the one who aspires to use this new technique. But any intelligent person who really wants to do so can learn to use autoconditioning by studying and applying the following basic instructions. The essence of autoconditioning. In a majority of the people who really work at it, this process produces the following result. The painful and destructive energies of fear, anger, and depression are transformed into courage, happiness, and successful teamwork. 5 steps sum up autoconditioning. 1. Pick out your problem. Autoconditioning is a way of changing your own deep inner attitudes so that you can come to grips successfully with whatever problem faces you. This problem may be a feeling of discouragement, a quarrel, a bad habit, feeling sleepy or tired when you need to work any. Of a long list of troubles that might be solved if you could change your own deep-down attitudes. 2. Go off alone and relax. Seek the most quiet and comfortable place you can find, where you can be alone. Sit down in a comfortable chair. Then you close your eyes and take 5 or 10 minutes to relax more deeply and more completely than most people ever do, except when they're asleep. 3. The real you gives the orders to your ID. It is a kind of jungle chimpanzee who lives deep down in your own unconscious mind, your inner receptive mind. The id is what sends up the impulses, urges, hungers, and drives that move your conscious mind. The real you is the I inside you who says, I will and I won't. When you're deeply relaxed, the real you can bring your id into line with your own best purposes. Just silently tell your id, kindly but firmly, how you really want him to act. 4. Then you come out of it. Results are usually instantaneous, but they keep getting stronger for hours after you auto-condition. Often there is permanent improvement. 5. You repeat when needed. You can auto-condition yourself again when you feel the need of it. After 2 or 3 weeks of practice, you can do it in a very few minutes. You find that you are building a new set of attitudes and habits. A new way of life begins to take possession of you, courageous, friendly, and receptive. Auto-conditioning is auto-post-hypnotic suggestion. Do not let that statement alarm you. There's nothing weird or uncanny or occult about it, except, of course, that the results can be astonishingly better than you have ever achieved, or even though you could achieve by other methods. You don't have to go to sleep in order to auto-condition yourself. Indeed, you do not go to sleep unless that is what you are really trying to do. Of course, if you are tired and really want and need sleep, auto-conditioning is one of the very best ways to get it. Auto-hypnosis, as used in auto-conditioning, has 3 essentials. Recent scientific work on hypnotism, published in learned journals, points to the conclusion that just 3 things are necessary in order that a person shall become hypnotized. First, there must be deep physical relaxation. Second, the field of consciousness must be narrowed down by shutting out everything that disturbs and distracts, and by concentrating on a few points of central interest. Third, the inner receptive mind of the hypnotized person must be given authoritative, convincing suggestions. Auto-hypnosis calls for those same 3 essentials. Only the authoritative suggestions are given by the real you, your directing ego, speaking silently to your own id, in your own inner receptive mind. Post-hypnotic suggestion plays a vital part. If you have ever seen a hypnotist give a public demonstration, you have probably seen him use post-hypnotic suggestion. For example, a psychology professor was giving a lecture, demonstration on hypnotism. He put one of his students into a deep hypnotic sleep, and then told him, "In a few moments I shall wake you up. You won't remember consciously what I'm saying now, but I'll be talking after you wake up. And I'll cough now and then. When I cough the 3rd time, you will get up and pull down the shade on that window." The professor then woke the student out of the hypnotic sleep. As the professor went on talking to the class, he coughed now and then. When he coughed the 3rd time, the student got up, went to the window, and pulled down the blind. "Why did you do that?" the professor asked. "The light hurt my eyes," answered the student. Stimulus conditioning response. 3 things play parts in post-hypnotic suggestions. First is the stimulus. In the above case, the stimulus was the professor's 3rd cough. Second is the conditioned linkage. In the above case, that was created by the suggestion given during hypnosis. The 3rd thing is the response that the conditioning links up with the stimulus. In the above case, the response was pulling down the blind. Post-hypnotic suggestion can be auto too. When you hypnotize yourself, your real self, the directing ego, can give a post-hypnotic suggestion to your own inner receptive mind. Suppose that the stimulus is something that threatens you, and the response you want to give is courage. You link up the courage response to the threat stimulus by means of auto-post-hypnotic suggestion. The preliminaries of auto-conditioning. The 5 steps summing up auto-conditioning, as listed above, are only the bare essentials of the process. To perform the experiment successfully, you must carry out more detailed instructions, such as the following. 1. Self-charting with the mood meter. The best measurement of your success or failure in auto-conditioning is the effect it has on your ability to stay steadily courageous, cheerful, enthusiastic, and creative. Among the most striking results of the experiments at Duke have been the self-charts, showing how students who were in the habit of plunging repeatedly into deep mental depressions have kept themselves steadily at high levels of courage since learning auto-conditioning. In order to give yourself a check on your own results, It is important to use the mood meter several times a day to record your ups and downs, for at least a week before your auto-conditioning experiments begin. A separate booklet of forms for this purpose will be found in the pocket inside the front cover of this book. 2. The physical setting. The room in which the experiment is conducted should be as quiet as possible. Street noises, telephone bells, music, loudspeaker announcements, radio broadcasts, and other noises must be kept out if the experiment is to have a good chance of success. Freedom from interruption is required. Temperature should be fairly normal. Lights should be dimmed. A comfortable chair should be used, the more comfortable the better. People who lie down are quite likely to go to sleep instead of achieving auto-conditioning. 3. Selecting the objective. Before beginning the relaxation, you should have clearly in mind the particular type of auto-conditioning you hope to achieve. For a first trial, an excellent objective is the achievement of cheerful courage. If you are facing some particular difficulty, worry, or emergency, you should silently identify the problem in your own mind and make that the objective of your exercise. If you have no such problem at the moment, condition yourself to meet any of the problems indicated in paragraph 11, following. A written statement of the objective chosen should be entered in your private record. 4. Pre-charting. The mood meter, discussed in paragraph 1 preceding, should be used to make a recording on the self. Chart during the last 5 minutes before auto-conditioning. 5. Posture. Auto-conditioning may be carried out in any posture that makes it easy for you to forget your physical body. The following is recommended unless or until you find a better one. Both your feet should be placed flat on the floor. Your hands should be dropped palms down on the tops of your legs, about halfway between the knees and hips. If you use an armchair, your elbows should be adjusted so that you feel no discomfort. Your eyes should then be closed. If a chair that does not support your head is being used, give yourself the autosuggestion that your head will be kept balanced in a relaxed but erect position. Auto-conditioning itself. 6. Achieving deep relaxation. The first thing you need for auto-conditioning is very deep relaxation. The quiet of the room, the dimness of the lights, the closing of the eyes, and the comfort of the chair are all for the purpose of cutting down the sensations you get from your surroundings. The deep relaxation takes out the motor part of the sensory-motor mind. That means that both your sense organs and your voluntary muscles quiet down and fade out for the time being. Your real self then takes charge. We shall call that self your directing ego. The directing ego talks silently to your own receptive inner mind, calling it you. You should become thoroughly familiar with the following, and should memorize the essence of the phrases used. Later, you should get used to making up and thinking to yourself phrases that fit your own personal needs. In the present attempt, your ego silently says to your receptive inner mind, you are now going to relax deeply. Begin with your hands. Let your hands become limp and heavy. Limp and heavy. They are getting heavier and heavier, heavier and heavier. All these words and phrases about relaxation should be thought through slowly and impressively, and should be repeated over and over to strengthen their suggestion. Let your hands become as limp as though they were 2 wet oak leaves lying on the trunks of fallen trees in a forest, utterly limp and heavy. Watch for any tension in your hands, or your wrists, or your arms, and serenely let go of every tense muscle. Keep on letting go. Your whole body is getting heavy, heavy, limp, relaxed. If you find any tension anywhere, in any muscle, simply relax serenely. As your hands get heavier, more and more relaxed, and more limp and heavy, you are feeling a sense of peace. It spreads up through your fingers into your hands, into your wrists, into your forearms, and up through your arms into your body. You feel more and more peaceful. You feel this peace streaming into you. It is a physical stream, a deep sense of peace, relaxation, and serenity. Now, while this sense of peace, this heaviness, this deep relaxation and peace spread up through your hands into your arms and into your body, while they keep on spreading up into your body, turn your attention to the muscles of your face, Let your face become heavy, serene, relaxed, more and more relaxed and quiet. Let go of the puckers between your eyes. Let go of the crow's feet at the corners of your eyes. Let go of the tensions in your cheeks and around your mouth and in your neck. Let your whole face become serene, like a lake after the wind has died down and the ripples have ceased, and the calm surface begins to reflect the trees and the clouds and the sky and, at long last, the stars. You begin to feel the peace that passes all understanding. Your whole body is serene, relaxed, peaceful utterly, limp and relaxed. I am going to count from 1 to 5. As I count, you will feel this peace and relaxation become deeper and deeper. 1 more and more relaxed. 2. Deeper and deeper. 3 more and more relaxed. 4 still deeper, more peaceful, more relaxed. 5 You are now deep in a relaxed state from which you will not come out until I count back to 0. You are deeply comfortable, deeply receptive. You are ready now to take instructions for the future. Some form of words like the above should be memorized in advance and repeated silently, not as empty phrases, but as instructions for directing and focusing your own attention, for relaxing, and for producing acts. This fact is fundamental. Effective auto-conditioning requires deep relaxation. The exact words do not matter. The phrases in the ritual may be altered to suit needs. One of the Duke experimenters said that she thought of herself as being like a water lily floating on the surface of a calm lake. Another Duke experimenter imagined himself as sinking deeper and deeper into a fur rug. Another thought of her body becoming limp like a rag doll. Still another thought of his body as becoming as slack as a sack of potatoes, or as detached as a wax image. Still another thought of herself as floating in the air above her inert and completely relaxed body. 7. Self-reinforcement of relaxation. As soon as you have begun to feel the deep sense of peace spread into your body, you can reinforce the process by making the following suggestion. You are now beginning to be deeply relaxed. This relaxation will go on getting deeper and deeper until I count back to 0. 8. 2 difficulties. At this stage, many people run into one or both of 2 obstacles. One of these is that you might go to sleep. This, of course, will be particularly likely to happen if you are short of sleep. Even persons not short of sleep, however, are likely to find that dream images begin to emerge when deep relaxation is achieved. If this should happen to you, take it merely as a signal to yourself to bring your attention back and to center on the next step. The second difficulty is mind wandering. Hypnotism calls for the complete centering of the person's consciousness upon a single thought. It requires at least a marked narrowing of your field of consciousness. For auto-conditioning, it is vital that your directing ego hold the spotlight of your inner attention upon the problem in hand. 9. The feedback. Auto-conditioning has a built-in device by means of which it can be reinforced, so that it can be made to continue its effectiveness longer. This feedback is taken care of by the following suggestion, which your directing ego gives to your receptive inner mind as soon as deep relaxation has been achieved. You will keep coming back to auto-conditioning with continued enthusiasm and with increasing effectiveness. You will achieve deep relaxation more and more easily, and you will achieve auto-conditioning more and more effectively. 10. The crucial autosuggestion. We now come to the very core of auto-conditioning, namely, the suggestion made in the state of deep relaxation, by means of which your attitudes are changed to what you want them to be. The nature of this key suggestion, of course, must depend upon the particular problem on which you are working. Assuming that what you want now is to grapple courageously with whatever menaces you may meet, your crucial suggestion may well take some such form as this. No matter what comes, we will grapple with it courageously. This difficulty we are facing now, or any other difficulty that arises in the future, will be met with courage and enthusiasm. The precise phrasing does not matter. The crucial thing is that you put into words, and at the same time, feel deeply in your own focused attention, that you propose hereafter to react with the impulse to use your head, and to direct your full energies in the wisest way you know, instead of giving the wasteful and destructive reactions that the undisciplined did, is likely to bring forth impulsively and less auto-conditioned. 11. Alternative crucial suggestions. Quite often you may want to achieve other objectives, rather than merely the purpose of coming out of depression, by grappling courageously with whatever the situation may be. Any one of the following may be substituted, modifying the phrasings to suit your special needs. It is assumed, of course, that before using any of these autosuggestions, you will have reached a state of deep relaxation and will have brought your consciousness to a focus on the problem in hand. It is also assumed that in each case your directing ego is speaking silently to your receptive inner mind, giving suggestions that will establish a linkage, so that the stimulus in question will in each case call forth the desired kind of reaction, instead of provoking destructive or wasteful surges of emotional energy. To relieve fatigue and sleepiness, the following may be used. When you come out of this deep relaxation, you will feel rested, alert, and enthusiastic. B. To change one's own antagonisms into friendliness. Try this. Whenever this particular difficult person is annoying, that will bring to your mind immediately all of his good and admirable qualities. The fact that he is troublesome will remind you to be gentle, understanding, and friendly. C. To overcome procrastination. Try this. As soon as you come out of this deep relaxation, you will tackle with vigor that disagreeable job. You will clean it up promptly and efficiently, so as to set yourself free to turn your attention to the things you really want to do. D. To meet successfully a difficult situation, in which you might otherwise be tense, inhibited, or panicky. Try this. When you get up before that audience, or go into that examination room, or are called in for that interview or whatever, you will be at your best. You will feel self-possessed, at ease, and competent. All your mental resources will be easily and fully available. E. To deal with feelings of guilt and self-contempt. The following may be used. Whenever you are tempted to think ill of yourself, you will instantly be reminded to treat yourself with the same respect, patience, and friendly understanding that you would want to give, when you are at your best, to any other individual. You will respect yourself fully, and you will come to grips courageously with your own defects when these become manifested to you. Whatever the problem may be, you should adapt the words of the suggestion to fit your own needs and aspirations. 12. The euphoria suggestion. During each auto-conditioning experiment in which courage and cheerfulness are the objectives, you should use the grapple courageously suggestion. In addition, just before coming out of this relaxation, you should suggest to yourself that you will feel happy when you come out of it. The technical word for this good feeling is euphoria. The directing ego should suggest to the receptive inner mind something like the following. After I have counted back to 0, you will come out of this deep relaxation, feeling cheerful, courageous, and enthusiastic. Other adjectives may be substituted here, according to the wishes and tastes of the experimenter. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 13. Coming out. You should then open your eyes and score yourself once more on the self-chart with the mood. Chapter 5. Speeding up your auto-conditioning. Getting your second wind. Just as runners in a race may find a second wind if they hang on beyond the point where their early breathlessness has passed away, so also is there such a thing as a psychological second wind, as William James of Harvard has pointed out. This certainly applies in the endeavor to achieve easy mastery of auto-conditioning. The first rush of enthusiasm comes when one discovers that auto-conditioning really works, and that it can reorganize personality in highly significant ways. This may carry you quite a distance in the early stages of self-training. However, this first flush of enthusiasm is almost certain to die down in part after a while. You may begin to take for granted the fact that depressions can be cured, that fatigue can at least temporarily be overcome, and that the other benefits of auto-conditioning can be achieved. Don't quit. But then some difficulties begin to show up. You may find that the act of auto-conditioning takes a good deal of time, under the more elaborate methods that must be used by beginners. You may, perhaps, try out auto-conditioning for some purpose to which it is not adapted, or in which your own personality is not responsive. To drop the method at this stage would be very much like the runner who drops out of the race because he has not stuck it out long enough to get his second wind. Perseverance at this stage is likely to prove highly rewarding. The time can be cut down. The instructions about auto-conditioning that have been given in Chapter 4 are meant for people who have not yet gained skill in it. When a person first learns how to auto-condition by the methods in Chapter 4, the process is likely to take as long as 20 to 30 minutes each time. The investment of that time is well worthwhile, of course, when you are trying to correct such defects as getting depressed, quarreling, holding grudges, becoming exhausted before your work is done, being tortured by fear and worry, or being the victim of bad habits that reduce your working efficiency, shorten your life, or damage your values in other ways. To learn how to stop being discouraged, how to become marriageable, how to forge ahead in your career, how to bring your marriage to a higher level of happiness, these achievements are of such major importance that a few half hours devoted to auto-conditioning are a trivial price to pay for them. Shortcuts are needed. But as these major problems are progressively solved, and as one begins to use auto-conditioning to work out the minor problems of everyday living, it begins to be inconvenient, and often quite impractical, to take time out every little while for auto-conditioning methods that absorb a half hour or even more. The following method should not be tried until you have mastered the longer ritual. You must first get to be skillful at deep relaxation. You must first get clear, real, useful results by using the longer procedure. But after you have won these skills, there is no need to spend the time to go through all of the steps needed by the new initiate. Indeed, note you have one skill in auto-conditioning. These longer methods may become tedious and might actually defeat the objectives you seek. When your experience reaches that point, it is worthwhile to begin learning the shorter methods that can produce equally good or perhaps even better results in a much shorter space of time. The 4-word method of auto-conditioning. The essentials. Hypnosis, including auto-hypnosis, involves using words that have become signals to set off certain conditioned responses. The responses needed as a preliminary to auto-conditioning consist in 1. Damping down the senses by going into a dark, quiet place where you will not be disturbed, and by sitting in a comfortable chair. 2. Cutting out muscle activity by deep relaxation. And 3. Narrowing your field of consciousness by concentrating on the particular problem you have in hand and on the suggestions to be given to your inner receptive mind. Being quiet and alone. These preliminaries are much the same in the shorter as in the longer process, but they can be simplified. It is, of course, absolutely necessary that one be free of interruptions. To have to respond to a telephone or to someone asking questions, or to give attention to matters other than the auto-conditioning process, cancels the 3 essential factors needed for auto-conditioning, namely 1. Reduction of sensory stimulation. 2. Relaxation of voluntary muscles. And 3. Concentrating the entire attention upon the problem in hand. Reducing the ritual. The ritual presented in Chapter 4 is an elaborate series of words and phrases which, for most people, have the associations and the conditioning power needed to facilitate and bring about quieting of the senses, relaxation of the muscles, and focusing of attention. To do this in a mind unaccustomed to auto-conditioning requires some such elaborate series of words and phrases, with a good deal of repetition and reinforcement. Here are the 4 key words. But after the channels have been opened up and the habits of auto-conditioning have begun to be formed, this series of inner responses can be brought about by a much simpler series of words, provided that you alertly keep up the associated meanings and physical processes the words are to set off. 4 words can be used as keys to trigger the entire process, if the full value of each word is developed and retained. The 4 words are 1. Relax. 2. Heavy. 3. Peace. And 4. Reinforce. These 4 words will lead you into deep relaxation if you will fill your mind completely with their full meanings. Here, very briefly, is what should be happening in your mind as you use them. 1. Relax. As you auto-condition, say this word to yourself. This should bring to mind feelings of profound relaxation. Particularly, you should watch for any tension in your fingers, hands, wrists, forearms, forehead, eyes, cheeks, mouth, and neck, and you should serenely relax any tension you find. This stage of relaxation need take only a minute or two. As you become an experienced autoconditioner, you will quickly recognize whether you have actually let go of muscular tensions in your hands, arms, and face, and when this has been achieved, you will recognize that you are ready for the next stage. 2. Heavy. When you say this word silently to yourself, you turn your attention to the feeling of heaviness that tends to develop in your hands, and perhaps in your face and in your entire body when relaxation is achieved. It will help if you suggest to yourself progressive stages of heaviness by silently repeating such phrases as these: heavy like wood. Then think of your hands as being as heavy as a couple of 2-4s resting on your knees. Heavy as stone. Then too by your hands as though they were carved in stone like the hands of a statue, resting heavily on your knees. Heavy like hands as you say this silently. Think of your hands as being even heavier than stone, resting with great weight upon your thighs. For best results, it is usually helpful to spend a few seconds thinking of this heavy feeling as becoming greater and greater, and to think of it as spreading into your body. 3. Peace. When the feeling of heaviness has become quite definite and deep, attention should be turned by the silent utterance of the word to the feeling of peace that tends to flood your body through your hands. Again, a few seconds should be devoted to thinking of this powerful feeling of peace as flooding your arms, your chest, your entire body. 4. Reinforce. In this brief method, as soon as the feelings of heaviness and peace have been well induced and developed, take the word reinforce as a clue to set off in your inner mind such autosuggestions as: this relaxation will now become really deep. Count up to 5 with definite suggestions of progressive steps toward deep relaxation. Then say, this relaxation will keep on getting deeper till I count back to 0. As soon as these phrases have been uttered silently to your inner receptive mind, with active attention to their meaning and significance, you should give the crucial auto-post-hypnotic suggestion for which the profound relaxation has prepared the way. In this abbreviated method of autoconditioning, it is, of course, of prime importance that you should be keeping constantly in mind the meaning of the words you are uttering, and constantly bringing into your field of attention the detailed processes for which these words are used as triggers. Autoconditioning is a way of putting your unconscious into line with your highest conscious purposes. But in this process, your conscious mind teams up with your unconscious. At every step, your directing ego must focus attention on the operation. The eye fixation technique for autoconditioning. More rapid than either the basic or the 4-word method of autoconditioning, and at least equally effective, is a new method which is summarized in the following instructions. 1. Go apart. Retire to a quiet, dimly lit, comfortably ventilated place in which you will be free from interruption. Seat yourself in a comfortable chair or chaise longue, taking whatever position makes it easiest for you to forget about your body. Close your eyes. 2. Fix your eyes. Imagine that a crystal ball about 1 inch in diameter is being held against the middle of your forehead. Imagine that a beam of light is illuminating this crystal sphere. If you have any trouble imagining such a sphere, a substitute method is to touch a spot just above and between your eyes with your finger, or with the eraser end of a pencil. 3. Say to yourself, you are to focus your eyes on this crystal ball, or on the spot that has been touched on your forehead. Think of nothing else but that crystal ball, or that spot. Keep focusing your eyes on that ball, or spot. Think of nothing else. Keep on focusing your eyes at that point. Your eye muscles will begin to contract and to become rigid, but keep on focusing and concentrating on this point in front of your forehead. 4. Then say to yourself, you are now about to sink into a deep state of relaxation. I am going to count to 5, and as I count, every muscle in your body will become relaxed. Your eyes will relax, and all the rest of your body will let go completely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Reinforce. As you feel this deep sense of release, heaviness, and peace come over your body, with a relaxation of all tension in your eyes, Say to yourself, this state of relaxation will go on getting deeper and deeper until I count back to 0. 6. The feedback. Now repeat the standard feedback autosuggestion. You will keep coming back to autoconditioning with continued enthusiasm and with increasing effectiveness. 7. At this point, the crucial autosuggestion should be given. 8. Come out. You then say to yourself, as I count back from 5 to 0, you will become wide awake, alert, rested, and cheerful. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Improving your concentration. Wandering of attention. One of the crucial factors in successful autoconditioning is the narrowing of the field of consciousness by centering full attention on a chosen series of suggestions. A major difficulty met by those who seek to use autoconditioning is wandering of attention. Recorded experiments indicate that results are far better, on the average, when the autoconditioner is able to concentrate his attention steadily and exclusively on the autoconditioning process and on the crucial suggestion given during deep relaxation. But most experimenters find, at times, that their minds do wander onto other subjects while they are attempting to relax, and even while they are trying to focus their minds on the crucial autosuggestion. This is particularly likely to happen if the autoconditioner is experimenting with some minor matter in which he is really not very much interested. It is probably wiser to use autoconditioning almost entirely for really important problems, so as not to form the habit of mind wandering. Otherwise, you might become conditioned to diluting the process, and it might lose its effect and become so disappointing that you might drop the method altogether, losing the vitally important results that might have been achieved. To stop wool gathering. If the autoconditioner finds himself wool gathering during his attempts at auto-post-hypnotic suggestion, it will be advisable for him to use a few sessions to correct this tendency. The preliminary steps are the same as in any session of autoconditioning. When you have become profoundly relaxed, your directing ego should give the following suggestion to your inner receptive mind. Whenever you engage in autoconditioning, you will center your entire attention upon the essential steps of relaxation and upon making suggestions to the inner receptive mind. If at any time you find your attention wandering during autoconditioning, that will be a signal to take the very first opportunity to repeat and strengthen this present auto-post-hypnotic suggestion. 1 or 2 uses of the above should serve to bring to mind vividly, when needed, the awareness that you must keep your focus of attention centered clearly on the process of relaxation and upon transmitting the suggestion to the inner receptive mind. Time yourself. 15 minutes is plenty. In speeding up your autoconditioning, it will help a good deal if you form the habit of noting down on a piece of paper the actual hour and minute at which you start relaxing, and the hour and minute at which you emerge from your relaxation. After you have been autoconditioning for a month or more, if you still are taking more than 15 minutes for a given session, you may be assured that the process can be shortened and that results as good or better can be had with briefer periods. Soon you can learn to do it in 2 or 3 minutes. Don't autocondition too often. It is not a crutch. One of the objections raised by critics of autoconditioning is that this might become a sort of psychological crutch on which the autoconditioner goes hobbling through life, always having to run off to his dark, quiet room to autocondition himself in relation to some new emergency. If you actually did do that, it would of course be morbid, and more of a hindrance than a help. The antidote for any such tendency is twofold. First, you should reserve autoconditioning for really important problems in connection with which your personality needs remaking. Second, you should give thoughtful attention to the establishment of basic new attitudes such as consistent courage, consistent cooperative friendliness, and consistently wise planning of your sleep and energy margins, so that autoconditioning can be used for the special new problems that arise, and as a minor, incidental aid in keeping up the new adjustment patterns you have adopted. By intelligent planning, you can thus keep autoconditioning in proper perspective, making it an incidental aid rather than a chronic disturbance. Map the general strategy of your own future. Clear your vision. Since autoconditioning is a technique for bringing your unconscious mind into line with the decisions and purposes reached by your directing ego at the moments of clearest vision and highest aspiration, it is of fundamental importance that this clear vision and high aspiration be systematically cultivated. No amount of autoconditioning can take the place of a clearly thought-out plan of life, nor of basic principles of action, consciously adopted and consistently maintained. This master strategy of living must be revised and improved, of course, as life goes on. You need to keep adjusting it to reality as the future becomes the present. You'll begin to feel a new confidence. You have a sure remedy. When you reach the stage of applying the methods outlined in this chapter, you are likely to realize that you have a new sense of confidence and security. Those old fears, those old black hours and disheartened days are gone forever. You have proved to yourself by actual experiments that you can always cure your depressions before they get really started. You know from experience that courage and enthusiasm, energy and friendliness can be had at will by autoconditioning. Even when you're not using it, you know that you can turn it on at any time of need. Here are the speed-up rules in brief. Getting your second wind. This chapter has told how to forge ahead into new effectiveness and new power in your use of autoconditioning. Time can be saved. The four-word method is an excellent shortcut. The eye fixation technique is another. Better concentration brings better results. Time yourself to check on your progress. Don't autocondition too often. Map the strategy of your own future. If you do these things, you are likely to begin feeling a magnificent sense of confidence and security. Book 3. Solving Your Problems with Autoconditioning. Preface to Book 3. The broad foundation for remaking your life by autoconditioning has been laid in Book 2. The step-by-step instructions tell just what a person has to do to stop being depressed and to achieve cheerful courage. A long list of other achievements to which autoconditioning opens the door has also been given. But most of us want and need more particulars. Just how can this newfound skill be applied to each of the great problems you and I face? How can it help us to win success on the job? How can it help towards success in courtship? How can it make one's marriage more joyous? How can it help us in meeting the tough times of life, the trials and ordeals that every person must face? These concrete applications of autoconditioning are worked out in much more detail in the chapters of Book 3. Pick out the chapter that comes closest to your own personal need right now, and go to work on the instructions given there. Don't feel that you must read the chapters in the order in which they are printed. When you have found the results that can be achieved in this first choice problem of yours, you can then pick out another chapter, and another, until you have put to work each of the most important ways in which autoconditioning can make life over for you. Chapter 6. How to Make Decisions. Autoconditioning can help us to carry out a decision. That fact stands forth in the first 5 chapters of this book. When you know what you want to do, but haven't been able to live up to your good resolution, autoconditioning gives you the power to bring it into line with your own best ideals and purposes. What we need now is an equally good method for making the right decision. How are we going to find out what kind of instructions to give to our id? Yes or no decisions. All the decisions that we have to make can be sorted out into 2 main groups. One kind calls for an answer to the question, what am I going to do? What different things could I do? It's like searching for a path in a forest. That sort of question has a lot of different possible answers, which will be considered a little later in this chapter. But right now, let's take a look at the yes or no kind of decision. This is like coming to a fork in a road. Do I turn to the right or turn to the left? Some examples of yes or no decisions. All of us keep bumping into the need for yes or no decisions. The young chap just out of school is offered a job. Shall he take it or turn it down? After he has a job, if he runs into difficulties with it, he is likely to come up to the question, shall I hang on here or shall I quit and look for something else? The boy who has been dating a girl and finds himself getting more serious about her comes to the question, shall I ask Jane to marry me, or shall we let things drift along for a while longer? If the lad decides to pop the question, then Jane has the yes or no decision to make. Shall I accept him or turn him down? Such major decisions as the ones just cited stand out above a host of lesser but still important yes or no questions. Shall we buy a new car now, or make the old one do for another year? Shall I sign up for Psychology 11, or shall I take Economics 142? Shall I tell the folks I'm going to marry Ed, or shall I do as he says, run off, get married, and tell Mom and Pop later? So, we could go on, listing yes or no decisions such as all of us have to make. How can we reach the wisest decisions between the yes and the no? The receiving set which is built into your brain. Common sense tells most of us what to do, most of the time. But common sense is often wrong. The discovery of autoconditioning has come out of a deeper knowledge which a great many people have discovered, and which has been stated in a great many different forms. Let's put it this way. In the brain of every normal human being, there is a built-in receiving set. Some psychologists call this receiving set intuition. Perhaps you think offhand that you have no such receiving set in your brain. But let me ask a question. Have you ever been struggling with some baffling question to which you could not seem to find any satisfying answer? Did you then at last give it up and stop struggling? Perhaps you decided to sleep on it, or you went out walking, or you turned your attention to some other routine activity. And then, have you ever found that suddenly, what seemed to be the right answer flashed into your mind instantaneously? That kind of question has been put to one group of people after another. The response is practically always the same. At least half of the people in an average group will tell you that they have had this experience of a sudden flash of insight. Many people call such a flash a hunch. They can't tell where it came from. They often have the feeling, oh, now I know, wait till I can put it into words. Since at least a large fraction of human beings have this experience of sudden flashes of insight, the question comes up, how could a person learn to turn on this intuition whenever he needs it? How could you get hunches to order? Working rules for yes or no decisions. Granted, at least for the sake of argument, that every normal human being does have in his brain a kind of built-in receiving set from which flashes of intuition sometimes come. How can you learn to turn that set on when you need it? Here are some rules that may help. 1. Dig for facts first. If you have an important decision to make, you need to study your problem and get to know at least the most important facts before you make up your mind. Learning how to do that is one of the most important things that anyone can get out of a high school or college education. Sometimes you get your facts by using the library. Sometimes you get them by asking questions of people. Sometimes you need to make a little trip and look the ground over. Sometimes you just need to take a paper and pencil and write down everything that you can remember or think of that bears on your problem. Whatever your method, this first step calls for mustering your information, bringing your brains to bear so that you will have as good a picture of the real situation as you can get. 2. Go off by yourself. To make a wise decision, you need a chance to think. You can't think if you're constantly being interrupted. You need to get away from noise, from glaring lights, from cold drafts, and from anything that is going to disturb clear thinking. 3. Get rid of your body, for the time being. What you need to do is the same sort of thing you do when you are auto-conditioning. Get comfortable. Relax deeply. Watch calmly for that feeling of heaviness and peace that comes when you are deeply relaxed. 4. State the question clearly but silently in your own mind. Just what is the issue? Put it into clear-cut words. 5. Then watch and listen calmly. If you have really let go, and if you are really receptive, you are likely to find that the answer begins to take shape right there in your mind. You begin to feel more and more certain about which is the correct decision. 6. Lay the problem on the table. If the decision does not come clear within a few minutes, put it on ice. Say to yourself, I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to struggle with this question. I'm just going to be receptive, and when the right answer comes, I'm going to recognize it. One very good way to put such a question in the cooler is to say to yourself, just as you are about to go to sleep, I'm putting this question on file for tonight. I'm asking now that in the morning the right answer shall come clear to my mind just as I'm waking up. Be sure to put a paper and pencil near your bed before you do this. Then, when you wake up in the morning, let your thoughts turn instantly to this particular question. And very often the answer will be clear-cut and strong as you come to consciousness. Write it down immediately before it evaporates. Making decisions about complex questions. That each of us can open up, through his own inner receptive mind, a contact with wisdom deeper and wider than his own ordinary thinking, is a discovery made a few years ago by a famous composer, the late Arthur Farwell. After studying in Europe, he became lecturer on music at Cornell University. For many years he was chief critic of Musical America magazine. He was supervisor of municipal music in New York City. It was Arthur Farwell's community music work in Santa Barbara that inspired the financing and building of the Hollywood Bowl. Mr. Farwell first stated 3 propositions. First, every intuition is an answer to a question, or a solution of a problem, consciously or unconsciously asked or presented. Second, this intuitive answer may appear in any of a wide variety of forms. Third, we may definitely and consciously ask the question or present the problem, and receive the answer in one or another of these forms, that is, intuition may be consciously induced. He got musical themes from the universal reservoir. In Mr. Farwell's own words, his first experience of induced intuition was as follows. In 1913, I received commissions for the composition of music for a series of pageant dramas. I knew that to do this extensive work against a time schedule, I should have to operate in a very different way from the occasional necessity of waiting about or straining for musical ideas. In thinking about the task before me, I conceived in a half-fanciful way that the universe must contain somewhere, or somehow, all the musical ideas which had never yet been thought of and written down. I believed that if I could find the right means of access to this universal store, I could put my hand at once on any musical themes I needed. To attempt this, I thought of a place of music, where the universe concentrated all these ideas, and where they could be had on application. I imagined a great assemblage of all possible means of producing music, a universal orchestra, including all instruments, and a chorus. Thus, I gave the universe the chance to produce and play for me any theme I needed on any instrument or instruments. I watched the musical equipment of the universal store I had created, intently out of a dreamy state of my own, with closed eyes, keeping out of my mind every thought, except the one on which I had concentrated. It required only a moment before the appropriate theme spoke out from the appropriate instrument or instruments, apparently wholly by its own volition, and absolutely without any effort of composition on my part. At once I found myself spontaneously released from the dream state, and went to work in the ordinary way, developing the theme which the universe had so promptly and generously given me. This process I repeated for months, obtaining immediately, and in rapid succession, the themes I required, which always fitted precisely my expressed need. In the light of later knowledge, I know now that I could scarcely have taken, however naively, a better means of setting the law of intuition in operation for the purpose in hand. Then he learned to solve other problems by hunches to order. At the time he first learned how to compose music by turning on his own intuition whenever he needed it, Mr. Farwell thought that he had merely found a new kind of musical power. But he wrote, "A significant experience of 1921 jolted me out of this misconception, and made me realize that the solution of reason-baffling problems in any field or direction of thought could be obtained by this same procedure. On the occasion to which I refer, I was faced with the necessity of making an extremely difficult decision. It was a question of continuing to accept a violently unjust and seemingly intolerable condition, involving myself and a group of colleagues who were financially dependent upon me. It might end in our all being thrown out and falsely discredited, or it might blow up the whole enterprise in which we were involved and throw the discredit upon those to whom we believed it to belong. This decision was all the more difficult because of the gratifying, idealistic front which this enterprise was presenting to the public. I felt that if I closeted myself and sat down to reason it out to the end, reason would give me the true answer as to what to do. Instead, no matter how desperately I reasoned for one decision or the other, I was still left wholly without any conviction as to the course I ought to pursue. What did happen was that in excluding everything from the mind except this one question, and this one mental activity concerning it, I fell unwittingly into a state of deep abstraction. To my sudden astonishment, a luminous hand came vividly before me out of the darkness, and it was broad daylight at the time, holding a cup, from which it threw out some exceedingly pure water, as if to show me that it was clean, and which it then presented to my lips. I was instantly wide awake, still sitting bolt upright in my chair, although I had not actually been asleep. It was as if I had been answered by the command, "Drink this cup which has been handed to you. It is clean." The meaning was obvious to me. I must continue to accept the unhappy situation. My feeling was one of absolute conviction and complete assent. Reason had failed, but intuition had given me the answer. But here it was a visual instead of a musical answer. Now another question at once beset me. How could an enterprise have filled with such injustice, and with the various forms of degradation which I had observed, be clean? The answer which I had just received had come in an accidental manner. I had set out to get a reason, and had landed upon an intuition. Why, then, could not one purposefully ask such a question, put oneself in the same abstracted mental condition, and receive the answer? I immediately asked, how then would the spirit which sees the truth see this enterprise in which I am so disagreeably bound up? With this question vividly in my mind, I imitated the condition in which I had accidentally found myself a moment before. Suddenly there appeared to my inner eye, as before, a sharply defined image of unimaginable beauty despite its elements of horror. It consisted of a perfect crystal sphere, inside of which were many figures in glowing colors. Those above were of a beautiful and celestial nature, with blue and violet predominating. Those below, in yellow, red, and orange tones, were gross and lewd, participating in brutal and orgiastic scenes. Between were figures of intermediate character, in browns and greens. Everything within the sphere appeared as if boiling, giving the impression of something changing or evolving. I was instantly awake. I understood at once that if I disrupted the enterprise, that is, broke the crystal sphere, I would destroy the good together with the bad. To do this was scarcely my privilege or responsibility. These indications I followed, and all came out well in the end. My procedure in the second instance had been identical with that earlier employed in obtaining musical themes: the definite questioning, the state of abstraction, and the answer. Musical problem intuition and life problem intuition were, then, identical in principle. I was merely setting the law of intuition to work under a different particular set of conditions. I have continued to use this direct procedure for 20 years in the solution of difficult problems of life, beyond the power of my reasoning faculty to answer, with highly successful and often astonishing results. There are times of tiredness or nervousness when the proper mental condition cannot be obtained, but in any event, one must cultivate those forms to intuitive manifestation, which are most spontaneous and natural to himself, and never attempt to force himself to the particular procedure and results of others. Relax first if you want hunches to order. Induced intuition is like auto-conditioning in one fundamental way. Both require the experimenter to relax. In seeking hunches to order, the experimenter stops a little short of the profound inertness needed for auto-conditioning. To auto-condition, one needs to come right up to the verge of going to sleep, then stop and give the needed instructions to the receptive inner mind. In seeking induced intuition, one needs merely to forget about his body, relaxing it deeply enough so that the mind is profoundly serene and calm. Hunches to order are just the reverse of auto-conditioning. In auto-conditioning, you seek to bring your receptive inner mind to the fore, to give that mind instructions from you, the directing ego. In the search for induced intuition, you also seek to bring the inner mind to the fore, but now as a channel through which illumination may be received. In autoconditioning, the line of action is from your directing ego to your inner mind. In hunches, to order, the line of transmission is through your inner mind to your directing ego. In the ritual of relaxation suggested in Chapter 4, this passage will be recalled. Let your whole face become serene, like a lake after the wind has died down, and the ripples have ceased, and the calm surface begins to reflect the trees, and the clouds, and the sky, and at long last, the stars. That poetic figure of speech holds in it the essence of the relaxing process as applied to induced intuition. The relaxing is for the purpose of quieting down all of the disturbances of mind and muscle that interfere with receiving the still small voice in which intuition speaks. Get rid of the static. Another way of putting it is to liken intuition to the vibrations in the air through which radio and television broadcasts are received. One can't receive ordinary radio waves successfully if a thunderstorm is creating static. Even the passing of airplanes can disturb TIV reception. Somewhere in one's brain, or, if you like, in the receptive inner mind, there is a receiving set through which the hunches of induced intuition are faintly received. Before one can get those messages clearly, he needs to eliminate the static and to cut out the interference. That is the reason for relaxing one's body and concentrating one's attention on the stated question. The process of illumination. After one has succeeded in becoming calm, deep down inside, and after he has centered his attention serenely upon the stated question, the flash of illumination may be expected. Curiously enough, one of the main difficulties in hunches to order is that people are likely not to recognize the flash when it comes. What often happens is that into this serenely quiet consciousness, there begins to emerge what the experimenter regards merely as a bright idea. It occurs to him, well, I might do so and so. The seeker sees no angel visitant. He hears no celestial trumpet. He sees no fiery letters written in the sky. He just gets a bright idea. But that bright idea is the hunch, it is the flash of intuition. The experimenter needs to seize upon it, for intuition evaporates swiftly, like the morning dew when the sun rises. Let him write the idea down, or, if it seems best, staying relaxed, let him review the some organized way, so that it will stick in his memory. No two people get their hunches in exactly the same way. Sometimes, the session seeking induced intuition leaves you with a deep sense of peace and serenity. You realize, well, after all, I don't need to worry about that. It will work out in due course of time. If you have that feeling clearly and strongly, that itself may be taken as the beginning of the hunch you are seeking. Just rise up and go about your business. Then, when your attention is engaged on something else, when you are reading some not too interesting book, or listening to a concert, or talking with your wife, the solution to your problem may pop suddenly into your mind. The hunch came from your own deliberate search, but hunches seem to have to grope around for a gap in one's existing mental walls. They have to slip in when they are not being watched. The main thing is to recognize them when they do come, to write them down, or put them into words, or put them into action before they evaporate and disappear back into the unconscious. Some alternative methods. Not everyone who makes deliberate use of induced intuition gets his or her hunches in the way suggested above. Some people find it easier to sit down at a typewriter and hammer out whatever comes into their minds. Other people take a sheet of paper and begin to jot down an outline of arguments, or an outline of possible ways of meeting the problem in hand. When this is done, while one is writing, the flash of insight is likely to come to mind. She gets hunches while washing dishes. I know a wise Quaker woman who guides her life to a very great extent by means of hunches. She and her husband have found through long experience that her flashes of intuition often have a deep wisdom that goes beyond logic and beyond ordinary common sense. But she gets her hunches while she is washing dishes or fixing her hair or running the vacuum sweeper. Some people can induce intuition simply by sitting down with a jackknife and whittling on a stick. One professor who has written a number of books has formed the habit of carrying a pad of paper in his pocket when he goes out walking, if his mind is full of the topic on which he is drafting a chapter or an article. He finds that during his walk, flashes of insight come into his mind, whereupon he takes out his pad and pencil and jots down a memo that later appears as a paragraph in his writings. If we study all of these methods together, it seems evident that what happens is a release of the transmitting inner mind by means of occupying the large muscles of the body and part of the brain in some sort of routine activity. Washing dishes, walking down the road, whittling on a stick, all of these are mechanical operations that carry themselves along, leaving the door of the subconscious mind ajar for hunches to order. In other words, mechanical routine may take the place of relaxation in the process of inducing intuition. Putting the hunch to work. Vitally important in the process of induced intuition is putting the illumination into action. He who makes use of the intuitive flash is likely to find that further flashes come when needed. He who ignores or rejects his hunches is likely to find that the spring dries up. One of the obstacles to going into action on the basis of induced intuition is the doubt that you may feel as to whether the hunch is real and true. After all, it is a hunch. It does not have full logical reasons to back it up. Flashes of intuition are different from conclusions reached by rigorous logic or by 89 systematic experiments. A skeptical mind, trained in the scientific point of view, may feel strong hesitation about acting upon anything so elusive as an intuitive flash. Be critical about it. Because hunches are not the product of systematic logic and of rigorous experimentation, it is of great importance for the experimenter to pause and examine critically the insight he has received. Is it sensible or, at least, does it not violate common sense in any fundamental way? Is it in line with insights that other people have received? Can it be carried out without running dangerous risks? Is it something that can be checked by discussion with wise friends or comrades? Often a hunch may be tested by experimenting on a small scale so as to abandon the plan, or to revise it, or to expand it, as experience indicates. Try the hunch on some small sample. Do a thumbnail sketch of the big painting or the large design. Often, even some fragmentary experiment of this kind will help the intuitive flash grow and develop. When one begins to put the intuition to work, any weaknesses become apparent, and whatever is valid in the hunch begins to take root and to grow. In any case, if you have mastered both induced intuition and auto-conditioning, you will be able to rectify your course of action in due time, and you can move forward with courage and faith. Teaming up induced intuition and auto-conditioning. Hunches to order are somewhat more difficult to achieve than the transformed attitudes that result from right use of auto-conditioning. However, almost anyone can learn to tune in on the transmitting inner mind by the simple process of serene listening after asking logical thinking, nor for scientific research, nor for common sense, but rather as a supplement to achieve those master insights that often decide the crises of our lives. Hunches to order will prove to be of major use to those who acquire the skill. Those who learn to use both auto-conditioning and induced intuition will have become masters of their inner minds in a way which may well prove to be transforming. Freed from discouragement and dejection, empowered with courage and energy, and guided by flashes of insight tested in the light of common sense and science, the skilled user of these two processes in partnership may be able to achieve on a level that would have been quite impossible before he acquired these skills. How to reach group decisions. Committees rule the world. Did it ever strike you that practically every organization is run by committees? The real work of Congress, for example, is done by the committees. Corporations are run by boards of directors, which are really committees, often with subcommittees. In college and university faculties, the real decisions are made by committees. So too for churches and clubs, the Supreme Court of the United States, and the senior class in high school. From the United Nations down to the local ward organization of a political party, decisions are in the hands of committees. Are you a good committee member? Stop and think about the committees on which you have served. Were these committees successful? What kind of person is it who best serves such a committee? What kind of person is it who constantly blocks, obstructs, and delays the work of committees? Now the real question is this. Are the meetings of the committee going to be battles, fought out between members who are trying to defeat each other, to wreck or block each other's ideas, and to override the rest of the committee? Or will the playing his part and fitting his ideas and resources into those of the other members of the committee in order to achieve a common goal? Rules for successful committees. If a committee is to reach top-level success, the following rules need to be applied. 1. The chairman must be an expert at bringing out the best in each member of the committee and in bringing into harmony the contributions of the various members. 2. Preparation before the meeting is essential. To outline the purposes of the committee clearly in advance, to analyze the various questions and issues that should come up or are likely to come up, to know the basic facts and how to get more facts, to have a creative but adaptable plan of action clearly outlined. Such are essential steps to be taken by the chairman and other leading members of the committee before the actual session is held. 3. Being good listeners is one of the most important traits for successful chairmen and members of committees. In the early stages, it is crucial that varying viewpoints be brought out clearly. The chairman must be skilled at seeing to it that each member who has an opinion or an idea gets a chance to present it, but that no member expands his ideas to a point where he hogs the time and bores or infuriates the other members. 4. Areas of agreement which the great majority of the members are willing to concede without argument should be outlined clearly in the early stages. Quite often this area of agreement can be enlarged greatly by eliminating misunderstandings about the meaning of words, by bringing out decisive facts, by centering on essential points and ignoring irrelevant and trivial points. 5. The real issues that emerge between members of the committee need to be brought out clearly. Wherever the issues are crucial to achieving the goals of the committee, they should be settled by A. Finding decisive facts, B. Compromising, or C. As a last resort, taking a vote and accepting the majority decision. 6. A working program should be drawn on which at least 3/4 and preferably 9/10 of the committee can work together or at least accept cheerfully. In seeking such an agreement, each member should be willing to surrender on non-essentials. If each member will concede controversial points that are of minor importance to him, the area of agreement on really important points will expand amazingly. 7. Putting the program into action is a vital step. If a full-fledged trial of the most generally accepted program is not feasible, it can often be tried on a small scale or in a tentative way to see what results follow. Going into action together, even on an imperfect plan, usually clears away a great many theoretical difficulties and helps to focus attention on the really important points that need further committee discussion. Auto-conditioning and successful committee work. If you will run back over the rules for committee success, you will find that most of them depend upon the chairman and the members of the committee taking cooperative attitudes, being good listeners, and being willing to make concessions. Most of us know that such attitudes are necessary for successful committee decisions. Most of us at one time or another have failed to achieve those attitudes in our own committee performances. But let us remind ourselves once more. Auto-conditioning is a technique whereby we can change our own attitudes and alter our own behavior patterns so that they will conform to our own best wishes and purposes. A session of auto-conditioning before a committee meeting can be of immense help in increasing the degree of the committee's success. To sum up, as individuals, we have two kinds of decisions to make. 1. The yes or no kind of decision can be made most wisely if we learn to use our own inner minds as receiving sets through which flashes of intuition can be obtained. 2. Answers to complex questions can also be had by a process of deep relaxation and inward listening. As members of committees, we need to learn to become better teammates in cooperating mentally. Chapter 7. How to Conquer Depression. Mankind suffers from an almost universal disease. 9 out of 10 people undergo at least occasional attacks of this disease. Half of the population suffers from painful seizures of it every week or two. This ailment is more prevalent than the common cold. The disease is called emotional depression. The attacks consist of sinking into acute unhappiness and discouragement. In its more severe forms, this is often fatal. 15,000 to 20,000 Americans every year commit suicide because they are so deeply depressed. But there is a cure. At Duke University, there is a growing file of records of people who have been cured of this disease. They have learned how to break the habit of sinking into emotional depression. Let us review 2 sample cases. A case of normal depression and its cure. A young man whom we will call Jim Norris was research associate of a small foundation in a Midwestern city. He had 1 child, 2 years old, and both he and his wife wanted to have more children. He was earning $1,000 a year, on which the family was just about making ends meet. His wife was ready to sacrifice. Norris had a master's degree in sociology, but his professional future depended upon his earning a PhD degree. At this juncture, he was offered a $1,500 fellowship at Duke University. He told his wife about it, but said, "Of course, we'll have to turn it down." His wife retorted, "I'm starting packing right now. We'll move next week." The Norris family moved to the outskirts of the university town, into a small 3-room house which was heated by stoves, and which depended on a well for its water supply. Jim pitched into the task of earning his doctor's degree, while his wife pitched into the job of taking care of the family on a grossly inadequate income. In one of the courses in which Jim enrolled, a series of experiments on the control of attitudes was being conducted. In these experiments, each member of the class was invited to record the ups and downs of his mood several times a day on the mood meter. During a period of 10 days in late September and early October, Jim recorded his mood fluctuations on the left side of his chart. Jim was normal but depressed. Note that Jim was not psychopathic. He was not a manic depressive. He was not what a psychiatrist would regard as pathologically depressed. But he did register about twice as much depression as the average student. Between September 23rd and October 2nd, just half of his mood meter scores were below 0. Several times he went down to worried. Once he plunged to downhearted, and later to depressed. He was persistently and often deeply unhappy. There were several quite obvious explanations for these low-spirited and discouraged moods. First, Jim realized that he had allowed his wife to make a major sacrifice for his sake, involving very real and continuing hardships. The family finances were precarious, and he worried a great deal about them. To get money to move, they had sold their Buick, but they lived so far from the campus that they had to buy a cheap second-hand car, which was constantly eating up money in repairs, family income, and this led to arguments that were sometimes bitter quarrels. He learned to cure himself by autoconditioning. After charting the ups and downs of his moods for 2 weeks, Jim Norris, along with the other members of the experimenting group, was introduced to autoconditioning. They learned by actual group demonstrations and by individual experiments that it was possible for them, if they really wanted to change their own attitudes, to do so in the state of profound relaxation. Jim discovered that if he found himself starting down toward the depths of gloom, he could reverse the trend within 10 or 15 minutes by a simple session of autoconditioning, whereby he reaffirmed his purpose to grapple courageously with the situation in which he found himself. He discovered that he could alter his basic attitudes toward the financial difficulties inherent in his struggle for a PhD degree. And he found also that he could change his impulsive reactions toward his wife from irritated resentment to understanding and cooperation. This upward shift in Jim's happiness level was not achieved instantaneously. But we have here a clear-cut instance, taken from among a considerable and growing series of such cases, in which the possibility of curing oneself progressively of mental depression has been demonstrated. The man who planned to commit suicide. Ned Bradow was a successful engineer. He was 50 years old. Ned was living with a wife to whom he had been married 25 years. They had 4 children, the oldest of whom was married, the second attending the university, the third in high school, and the fourth just entering junior high. To most of his friends, Bradow seemed to be above average in success. He had a well-paying job. He enjoyed his work. He and his wife seemed to their friends to be models of married happiness. His children kept winning high marks in school and were admired as successful young people. But Bradow suffered from deep, protracted depressions. He reported 3 major sources of unhappiness in addition to several minor ones. First, he told of having been given what he believed to be a reliable tip that a certain stock was about to increase suddenly in value. And he used the family savings to buy that stock. When the stock dropped and he lost heavily, he borrowed money to make up his losses on another sure thing. He lost that. Second, he said that his children got on his nerves in the evening. He would come home tired from work and would try to be friendly with his high school son and daughter. But they seemed to have a genius for being noisy when he wanted to rest, and for quarreling loudly at meals. Ned would try to keep his temper, and then would burst out with scoldings and angry punishments, whereupon the children showed a good deal of resentment. Bradlow's third complaint was about his marriage. He said that he loved his wife deeply indeed. He said with sincerity that life would have been worthless without her. But he described her as an energetic woman, with firm ideas about how the family should be run, and even about how he ought to do his professional work. He said that when any question came up in their conversation, she was likely to lay down the law without stopping to discuss the matter. She didn't even wait to understand the problem. Bradow said that he knew he ought not to quarrel with her, especially with the children looking on. Hence, when she was domineering, he usually settled into morose silence, and punished his wife by sulking for hours even, for days, after what he regarded as her tyranny. He had a tic, and he talked to himself. Besides these black moods of silence, Bradow had other symptoms that worried his wife. He habitually closed his left eye and screwed up the left side of his face when he thought 99 about his children. He said that his wife had tried to cure him of it first by friendly suggestion, later by laughing at him, and finally by bitter scoldings. But he could not stop the grimace. Also, Bradow said that he had gotten into the habit of talking to himself. He and his wife had both tried to cure the habit, without success. He said that 2 sentences kept leaping to his lips without his intending to say them, with Lee even thinking of them beforehand. Suddenly he would this himself saying out loud, "I'm no good. I wish I was dead." He reported that these words were likely to spring to his lips when his thoughts turned to his losses in the stock market, to his angry outbursts against his children, and to his quarrels with his wife. He was in danger of suicide. The surges of Bradlow's moods on the mood meter often reached high points, occasionally getting up to elated and even jubilant. But he also went down repeatedly to discouraged, miserable, and despairing. When he was in some of these depressed periods, he reports, he several times made quite elaborate plans for suicide. Bradow had never consulted a psychiatrist, and he refused to consider seeing one. He had tried in various ways what he called willpower, but his systems of self-control always broke down. As a child, he had been passionately devoted to his mother, who was intensely religious. Bradow attempted to make use of various religious techniques to deal with his problems, but these also failed to produce lasting improvements. His depressions became deeper and deeper. He reported in one of his early interviews that he felt he had been coming nearer and nearer to actually carrying out his suicide plans. Autoconditioning eliminated his worst symptoms. At this stage, he was introduced to the technique or autoconditioning. Under guidance, he found that he could change the basic attitudes that produced his depressions. Within a period of 2 weeks after he had been trained in autoconditioning, Bradow had cured his habit of screwing up his face. His "I wish I was dead" impulsive utterances had ceased. He reported that his relations with his wife had been raised to a new level of mutual happiness. The periods of angry sulking had completely disappeared. His relations with his children, he said, had been basically improved. He had stopped feeling self-contempt. He had freed himself from suicidal impulses. He was recording moods that ranged between purposeful and joyful, and that only at rare intervals dropped below the 0 line, and then no farther than upset. and it lifted him to a joyous new level of living. Bradshaw found that by auto-conditioning, he could increase his output of work by more than 25% without being more tired. He was far more friendly and enjoyable. He found that auto-conditioning did not, by itself, solve the problems of his relations to his wife and children. What it did was help him grapple courageously with those problems, instead of attacking vindictively, evading cravenly, acquiescing ignobly, or rushing rashly. He did find that once he had conditioned himself so that even domineering actions by his wife called out friendly, understanding, affectionate reactions on his part, she responded in like kind. She seemed to discover for herself the ways in which strains and irritations could be taken out from their relationships. They found themselves in a new honeymoon, one they both knew how to make lasting. So too with his children. Bradshaw felt he had gotten his diploma when his son burst out one day. "Why, Dad, you're a lot different from what you used to be. It's real fun to be with you now." It costs grief and money to be depressed. The depression-elation cycle. The first cost of mental depression is the anguish the victim himself suffers. Curiously enough, the normal person discounts that cost when he is not at the moment depressed. The typical experience is that when one feels elated when things are coming his way and he is riding the top of the wave, he tends to say to himself, "This is the real me. Naturally, I'm successful and well-liked. Of course, people welcome me and want to be with me and do me favors. Why shouldn't they?" But when one's exuberance has carried him a little too far, when he has overreached himself, or been too confident or too egotistical, and when the results of these blunders have sent him sliding down the mood meter into the slough of despond, then the following way of thinking may take place. "What a flat tire I am. Back there when I was so jubilant I was just fooling myself. This is the real me. I'm not much good. I don't see why people have anything to do with me. Why don't I go jump in the lake?" If you are one of the innumerable sufferers from mental depression, you may or may not swing quite to the extremes represented by these imaginary self-conversations. But it's fairly sure that when you are down, you tend to discount your more cheerful moods, convincing yourself that depression is your normal. And then when you are up, you discount the depression and think that being cheerful is your typical mood. For this reason, the seriousness of the problem is more likely to come to us when we ourselves are down toward the depths, or when we have loved ones or associates who suffer from mental depression. In addition to the cost in inner misery, mental depression is severely damaging in various other ways, which can be summed up thus. Costs of being gloomy. If the gloomy person is single, he is not attractive as a marriage mate. Who wants to marry a wet blanket? The gloomy person, if married, often fills his own home with gloom. Spouses of depressed people often get depressed. It's harder to get a job, to hold a job, and to get promoted. Sourpusses have a hard time winning the kind of approval that sends employees up the ladder of promotion. If one is a doctor, a lawyer, a dentist, a salesman, or anyone else whose success and income depend upon fees and commissions, gloomy moods can lose one patients, clients, and customers in wholesale lots. Deep depression warps one's judgment. People who plunge into gloom are likely to reject good opportunities, lose their friends, misjudge the actions of others, and in general make wrong moves that court disaster. The rewards of being cheerful. The cheerful person is more fun to date with. People have a jolly time with such a person and want to see more of him. That is likely to lead to a happy marriage. Give joy and get joy. The happy marriage is a partnership in happiness, to which both partners contribute. Cheerful employees are more likely to be good sports, to team up for better work, and to get that boost into a better job. Being a consistently happy person won't do the trick all by itself, of course, but it does help. Professional and salespeople find that friendly cheerfulness is an immense asset. People whose moods range from purposeful to joyful on the meter are more likely to take a sane and well-balanced view of life and of what should be expected of other people. Hence, they make wise choices more often and are likely to succeed better. Cheerful moods promote success. Success promotes cheerful moods. The cheerful upward spiral. When the person experimenting with auto-conditioning gets far enough into the process to discover for himself that it really works, and that he can control his own moods and change his own discouragement into eager courage, an upward spiral may begin to be established. At Duke, the experimenters kept reporting that their associates commented on how cheerful they had become. People kept remarking that nothing seems to get you down anymore. The Duke experimenters found also that this increased cheerfulness made it easier for them to get along with people, made them more pleasant companions and more acceptable friends. Naturally, such experiences are likely to make one feel cheerful. Thus, a circular reaction is established. Not only does the establishment of more cheerful and courageous moods help increase the experimenter's social success, but the application of auto-conditioning to other problems has a similar effect. For example, many students find that auto-conditioning helps them get through their assignments quicker and with better results. They also are able to condition themselves so that tasks that previously seemed boring now become interesting. These experimenters also find it possible to auto-condition themselves into less irritability, more tolerance, and more interest in other people and in the problems of their friends and families. All these things help contribute to their daily success, and of course, increased daily success becomes a fresh factor in building up and maintaining cheerfulness and courage. The general consensus of those who undertook the experiments is that they have found something so valuable, so consistently helpful and constructive, that they propose to adopt this technique as a permanent tool, a lasting and growing aid to joyous living. Who are eligible for cures? The psychopathic may be left to the psychiatrists. The most extreme forms of the depression disease must be left to psychiatrists. In late middle life, mothers may no longer feel needed because their children have left home to go to work or to raise families of their own. At that age, many men find themselves forced to retire from their jobs or are unable to find new jobs when they have become unemployed. At that age, too, the sex life may begin to wither. When such things happen, mental depression may take the severe form called involutional melancholia. Earlier in life, as well as among the aged, the fluctuations from depression to elation may swing so widely that they run from melancholia to mania and take the form called manic depressive psychosis. The occasional person suffering from such extreme forms needs to consult or be taken to a psychiatrist and may have to be cared for in a psychiatric hospital. But what about us normal people? The great majority of us normal human beings, young or old, never darken the doors of any brain doctor's office. Yet normal people do have these swings, every few days, up and down the mood meter scale. To prove this fact, all that one has to do is to get a group of people to chart themselves for a few days, as has been done repeatedly in the experiments at Duke University. What has been needed is a cure for the common garden variety of depression, the kind that Tom, Dick, and Harry, as well as Nellie, Jane, and Ruth suffer chronically. For at least a large proportion of the sufferers from this widespread disease, relief and cure have been found possible through auto-conditioning. Auto-conditioning for curing depression. In chapters 1 and 2 of this book, cases are cited showing that people who suffered often from depressions have learned to achieve consistent and genuine cheerfulness. From having read chapter 4 in this book, you already know the crucial steps in this basic remedy for unhappy moods. Let's review them. 1. Brief isolation. To auto-condition yourself most efficiently, it is important to get off by yourself for a few minutes, where you cannot hear distracting noises and are not likely to be interrupted. Sitting in a comfortable chair in a quiet, comfortable, dimly lighted room gives favorable conditions. 2. Self-charting. You should form the habit of keeping your mood meter self-chart regularly, and check on this chart several times a day, each word that reflects the way you feel at that moment. It is especially important when you feel depressed and also when you feel particularly happy. This chart will show you where you really stand on this matter of the disease called mental depression. It will also show you graphically the progress of your own self-cure. Be utterly honest and sincere about it. You don't have to put your name on the chart or let anybody know you are doing it. But you do need to be completely candid with yourself and get the most accurate and dispassionate picture possible of your own progress toward healthy-mindedness. 3. Deep relaxation. An essential step in auto-conditioning is to let go of one's own body until it becomes deeply relaxed, limp and heavy. Most people require several minutes of persistent autosuggestion to reach the needed state of deep relaxation and inner peace. As directing ego, you talk to your inner receptive mind, systematically releasing whatever tensions exists, particularly in your hands and face. During the relaxation process, it is a good thing to count very slowly from 1 to 5, giving yourself slow, impressive suggestions between each two numbers about relaxing tensions, letting your hands and your body become heavy and limp, feeling the sense of peace spread into and through your body, sinking deeper and deeper into relaxation. After the number 5, say to your inner mind, "You are now deeply relaxed." This relaxation will go on getting deeper and deeper until I count back to 0. 4. The feedback. In order to keep the auto-conditioning process alive and vigorous, you, as directing ego, say to your inner receptive mind, after reaching deep relaxation, you will keep coming back to auto-conditioning with continued enthusiasm and with increasing effectiveness. You thus use the process to reinforce the process itself. 5. Auto-conditioning for courage. Now comes the crucial step. You, as directing ego, condition your inner receptive mind to grapple courageously with your problems, instead of acquiescing ignobly, evading cravenly, attacking vindictively, or rushing rashly. Your suggestions here should be positive. As directing ego, you say silently to your inner receptive mind, "From now on, whatever happens, you will grapple with it courageously. You will use your head. You will seek out whatever seems to be the best step to take, and then you will put your whole energy into taking that step. Whatever happens, you will grapple courageously." 6. The euphoria suggestion. The final step in the auto-conditioning session for curing depression should consist in the ego saying silently to the inner mind something like this: "When I count back to 0, you will come out of this deep relaxation feeling purposeful and cheerful. You will work eagerly and play lightheartedly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Auto-conditioning stops incipient depression within minutes. Stop the dip before it gets deep. People who have tried the above methods have left their records on file at the Duke Research Center where auto-conditioner was first developed. These records show that people who work vigorously and consistently at this process experience rapid reduction of morbid moods. After the first few days of training, many experimenters no longer have any depressions. But most people do occasionally feel a depression starting, though at much rarer intervals than before they began auto-conditioning. Whenever this happens, the alert experimenter at once auto-conditions himself to eliminate the depressed mood. The average result among 17 representative Duke experimenters is summed up in the accompanying chart. These incipient depressions went down on the average to between disillusioned and frustrated on the mood meter. Within 18 minutes, on the average, the experimenters surged back to between happy and lighthearted. If you are one of the tens of millions of sufferers from mental depression, one of the really important experiences of your life may come to you and you carry out the above instructions and discover whether or not you too can rise at will out of the gloom into the sunlight. Changing self-contempt to self-respect. Do you respect yourself? One of the traits likely to be associated with emotional depression is a feeling of contempt for oneself. Sometimes this takes the extreme form of actually hating oneself. Very often it comes to the point of despising oneself. The way that this arises is fairly obvious. A series of successes or strokes of good luck leads a person to feel elated, self-confident, exuberant, and temporarily egotistical. In such a mood, an individual is likely to overreach himself. He becomes so confident that he makes rash and unwise moves. He takes it for granted that he can succeed in undertakings that actually are impracticable or impossible. He thinks he is going to make a huge amount of money through some wildcat scheme, or he believes that he is going to be a wonderful social success, or is going to win sudden promotion in his work, or get a top grade on a piece of academic work. Insofar as these hopes and ambitions are excessive, they are bound to come to grief. The individual fails. His fantastic expectations are disappointed. Instead of winning a lot of money, he loses money. Instead of winning admiring friends, he finds himself the object of ridicule and contempt. Instead of getting promoted, he is reprimanded, or perhaps demoted or fired. His term paper comes back with a D or an F on it, instead of an A. When such things happen, a person may feel that he is, after all, contemptible. He not only is a failure, but he is a ridiculous failure. He not only has incurred and deserved the contempt of his fellow, she deserves contempt from himself. This feeling of despising oneself is, obviously, a gross handicap upon the individual who needs to correct his own mistakes, recover his losses, alter his behavior patterns in wise directions, and get back on his feet on a sober level. To go on despising oneself is only to make the disaster worse, both in one's social relations and in one's inner mental unhealth. Guilt feelings are related to self-contempt. Quite similar to self-contempt in many ways are excessive feelings of guilt and remorse. Conscience is part of the inner mind in every one of us. It serves a valuable, indeed an indispensable, function in keeping us from doing things that would damage ourselves and others, that would sacrifice future values to lesser values in the present, or that would fly in the face of the ideals of goodness, decency, truth, and honesty which our associates maintain. When we do violate our own consciences, it may at times be a healthy thing for us to suffer, since the memory of that suffering may help to hold us back from similar blunders and disasters in the future. But many people have consciences that work overtime. Not only do these people suffer in ways that may be healthy, and which may help to guide them in the future, they find themselves being tortured month after month and year after year by the memories of misdeeds that are so long past that this sense of guilt damages rather than helps. The morbid conscience. This excessive and overripe sense of guilt is unhealthy, not only because it causes needless psychological suffering, but also because it may lead the sufferer to develop feelings of contempt and even hatred for himself. James Bradow had developed that kind of a diseased conscience. I'm no good. I wish I was dead. In the cases of actual suicides, such upsurges from an unhealthy conscience have produced fatal results. Even when suicide is not the outcome, these victims who form the habit of despising themselves may actually become so psychopathic that their usefulness is destroyed. A simple cure has been found. Both from feelings of self-contempt and from excessive and useless feelings of guilt, healthy and swift deliverance can be achieved by autoconditioning. James Bradow used the following technique to free himself from his suicidal self-contempt. After achieving profound relaxation, his directing ego laid the following suggestion upon his receptive inner mind. Whenever these self-hating words begin to form in your mind, they will become a stimulus to set off the following reaction. You respect yourself. You will treat yourself hereafter with the same kind of creative respect you would give any other human being. You will deal courageously with your own blunders and defects. Hereafter you will always treat yourself with creative self-respect. Once his new and wholesome behavior was linked up as a reaction to the morbid impulse, Bradlow's tendency to utter and think these ideas disappeared swiftly. Not only the surface symptom of self-contempt, but the inner attitude itself melted away. James Bradow became a more healthy-minded human being, not merely with regard to the death wish that ceased to crop from his subconscious, but also in the adoption of a fundamentally self-respecting point of view that permeated his entire personality. Is it healthy to be always cheerful? Is there a danger of building up a neurotic kind of cheerfulness by means of autoconditioning? Courage, not rose-colored spectacles. Some years ago, Evelyn Hodgman Porter wrote a series of stories centering about Pollyanna, a girl who saw nothing but good in life. Pollyanna become a byword. People who prided themselves on their realistic level-headedness began saying, "Oh, for heaven's sake, don't be Pollyanna-ish." There is a lot of wisdom in that warning. To put on rose-colored glass and see the world in an artificial and unreal glamour would be an unhealthy thing to do. Autoconditioning does not consist in pretending that one is cheerful when one really is miserable. Nor does it consist in convincing oneself that everything is rosy when actually the rain is falling, the gloom is thick, or disaster impends. Notice what autoconditioning suggests at a crucial point to the inner receptive mind. Whatever comes, we will grapple courageously. Now, what is the difference between rushing rashly and grappling courageously? The rash rusher often flies in the face of danger. He pretends to have courage when really all that he has is a false substitute for courage. The basic difference between rushing rashly and grappling courageously is that the courageous man or woman attempts to face reality. He schools and disciplines himself to come to grips with reality, whatever that reality may be. He faces facts, and if they are menacing facts, he recognizes their menace. But instead of giving in, or running away, or striking out blindly, he takes an inventory of the assets and liabilities in his situation. He finds out what are the real risks and what his resources are to meet those risks. And then he turns his energy into the most effective action he can achieve, instead of wasting it in self-pity or letting it explode in panic or rage. At the top of the mood meter. Being ecstatic, jubilant, or even elated may not be too healthy if indulged in too often or too much. People at the top of the mood meter are likely to have their judgment warped by their enthusiasm. They are likely to underestimate the dangers and overestimate their own capacities and resources. But one of the striking facts about the case histories of those who, by means of autoconditioning, have cured themselves of the habit of going into depressions is that, if anything, they are less likely to hit the highest points in the mood meter. Their major improvements cover the range from cheerful to joyful. They are more purposeful and have practically ceased to sink down to the disillusioned and discouraged mood levels. Achieving emotional maturity. Recent years have produced a great harvest of literature on mental hygiene. Psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, and ministers have been writing articles and books about how to achieve emotional maturity. Specialists on courtship and marriage have told us that only those who are emotionally mature can hope to be a successful husband or wife. Specialists on child training have pointed out that one of the main jobs of the parent or teacher is to help the child achieve emotional maturity. During family quarrels, the angry husband or wife is likely to shout at his spouse, "Oh, grow up!" Or, more witheringly, "Let's try to act like adults." But what is the real meaning of emotional maturity? It's a question of energy use. The essence of the problem is how to control the flow of emotional energy in our personalities. Any menacing situation stirs up energy within us. We get excited. We feel an intense urge to do something. Childish behavior consists of such undisciplined reactions as bursting out crying, having a temper tantrum, going into a panic, flying into a rage, or the like. Each one of these immature reactions comes about when one allows his emotional energy to flow into destructive or wasteful forms of behavior. The emotionally mature person, in contrast to the childishly immature emotional exploder, has developed structures in his personality through which any sudden rush of emotional energy bows creatively and constructively. These structures are sometimes called habits and skills. Fundamentally, they are based upon conditioning, including in that process not only unconscious impulses, but also educated attitudes and purposes. This is where autoconditioning comes in. The person who aspires to emotional maturity can and should first become fully aware of how his own moods fluctuate. This he can do by using the mood meter and self-chart. Then he can swiftly acquire the needed habits and skills by auto-post-hypnotic suggestion, and that means by autoconditioning. Points of emphasis. Emotional depression is a disease often fatal. 2 more case histories in this chapter tell how by autoconditioning. The graduate student solved his relations to his wife and his finances, and the suicide-prone engineer was listed to a joyous new level of living. Depression is costly in grief and in money. Cheerful moods can generate an upward spiral, leaving the psychopaths to the psychiatrists. We normal people need to learn how to conquer the depression cycle. The basic steps of autoconditioning apply here. Incipient depressions can be cured in minutes. Self-contempt and feelings of guilt can be turned to self-respect. It is healthy to live consistently on a level of cheerful courage. That's what emotional maturity means. Chapter 8. Getting along with others. Courage is essential, but it's not enough. Courage, in the fullest sense of the word, means applying one's energies in the ways most likely to bring what one really, on the whole and in the long run, desires. But not everyone who comes to grips with danger has courage in this fuller and more adequate sense. Gangsters, military conquerors, and dictators all have certain kinds of courage. The lone wolf may have courage. The oppressive employer, the tyrannous husband and father, and even the bank robber may have their own kinds of courage. True courage should carry one beyond any of these destructive forms of social behavior. Courage requires a clear inventory of the problem in all its aspects. If the tyrannical husband clearly and adequately understood his relationship with his wife and his children, or if the gangster, the bank robber, or the dictator understood the full meaning of the destruction he was wreaking on the lives of other people and of society, then these antisocial individuals would realize that, in spite of their short-range courage, they were not applying their energies in the ways most likely to bring them the things that they themselves really desired. Courage calls for cooperation. Cooperating creatively may, therefore, be regarded as a further development, or perhaps a higher phase of grappling courageously. Let us think together for a while about some of the meanings of this second do. Taking a social inventory. On a sheet of paper, jot down the names of the half-dozen people whose friendly cooperation you need most, and who most depend upon your friendly partnership. With which of these people have you had highly satisfactory relations during the past month? With which ones have you had friction, resentment, obstruction, misunderstanding, failure, or indifference, when you both needed friendly cooperation? Those failures, those unsatisfactory social adjustments, are points where autoconditioning needs to be applied. Experience shows that one can improve almost any of his social relationships by going to work intelligently to better his attitudes. Autoconditioning is a most effective tool for achieving such improvements. Here are some useful steps in the process. Clearing up your own purposes. Throw a searchlight into your heart. Pick out some one of the relationships you have just noted as being both important and at present unsatisfactory. Go through the early stages of relaxation and then, instead of giving instructions to your inner receptive mind, ask this question of that deeper self. Just what do I want to get out of this relationship? Then, instead of worrying or struggling or grumbling to yourself, be quietly receptive. Merely watch for light on the subject. What did the unfaithful husband want? As an instance of the way this process works, take the case of a man who once consulted me. He had been unfaithful to his wife, and she was threatening him with divorce action. They had 2 children whom they both loved, and a beautiful home. In many ways, they had been very happy. I suggested that he go through the above process. I told him to ask himself what he really wanted in his relationship with his wife, and how he wanted to have that relationship adjusted to the rest of his desires. I sent him home to explore this question in quiet relaxation by himself. He came back to my office and told me he had experienced self-revelation. When he looked at the matter squarely, he discovered that the most important thing to him in the world was the love of his wife and children, and their companionship in their home together. What he wanted most to achieve was a secure assurance that this partnership could continue, and could grow more beautiful, instead of going onto the rocks, as at the moment it was threatening to do. Using autoconditioning to get what he wanted. The auto-conditioning called for in this case was obvious. This man was getting into difficulties because he was giving disastrous reactions to the stimulus of other attractive women. After he had learned the basic technique of auto-conditioning, he built up a conditioned response such that whenever he found himself attracted sexually by another woman, he would instantly remember this basic need and would immediately be vividly aware of the disaster likely to come to him and his family unless he kept his relations with this woman on a conventional basis. The results saved his marriage. What do you want from your associates? Other inventories of the values of given personal relationships would, of course, bring extremely varied results. A man, inquiring into what he really wants out of his relationship with his adolescent son, may conclude that 1. He wants to achieve mutual liking and respect. 2. He wants to help the boy to become a good man with character and self-discipline. 3. He wants to reduce the boy's tendencies to wreck the family car, and the like. In her relationships with her neighbor, a woman may discover through induced intuition that what she really wants is mutual friendly respect, but also freedom from being imposed upon and from having her privacy invaded. How to turn conflict into partnership. Look back for a moment to the inventory of personal relationships you jotted down earlier while reading the first part of this chapter. The things you want in your relations with the traffic cop are different from the things you want in relation to your wife or husband, and those are different from what you want in your relations to the salesman or to the little girl who lives next door. But when you sort them out, isn't it true that in a fairly large proportion of such relationships, it would be a help to everyone if we could achieve more friendly cooperation and less quarrelsome or resentful conflict? Your 5 relationships. Let's look at this matter of conflict and cooperation in human relations in a broad way for a minute. Every person in the world might be classified in one of 5 kinds of relations toward yourself. 1. Strangers. 2. Enemies. 3. Rivals. 4. Friends. And 5. Teammates. Out of the 2 billion or so people in the world, all but a few would, of course, be strangers to you. But the kind of life one lives, and the kind of satisfaction one gets out of that life, will depend a great deal upon the proportions of the people in the other 4 groups. There is a kind of insanity called paranoia. Paranoids have the disastrous weakness of putting far too many people into the enemy category. The victim of paranoia imagines falsely that people are his enemies and are plotting against him. In another form of insanity, schizophrenia, the victim seeks to push people into the stranger class. The schizophrenic withdraws from social relationships, lives in his own imaginary world. Do exploiters have fun in the long run? One of the greatest decisions a human being has to make is whether to seek fulfillment of his own personality at the expense of other people and regardless of their interests, or whether he will consciously and systematically seek the greatest possible fulfillment of life for every person affected by his actions. This includes, of course, himself, but it includes also everyone affected by the decisions he makes, and the actions he takes. Those who deliberately and persistently make this latter decision are called men and women of goodwill. They have become potential members of the ideal world commonwealth, which is still quite largely a vision in men's minds, but which has been emerging gradually through the ages, and which may at long last bring about world peace and prosperity, founded upon freedom and cooperation. The mentally healthy, wholesome, successful human being keeps a proper balance among his strangers, rivals, partners, and friends. If he is to live richly and successfully, he must achieve friendship and partnership with a large enough group of the right people. Auto-conditioning can be a highly valuable tool in achieving this. Being promising instead of menacing. You are a stimulus, but are you a good one or a bad one? To expand your group of friends and partners, and to make those relationships stronger, it is first necessary to build the right emotional relations with your associates. These relations depend upon carrying out 2 rules. 1. Eliminate unnecessary irritants. And 2. Cultivate friendliness systematically. Suppose you have been having friction and unhappiness in relation to your husband or wife, your child, or your fellow worker. Take that one person as the object of this exercise, and then concentrate on this question. By what unnecessary irritants am I hurting our relationship? Jot down a list of them. They may be physical items, like cigarette ashes on the rugs, burned toast with cold coffee, or a screen door that needs mending. They may be psychological items, like a tendency to criticize, or the assertion of superiority, or trying to domineer. They may even in part be biological, such as having bad table manners, or using irritating ways of lovemaking, or shoving other people around. Whatever these needless irritants are, put them down in a list and underline the most important. Ceasing to be an irritant. When you get this list and are reasonably sure that it is a fair one, pick out from among the worst irritants those with which you are able to deal. Then use your auto-conditioning. As your stimulus, think of this person in the relationship that has been causing trouble. Say to yourself, when I next meet that person in that relationship, I will do everything in my power to eliminate these irritants. If you carry out the steps of the process faithfully, you are practically certain to remember vividly on the next encounter that this is your considered purpose, and you can then take steps, both spontaneously and deliberately, to get rid of the cause of the friction. In our discussion of auto-conditioning, we have been thinking about our own reactions to menacing stimuli. We observe that when we confront something menacing, our primitive response is likely to be either to avoid it or attack it. But suppose we ask ourselves, what kind of a stimulus am I to other people? If we act in ways that make people regard us as menacing, the response we are likely to receive will be fear, avoidance, antagonism, anger, attack, and the like. It is only sensible, therefore, for us to find out how we can make ourselves promising instead of menacing. The promising stimulus calls forth friendly interest, cooperation, enthusiasm, and love. To make oneself good and other people happy. One minor warning is in order at this point. When the idea of eliminating needless irritants is suggested, we may be prone to jump to the conclusion that the important thing is to put pressure on others to eliminate the irritants they have been imposing on us. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Someone has said that most of us try to make ourselves happy and other people good, while what we ought to do is to try to make others happy and ourselves good. Ruling out whatever element of piousness may be involved in that piece of advice, let us look at the matter in the light of realistic social psychology. Each of us has direct control over our own behavior, or can have, if we master auto-conditioning. The rule to eliminate needless irritants is a practicable one, a means of reducing the extent to which we ourselves are menacing stimuli. That step can start a benign spiral of goodwill. The irritants are likely to disappear, or at least to be markedly reduced. Cultivate friendliness. To eliminate needless irritants is, then, a sensible way to reduce the likelihood that one will be a menacing stimulus to other people. But now we come to the other side of the process. How can one not merely cease to be menacing, but actually become promising? The answer is, cultivate friendliness systematically. As before, pick out the person with whom your relations are at the moment particularly important. Then think about how you can cultivate friendliness in a positive way with that person. Some of the standard methods are eating good food together, laughing together, having fun together, and finding ways to do appreciated favors. One needs to become alert in watching for opportunities to do things of that sort. The husband needs to give attention to the question of what kinds of joy-producing gifts, preferably small in cost, he can take home to his wife or children. A man who aims at achieving better teamwork in his business or profession needs to watch for opportunities to build friendliness systematically and sincerely in those relations. Using a checklist. What makes a good teammate? The task of becoming a better teammate may be aided by the following method. In the left-hand column below are certain characteristics likely to interfere with one's acceptability and success in teamwork. In the right-hand column are certain characteristics likely to promote success in cooperative activities. Check off the items in the left-hand column you recognize as tending to damage your own social relationships, and check in the right-hand column the characteristics you feel need to be improved or increased to heighten your usefulness. Irritability, being a good listener. Impatience, taking suggestions gracefully. Bossiness, benefiting by criticism. Unfriendly criticism, appreciating the other fellow. Patroningness, showing friendly interest. Playing to the grandstands, planning one's work to fit in with the team pattern. Talking too much. Shyness, sincerity. Jealousy, integrity. Tardiness, trustworthiness. Hastiness, lack of interest. Laziness. Improve your traits by auto-conditioning. Now go back over the traits you have checked in both columns and underline those that stand out as being of special importance, as needing to be eliminated or strengthened in your personality. When you have finished underlining, pick out the one item need to in each column you feel that you most urgently improve. Let's start with one of those items and see how auto-conditioning can be used to better your capacity for achievement. First of all, bring to mind the kinds of situations where the lack of the desirable quality has reduced your success. For example, perhaps you tend to show displeasure when someone makes what seems to you to be a foolish suggestion. The best reactions to expected situations. For success in auto-conditioning, you should be able to describe clearly to yourself the kind of situation you need to take positive action in. Knowing that conditioning involves linking a certain reaction pattern to a stated stimulus, you can react in a way that will increase, not decrease, your value to your associates. Learning to benefit from being criticized. Can you take it? Consider, for example, the man who knows that he needs to change his own reactions to criticism. Having come to this realization, he carefully and thoroughly goes through the preliminary steps of auto-conditioning, as described in Chapter 4. When he has achieved deep relaxation and has given himself the standard feedback suggestion, he, as directing ego, says to his receptive inner mind something like this. The next time anyone criticizes you, you're going to feel grateful. You're going to ask yourself, how can I benefit from it? You're going to use that criticism to bring insight into yourself and perhaps into your critics. You're going to turn every knock into a boost. If you followed the preliminary steps thoroughly, and if you got deeply relaxed before you gave the autosuggestion, you will find that your reaction next time you are criticized will be very different from what it was before you applied auto-conditioning. If the results are not perfect the first time, you should not feel discouraged. Rather, think the matter over carefully. Find out just what was wrong, and then repeat the experiment with the needed improvements. Achieving understanding. To eliminate needless irritants and to build friendliness systematically involve the emotional side of cooperating creatively. But there is also an intellectual side. Not merely goodwill, but also a meeting of minds, a friendly understanding at least on your own part, and still better on both sides, is what is needed. Seek to reach working agreements that are actively accepted by all. That is a major objective in creative cooperation. Here are some ways in which auto-conditioning will help toward this meeting of minds. Be a good listener. That is one of the fundamentals of creative cooperation. In deep relaxation, you say to yourself, when next you meet that person, you will feel active interest in his ideas and his purposes. You will encourage him to talk, and you will listen with active and genuine interest to what he has to say. Surrender on non-essentials. That is another of the attitudes the creative cooperator needs to cultivate. Suppose you are going into a conference, or a committee meeting, or a family discussion, in which important decisions need to be reached on a democratic basis. By using auto-conditioning, you give yourself some such suggestion as the following during deep relaxation. In these discussions, you are to focus your attention on finding solutions that are in the best interests of all concerned. If others make suggestions that are not seriously damaging or obstructive, You will accept them cheerfully and graciously. You will look for opportunities to get together on plans that will best fulfill the purposes of all. Watch for the plus solutions. When two parties are quarreling, the plus solution is the way out that would be better than the plan either of them is fighting for. Here are some examples. The workers in a shop were demanding higher wages. The employer said he'd have to cut wages because he wasn't breaking even. They found the plus solution when they worked out together some improved methods, which saved so much money that wages were raised and the employer began to really make money also. Bill was demanding the family car to drive to the swimming pool. Edna was demanding it to drive to an outdoor movie. Mother needed it to do some shopping. Dad just wanted a little peace after a hard week's work. They had a family council and worked out this plus solution. They would all use the car to drive out to the lake for a picnic and swim. Mother would do her shopping on the way out, and they would all take in the movie on the way back. Ask yourself this question. How can I use auto-conditioning to find a plus solution next time I find myself getting into a wrangle? Goodwill through auto-conditioning. A man of goodwill seeks always to understand the persons with whom he deals, to discover how the best interests of all concerned can be promoted, to use methods of friendly discussion, to reach agreement by mutual consent, and to cooperate for the common good. But the unexpected trips us up. Such ideals, though quite widely accepted in theory among really civilized citizens of the democratic world, break down very often in practice. One reason for this breakdown is the fact that in our encounters with one another, it is hard to predict just what is going to happen. We meet someone unexpectedly, and he suddenly starts speaking or acting in a way that seems to menace our purposes. Or in the home, or the workplace, or the play place, a member of the family, or some friend, or some stranger perhaps, brings up a question without warning, or makes some proposal we had not expected, and before we know it, we are engaged in a battle of words. When we are off guard, we are likely to find ourselves nagging, or scolding, or threatening, or even trying to hurt some associate to get even with him for some real or fancied hurt he has given us. Even in university faculties, in gatherings of religious denominations, in organizations of physicians, and, of course, among lawyers, politicians, neighbors in our most prosperous suburbs, and fellow members of socially prominent families, one finds quarrels, feuds, bitter controversies, and deep enmities. Threats, scoldings, blame, pressure, nagging, mutual attack, and punishment are often chronic in such groups. Getting our impulses under control. What is the cause for this failure of our daily actions to live up to our theoretical ideals? Is it not that our attitudes are based to a very great extent on the impulse of the moment, rather than on solid foundations of principles that we accept when we are at our best? In those social relations where we have opportunity to plan in advance, and where men and women of goodwill have worked out the program which meets the interests of all concerned, creative cooperation may be attained quite consistently. It is the unplanned, impulsive reactions that so often set off the trains of resentments and antagonisms. If this analysis is sound, if this is actually the way things work in social relations, then auto-conditioning may be of fundamental value in improving social interaction. The person who finds himself likely to hurt people's feelings, prone to quarreling and to impulsive stepping on other people's toes, can discipline himself to sit down quietly at favorable moments and use the method of auto-conditioning. He can thus link up in his own subconscious mind the persons who are most likely to provoke unsocial reactions on his own part, conditioning himself so that when a provoking person or an irritating action suddenly appears as a menacing stimulus, that stimulus shall produce a reaction of considerateness, understanding, friendly discussion, and progressive cooperation. Goodwill calls forth goodwill. That is one of the strong points of this method. If you feel hurt or outraged and attack your opponent, the reply you are most likely to get is attack and resentment on the part of the one who has been treated antagonistically. This starts a vicious spiral of reprisals. But there is also a rising and creative spiral of friendliness. The one who is friendly tends to win friends. Being friendly can be cultivated deliberately in one's own personality by means of autoconditioning. Here's what it adds up to. Not only to grapple courageously, but also to cooperate creatively, is essential to that emotional maturity, which bring deep and lasting satisfactions in life. But creative cooperation depends to a very large extent on the attitudes you take into your human relations, the responses that you give to human stimuli. The kind of response you will give impulsively to a particular stimulus will be determined by your conditioning. Emotional maturity can be won by altering your own social attitudes in cooperative directions through autoconditioning. Let's check the main points. To grapple courageously is not enough. We need also to cooperate creatively. Get clear about what you really want with other people. The husband who had been unfaithful did this. Fewer enemies, more friends and teammates is what most of us need. Each of us is a stimulus to other people. Let's learn to eliminate needless irritants and cultivate friendliness systematically. Check your own good and bad social traits, then use autoconditioning to get free from the bad traits and to strengthen the good ones. To reach mutual working agreements. Be a good listener. Surrender on non-essentials. Discover plus solutions. Get set for the unexpected. Chapter 9. How to sleep soundly and how to stay awake. How's your energy flow? Misery or joy in your daily living depends upon whether the energies of your personality flow into constructive or destructive activities. In earlier chapters, you have been considering how you may control the attitudes that determine whether your energies will flow into cooperation and creativity, and thus be courageous and joyous, or whether those same energies will be allowed to flow into destructive and wasteful channels, and thus produce depression, discouragement, defeat, and despair. You have been shown the results of systematic experiments that have proved that miserable and destructive energies can be transformed into courageous achievement and cooperative joy. How's your energy reserve? The joyousness and usefulness of your life depend not merely upon the emotional quality of your energy flow. They depend also upon the quantity of energy and upon the brains and skill with which the available vitality of a personality is built up and paid out. A series of experiments at Duke University has shown that, by autoconditioning, marked increases may be achieved in the efficiency with which the vital forces of a personality are accumulated and expended. Specific problems in this field that may be solved by autoconditioning are as follows. 1. Going to sleep promptly and deeply. 2. Becoming wide awake and alert when sleepy or tired. And 3. Overcoming procrastination. The sleep problem. Insomnia troubles a lot of people. A fairly large fraction of human beings complains of tossing in their beds, feeling the need of sleep, but being unable to forget their troubles or relax their bodies enough to drop off into slumber. Sales of sleeping pills testify to this urgent and widespread craving. Each year, drug houses sell more than 300 tons of drugs, mostly barbiturates, to induce sleep. These drugs may be habit-forming. Anyone who uses them too often is likely to find he cannot get along without them. Close to 1,000 Americans will die during the next 12 months from overdoses of sleeping pills. In Great Britain and other countries, more or less proportionately numerous tragedies will take place. To control your sleep is one way to increase your energy. To be able to go to sleep promptly and to sleep soundly when one goes to bed is essential to the efficient control of one's own energy cycle. Sleep plays a vital part in building up personal energy. To lie in bed for hours, tossing and worrying because one cannot get to sleep, or to spend long periods in the night in restless and worried half-sleep, are certainly major wastes from the standpoint of living one's life to the full. Inducing sleep by autoconditioning. Autoconditioning is closely related to the sleep problem. Successful autoconditioning depends upon reducing the body to a state of deep relaxation. As the muscles become more and more deeply released, the autoconditioner finds himself coming to the very verge of sleep. Often, he actually begins to fall asleep but recovers enough to give the suggestion he set out to plant. When the object of the auto-conditioner is to go to sleep, the usual procedure can be altered slightly so as to produce this result. Make sure the conditions are favorable. The sleep hunger of the experimenter is important. There is not much use in trying to drop off by means of auto-conditioning if one actually is not in need of sleep. Sometimes people try to use slumber as a means of escaping from reality. It is doubtful whether a person who has had plenty of sleep would achieve much success by means of the methods suggested below. Another obstacle is being in a state of high excitement. To have drunk an unusual amount of coffee, to have been reading an exciting book or watching an exciting drama, to have been taking part in a stimulating conversation, or to have been thinking about some very joyous or some very frightening coming event. All of these are likely to increase the difficulty of inducing sleep. Such conditions, however, should be regarded as handicaps rather than as impassable barriers. The following procedures bring success in cases where people have difficulty in falling asleep, even when they are short of sleep, tired, and eager for rest. In planning for slumber under such conditions, it is important to have a sleeping room and a bed that are as favorable as possible. Bright lights, and particularly lights flashing on and off, should be shut out. If the room cannot be sufficiently darkened, some sort of eye covering should be used. The bed should be made in such a way as not to irritate or disturb the would-be sleeper. It is especially important that the amount of covering be adjusted so that the sleeper shall be neither too hot nor too cold. Too much covering is particularly unfavorable to sleep. The bed should not be so soft nor so saggy as to induce a back pain. Auto-conditioning for prompt, deep sleep. Assuming that the room has been made as dark and quiet as practicable, and the bed is comfortable, the auto-conditioning process itself may be brought into action. Take whatever position seems most comfortable. Relaxation suggestions are then started. After you have been working with auto-conditioning for a month or more, you will be able to get results by the simpler methods outlined in Chapter 5. To the 4-word method, it is helpful to add a 5th word, drowsy. This sets off suggestions like these. You will feel more and more drowsy, more and more sleepy, more and more tired and drowsy. If you hold steadily to that sequence of ideas and feelings, the likelihood is that you will drop off to sleep almost immediately. However, I find that while I relax best on my back, I go to sleep best lying on my face. In my own going to sleep routine, therefore, I insert the following suggestion. When you turn over, you will feel deeply restful. You will feel more and more drowsy and sleepy. If you need sleep, you will drop off very soon. But if you don't drop off, you will just lie there, peacefully, letting go into deep rest. Don't worry about how well you are succeeding. Don't worry about how promptly or slowly the sleep suggestion takes effect. Concentrating on sleep itself may sometimes produce insomnia. The remedy is quite simple. Use auto-conditioning to induce the attitude most favorable to sleep. Ignore the question of how soon that attitude will produce the desired result. The crucial autosuggestion may be phrased something like this. You are becoming deeply peaceful. You are going to rest. You are letting go completely. If, in a state of deep relaxation, your attention is centered entirely on this letting go process this sinking into rest, the needed sleep is likely to come with swift suddenness, or perhaps after a few moments of deeper and deeper serenity. A good preparatory step, if you are using auto-conditioning toward the end of the day, is to plant the suggestion that at bedtime you will become drowsy and sleepy. This suggestion can even be added to the end of a self-instruction to be alert and wide awake up to bedtime. Think your blood away from your brain. One thought pattern that has proved extraordinarily helpful in auto-conditioning for sleep is to think of the blood in your body as flowing away from the brain into the hands and feet. To make this effective, you put the idea into silent words, but you also imagine the feeling of the flow from the head down your body toward the hands and feet. The particular words employed are not the important consideration. What matters is that when you are ready for sleep, you fill your mind as completely as possible with the idea and the thought of deeper and deeper relaxation, and a more and more complete letting go of tensions, more and more submission to fatigue, drowsiness, slumber, and sleep. To keep your mind dwelling on such ideas to the exclusion of anything else, and to persist in doing so without worrying about whether sleep is coming or not, is the crux of the technique. A signal that you are falling asleep. As you work with this method, you will likely find that you come to a point where your thoughts become incoherent. You observe some chain of ideas that seems to be running through your mind of its own accord. But you suddenly realize that these ideas are not part of your waking thoughts. Until you get used to this transition, you may be roused by amusement or by interest in this discovery. But you will soon come to take it as a matter of course, and as an encouraging indication that sleep is now upon you. How long does it take? It is not easy to estimate just how long such a process takes to induce sleep. In my case, I should guess that sleep ordinarily comes within 2 or 3 minutes. I should guess that prompt success is achieved in 9 out of 10 such experiments, and that the rare occasions when the results are not practically instantaneous will usually yield if one simply persists serenely for a few minutes. Were you really awake or asleep? The delusion that one has been awake when one really has been asleep is something to be allowed for. Just recently I happened to wake up and feel sleepless, about an hour earlier than my proper rising time. I decided to auto-condition myself to go to sleep again for the needed additional hour. I lay on my back and went through the sleep-inducing routine. Then I realized that I had dropped off, and I said to myself, I must use the autosuggestion for waking up at the proper time. It occurred to me that I ought to look at the clock and see just what time it was. When I looked, I discovered that I had slept an hour and a quarter, with no realization whatever that any time had passed, except for that uneasy feeling that I ought to check the clock. Becoming wide awake when sleepy. Controlling sleep coming and going. Going to sleep successfully is only part of the achievement of voluntary control. A second highly significant use of autoconditioning consists in learning to become alert and wide awake when untimely sleep seems about to overwhelm you. You, like almost everyone, have probably had the experience of feeling strong impulses to doze off at your work in the morning when you have stayed up too late the night before, or when the job in hand seems boring. If you are even a little short of your normal quota of sleep, your eyelids are likely to droop, your attention is apt to wander, and your efficiency is likely to drop to a low point when you know that you ought to go to work at a piece of drudgery. These inconvenient uprushes of sleep have bothered people in many ways. A student told me of having a roommate who was getting plenty of sleep at night, but who could never start studying on a certain rather boring course he was taking without being overcome by an impulse to lie down on the bed, whereupon he would drop off to sleep. Many people, when attending a lecture, have had the agonizing experience of feeling themselves dropping off to sleep and being physically unable to hold their eyes open, even when their wives poked them in the ribs or stepped on their feet to keep them from disgracing the family. Auto-conditioned alertness. Such difficulties yield, in most cases, to wise applications of auto-conditioning. The procedure is simple. One goes through the preliminary steps, as outlined in chapters 4 and 5, and then, after becoming deeply relaxed, and before dropping off to sleep in the process, one says to his receptive inner mind, when I count back to 0, you will come out of deep relaxation feeling rested, wide awake, and energetic. You will continue to feel wide awake until a definite time within the next 2 or 3 hours, at which the experimenter feels that he will be justified in ceasing his work or in going to sleep. Many experimenters have exclaimed with astonishment upon discovering what a radical transformation this simple process can produce. You suddenly are wide awake and alert. Suddenly the heavy drooping of your eyelids and the sleepy fog that was seizing your brain disappear. You can go on about your work, and if you have used the right suggestions with really deep relaxation in your auto-conditioning, you often find yourself becoming surprisingly enthusiastic about what you are doing. An illustration of the ease with which this sort of thing may often be accomplished is provided by the student who fell asleep whenever he tried to study the boring course. His roommate had been initiated into auto-conditioning a few days earlier. He told the drowsy student about the new technique, and then they tried it out. The student found that he immediately acquired the power to stay awake and to study with considerable interest the previously boring textbook. Measuring your gain in alertness. An experiment with exhausted nurses. The foregoing examples are individual cases. A group of 35 very tired nurses participated in a demonstration of autoconditioning. First, their degrees of fatigue or of restedness were rated by the nurses themselves on mimeographed copies of an alertness meter based on the same principles as the mood meter. The scaled list of words is shown at the right. The 35 nurses, after having the process explained to them in a 40-minute lecture, were put through an autoconditioning exercise using suggestion sentences similar to those given earlier in this section. After the autoconditioning, the nurses again rated their alertness. The average increase was 10 points, from an average of sleepy up to an average of energetic. Those who were most tired at the start gained the most, with an average rise of 12 points. Those who were less tired gained, on the average, 6 points. Alertness meter. Terminus hour. 10 enthusiastic. 9 stimulated. 8 wide awake. 7 energetic. 6 vigorous. 5 lively. 4 alert. 3 rested. 2 active. 1 interested. -1 yawning. -2 tired. -3 sleepy. -4 drowsy. -5 sluggish. -6 lethargic. -7 weary. -8 listless. -9 worn out. -10 exhausted. Top plus number lowest -no. Sum equal score. Getting set for a wide-awake evening. One limitation of this technique is that one cannot very well do it in the presence of after-dinner guests, or when he is sitting at the head table of a banquet, trying to stay awake during a dull speech. If one is merely in the audience of a lecture, one may carry out the auto-conditioning process in a few brief minutes, and usually make oneself wide awake and alert for the rest of the evening. But for occasions where you will not be able to relax deeply without attracting undesirable attention, the remedy is simply to act with foresight and to carry out the wake-up conditioning before you go out into company. For example, the weary and sleepy host can take 10 minutes just before his guests are expected to arrive, retire to his study or his bedroom, relax deeply, and say to himself, "Tonight you shall be an ideal host. You shall stay wide awake all evening. You shall be alertly interested in each of your guests. You shall be watching for opportunities to give them chances to talk about the things they are interested in. You shall be friendly without being demanding. You shall be humorous without trying." The satisfaction resulting from such preparation is a rich reward for the small effort required to produce the effect. Auto-conditioning is no substitute for sleep. Don't try to cheat your nervous system. The experimenter who discovers the reality and the surprising effectiveness of some of these techniques is likely to fall into one blunder due to inexperience. A student wrote in a report on his experiments, "I have been living on auto-conditioning for the past 2 weeks of examinations. I have been getting only about 5 hours of sleep per night. Any such program is liable to defeat itself soon." Auto-conditioning is a way of managing one's sleep, not a way of getting along without sleep. Fortunately, this blunder tends to be self-correcting. If one keeps depriving himself of sleep by means of auto-conditioning, he will quite soon find that the method fails to work. One who is deeply in debt to Morpheus may get a momentary surge of more or less dim alertness, but sleep will soon come right back and overwhelm him. Drugs like a caffeine and benzodrine can make a person wide awake when he needs sleep, but every wise person knows that such drugs are dangerous if used in excess. and that benzodrine can actually bring on drug habituation. Autoconditioning has no such ominous effects, as far as anyone has yet reported, but it can be broken down by overuse. The experimenter who finds that his autoconditioning against sleepiness no longer works may quite possibly blame the autoconditioning instead of blaming his own poor planning of his sleep schedule. Find out how much sleep you need. The remedy for this is to discover the quota of sleep you need to stay in fit condition, and then get that amount of rest efficiently and compactly by putting yourself to sleep promptly through autoconditioning, and then by staying wide awake and alert during working and playing hours, with such aid as may be needed from autoconditioning. You may find an advantage in working on a moderate sleep deficit rather than on a sleep surplus, provided that this is not carried too far. If you have been a little short of rest, it is usually quite easy to go to sleep promptly at night, and then you can stay alert the next day and be ready to go to sleep promptly again on the following night. But take warning promptly if you develop persistent symptoms of overfatigue. Intelligent experiments can teach the open-minded explorer the best practice in his own case. Overcoming procrastination. Don't torture yourself by always stalling when a hard job faces you. One way many of us fritter away our energies is in procrastination. Faced with a tedious assignment, a boring job of drudgery, or a really difficult task, we may be likely to find excuses to put off the unattractive activity. If you are troubled with that energy-wasting habit, try this. When success in your work requires that you do a hard, disagreeable, arduous task, take 5 minutes out for autoconditioning. The method of curing procrastination is explained before in this book. It works. Duke students who tried that kind of experiment to spur themselves into clearing up assignments they had been putting off reported successes in more than 90% of their attempts. Indeed, if one counts only the experiments in which the students reported that they were really deeply relaxed when they gave the suggestion, the successes came close to 100%. Conclusion. A person who has never learned autoconditioning is still, to a great extent, living on the basis of impulses provided by that jungle chimpanzee called the ID. The intake and outgo of sleep, and the accumulation and flow of emotional energy will regulate themselves within broad limits through the urges of the id and the restrictions of the superego, modified to some degree by common sense. But some of us prefer to have our lives organized intelligently and deliberately, rather than trust blind impulses and emotional surges. Those who apply intelligence and wisdom to the organizing of their lives will find that autoconditioning gives them an invaluable device whereby the operations of building up energy reserves through rest, sleep, and normal living, and the intelligent and courageous use of those energies in the daily output of their activities, can be regulated according to decisions reached at moments of earnest insight and truest vision. Reviewing sleep and energy. You can put yourself to sleep soundly and regularly by right use of autoconditioning. But make sure that conditions are favorable. Don't worry while you're doing it. You can become wide awake and energetic for several hours when otherwise you would have been sleepy, tired, and dopey. But autoconditioning is no substitute for sleep. Run on a slight sleep deficit, but don't overdo it. Procrastination, the habit of stalling off hard, disagreeable jobs, is another thing autoconditioning can cure. Chapter 10. Winning Success on the Job. It's natural to hunger for success. Most of us would like to succeed better on our jobs. We'd like to be promoted. Or, if we are self-employed, we'd like to do our work better, build up a growing demand for our services, and reap a larger income. Most of us crave the satisfaction of a sense of real success in what we undertake. Success depends partly on competitive advantage. Does your success depend upon your making good in competition? For example, if you are an employee of a large corporation, your promotion to a higher-paying position probably depends in large part upon your convincing the one who makes the promotion that it is better to put you into that higher job rather than to advance someone else. If you are a self-employed business or professional man, your success depends in part upon your being able to win customers or patients or clients instead of their being attracted by your competitors. If you are an artist or a writer, your success depends upon your turning out products that win acceptance in competition with the offerings other writers or artists are making. Cooperation is also vital to success. Not all forms of success, even in careers, depend on competitive advantage. Take, for example, the wife and mother who regards homemaking as her career. She may have to compete with rival interests in seeking to win and hold the affection and attention of her husband and her children. But in a deeper way, her success depends upon cooperation rather than competition. Under competition, what the winner takes, his rivals lose or fail to win. But under cooperation, the more one cooperator wins, the more all the others benefit. This is true, of course, in a successful family. If mother succeeds in her cooking, the whole family enjoys the resulting meal. If father succeeds in getting promoted, the whole family benefits from the increased income. If Johnny brings home straight A's on his report card, the whole family feels triumphant. Ideally, this cooperative relationship may exist not only in successful families, but also among religious workers, among social workers, in the best types of relations between teachers and students, in many democratic governmental activities, and in the best forms of international relations. In the economic world, competitive advantage counts. How about your personal success? How are you going to win that increase in income your family needs? How are you going to gain that sense of successful achievement that is a reward of long months and years of toil? How are you going to succeed in climbing the ladder of growing opportunities to the point where your abilities can find full effect and can render the highest service of which you are capable? For most of us, during a great deal of the time, such success hinges upon gaining competitive advantage upon our being more efficient, more productive, more liked, more wanted than the rivals who otherwise might get the salary increase we need, or the wider opportunity that is our aspiration. Autoconditioning and competitive advantages. You can increase your competitive advantage. One crucial byproduct of the discoveries made during the Duke experiments is the realization that a person's competitive advantage can be swiftly increased in major ways by proper uses of autoconditioning. What are the factors determining your present competitive advantage? They might be broken down into 4. 1. Your innate abilities such as your IQ, your inborn aptitude for your special work, your physical stature, and your innate bodily characteristics. 2. Your past education, training, and development. 3. The amount of time, energy, enthusiasm, and concentrated attention you give your work. And 4. Your value as a team member, your ease in getting along with co-workers, the extent to which they are able to do their best when working with you, the extent to which you are liked, admired, and wanted. Other elements may add to competitive advantage, but if you score high on each of these 4 factors, your advance will be rapid and your success outstanding. Of the 4 main factors, autoconditioning can help on 2. On the first 2 of these, autoconditioning cannot help you. No one can autocondition himself into being more innately intelligent. No one can increase his native musical ability, or his mathematical capacity, or any other characteristics that depend on the kind of germplasm from which he was born. Moreover, past training is past. But the other 2 factors in competitive advantage can be increased in major ways, within a fairly short space of time, by right uses of autoconditioning. Tapping new sources of energy. Autoconditioning can increase enthusiasm, concentration, and alertness. The first of the 2 groups of success factors that can be increased by skillful use of autoconditioning is the amount of effective energy you can put into your job. This includes 1. The amount of enthusiasm in work, particularly when it is difficult, boring, or disagreeable. 2. The amount of concentration, speed, and efficiency you can assume. And 3. The extent to which you can maintain vigor and enthusiasm when the hours stretch beyond the point where fatigue or sleepiness would otherwise set in. Here is a series of autoconditioning acts that have been proven by actual experiment to produce the desired results in the great majority of serious attempts. A. To stop procrastinating. When success in your work requires that you do a disagreeable or arduous task, take 5 minutes for autoconditioning. First, make sure that you achieve sleep relaxation. Then, when you are fully ripe for auto-post-hypnotic suggestion, give to your receptive inner mind the following instructions. When I count back to 0, you will dig into that hard job with vigor, enthusiasm, and keen interest. You will make a game of seeing how quickly and efficiently you can clean it up. You will do a good job of it, so rapidly and effectively, that you will have time left for the things you have been wanting to do. Duke and Guilford students who tried that kind of experiment to spur themselves into clearing up assignments they had been putting off reported successes in a considerable majority of their attempts. Indeed, if one counts only the experiments in which the students reported that they were really deeply relaxed when they gave the suggestion, the successes came close to 100%. B. Relief of fatigue. One of the most striking results obtainable from autoconditioning can be one when the experimenter feels tired or bored, and yet feels that he ought to continue his work. Under those conditions, the experimenter should carry out the steps of profound relaxation, and then give to the receptive inner mind the following suggestion. When I count back to 0, you will come out of this feeling rested, refreshed, energetic, and enthusiastic. C. To stop feeling sleepy. A similar experiment can be used when needed, with the suggestion given in Chapter 9, page 154. By repeating such a suggestion, experimenters have reported excellent results in remaining wide awake until after an immediate future task has been completed. The student who typed all night. The possibility for successful achievement through experiments of the kind described above has been illustrated in the experience of one of the Duke experimenters. John Merck, a graduate student in sociology, had been assigned a term paper on Pareto. He went to work at his reading with keen enthusiasm and found plenty of material to study. There was so much to read that before he realized it, he had come within 12 hours of the time when he had to deliver the paper, and still he had not begun writing. He closeted himself in his den and started typing the paper he was to read the next morning. Past midnight his typewriter went on clicking, but his body began to remind him of the fact that, as a boy who had been raised on the farm, he had formed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. He felt sleepiness and fatigue bearing down, and still he realized that he would be falling disastrously short of the performance expected of him, unless he went on writing. In this emergency, his thoughts turned toward the technique he had recently acquired. He spent a few moments auto-conditioning himself along the following lines. You will feel wide awake, energetic, and enthusiastic from now until 4 a.m. At 4, even if you are not finished, you will go to bed and get some sleep. But you will wake up promptly at 7:30 in the morning, and will feel fresh and vigorous until you have finished delivering the paper. Auto-conditioning succeeded. Immediately, Mr. Merck found that his fatigue and sleepiness had disappeared. He actually went on typing until 4:30 in the morning. He then began to realize that he did not know what he had been writing for the past 3/4 of an hour. He assumed that it must be gibberish, since apparently he had not been following it with his conscious mind. So he decided to recondition himself. Relaxing deeply, he gave himself this suggestion. You will now knock off and go to bed. But you will wake up promptly at 7:30 in the morning, and will feel fresh and vigorous until you have finished delivering the paper. In the morning he woke up suddenly, feeling that he must have overslept. He looked at the clock and saw that it was exactly 7:30, and then he realized that he had not set the alarm, as he had intended to do. He had expected to have to retype the last few pages he had written in the last hours of his vigil. But when he reread them, he felt they were the best of the whole paper. The professor in charge of the course told me, without having known of the above experiment, that Mr. Merck had done an admirable job on his paper and presentation on Pareto. After the report had been delivered, Mr. Merck found it almost impossible to stay awake long enough to drive home and start catching up on his sleep. Becoming a better teammate. Qualities that make and break teamwork in your job. The list of characteristics that interfere with or promote teamwork may be applied to your job. Make a list of those which you feel apply in your case. Then underline those that are of special importance. Next, pick out one item in each column you feel you most urgently need to improve. Consider the kinds of situations in which this undesirable quality has damaged your working relations. Perhaps you show irritability when your boss or a fellow worker criticizes something you have done, and you react with resentment and with counter charges, instead of asking yourself how you can benefit from the suggestion. Recognize each situation in which you need to react more constructively. Then, if you can identify clearly the kind of situation which in the past has been calling forth the wrong kind of reaction from you in your career, you can, by means of auto-conditioning, link with that stimulus the kind of reaction that will strengthen rather than handicap your competitive position. Use the methods shown in Chapter 8. The menacing person as a promising stimulus. Understanding Mr. Pain in the neck? Almost everyone, at least at times in his work, has to get along with someone who is irritating, unreasonable, unjust, overbearing, or otherwise provoking. This person may be your boss, your co-worker, customer, or client. In dealing with such relationships, the following procedure is highly effective. The difficult individual should be regarded as a stimulus and identified mentally as such. The suggestion given to the receptive inner mind should be something like the following. When you next come in contact with this difficult person, or when this person next acts in a way that seems irritating or menacing, he will become a stimulus to set off the reaction on your part of being understanding, considerate, and cooperative. Your response to this irritating or menacing person will be genuine interest in his problems and his purposes, and an endeavor to turn the relationship into something pleasant and useful. What results may you expect? What would a 20% to 50% rise in efficiency do for you? In the preceding sections of this chapter, steps have been outlined showing how an experimenter can increase 2 of the 4 vital factors in his own competitive advantage. Let us suppose that you succeed to the degree normally to be expected in such experiments, namely, that you increase by 20 to 50% the amount of energy and enthusiasm you bring to your work, and that you improve to a corresponding degree your capacity for friendly and effective cooperation in teamwork. Let us suppose that this experiment not only succeeds in your early attempts, but that you use the feedback principle to suggest the importance of repeating and improving these auto-conditioning methods. The date when you start doing this may well prove to be a pivotal turning point in your career. Quite often, an improvement of 5% would be enough to change failure to success. In our competitive world, we are likely to find ourselves matched against rivals whose abilities are fairly close to our own. In any given test situation, the question of whether you forge ahead or fall behind is probably decided by a difference of less than 10%. If, then, auto-conditioning can produce an improvement of the order of 20 to 50%, it ought to be a decisive factor in your life success. Rising to your true level. There is a limit, of course. Sooner or later, the decisive factors in our success or failure will prove to be those innate characteristics that auto-conditioning cannot touch. Ultimately, if auto-conditioning is used to its fullest potential, we shall find our niche in the world in accordance with our inborn capacities, carried to their fullest achievement. But if you have used these techniques efficiently, you will find 2 basic sources of satisfaction. First, you will know that you have really done your best, that the level you have attained has not been cut down by failures that might have been within your own control. Second, you can teach yourself by auto-conditioning to accept this normal level of achievement, not merely as satisfactory, but as a source of joy, well-earned pride, and deep, continuing satisfaction. Steps up the ladder. If then, you really want to achieve that 20% to 50% increase in your own competitive advantage, use auto-conditioning to take these steps. 1. Cure yourself of procrastinating. 2. Become rested, wide awake, and alert on the job. 3. Build up the qualities that make you a better team worker. and reduce the traits that make you hard to work with. 4. Learn to benefit from criticism. 5. Develop your own friendly understanding of your difficult fellow worker. 6. Accept your true level, whatever it is, and enjoy life richly on that level. Chapter 11. New Roads to Success in Courtship. 4 jobs youth must face. Young people in their late teens and early 20s have 4 major problems to solve. The first is to finish their formal education, gaining the knowledge and the skills needed to bring success in adult life. The second problem is to select the right career and get launched into it. The third is to work out a sound philosophy of life. And the fourth great problem is to find the right life partner, to get married to that partner, and to make a good start toward achieving joyous family life. The big job is courtship. This fourth problem, courtship and marriage, takes the center of the stage much of the time for most young people. But there is a well-earned saying that sums up a great deal of youth experience. True love never runs smooth. To make the problem concrete, let us look into the difficulties of 4 fairly typical cases. Edgar was shy. The first case involved a couple, only in the sense that the problem concerned Edgar and the girl who wasn't there. He was working in a library to support himself and his mother, and was attending evening classes to prepare for promotion to a better position. He wrote, "One of my handicaps in my library work, in my evening classes, and even when I went to church with my mother, has been shyness. I wanted to be friends with people, but I never seemed to be able to think of anything to say. If I was walking down the street and saw someone coming whom I knew, I'd often turn the corner and walk around the block to avoid having to meet them. In my classes, when the professor would call on me, I'd have a wave of panic. My throat would seem to close up, and I would have to struggle to say a single word. It was worst of all when I wanted to talk to a girl. There was such a nice-looking lass who used to come into the library almost every afternoon. One day she asked me to help her find a good book about courtship. She kind of smiled at me, and I wanted to smile back, but I felt as if I was blushing, and I ran away into the stacks to cover my confusion. That is the problem of the first of our 4 cases. We'll look at the solution later on. But now let's look at the problem of the second case. Mother said, "Men are no good." A second kind of courtship trouble turned up in the case of Nellie. She was a school teacher, fresh out of teachers' college. She felt a strong urge to respond when men made advances to her. When she went to a dance, her heart started beating double time whenever her partner pulled her toward him to dance closer. But Mother had warned her. Every time this happened, there, in her imagination, was the image of her mother. Nellie's mother had been divorced after 3 very miserable years of marriage. Her husband had fallen in love with his secretary, and had left his wife and small daughter to face the world alone. Naturally, that made Nellie's mother bitter. She had a sister and a close friend, both of whom had suffered in much the same way. Nellie's mother thought that those 3 cases were enough to base a general rule on. She kept telling Nellie, "Be on your guard against men. They're no good. All they want is to get a thrill out of a girl, and if she's fool enough to marry them, they wear out the thrill and dump her. Don't let them smash you the way they smashed me." So, when Nellie found her partner dancing close, she would keep hearing those bitter words of her mother. She would struggle against the clamping arm, pull her cheek away from the boy's cheek, and for the next party she had to find somebody else to escort her. Some of the boys wanted to pet. Nellie wanted to express affection in caresses too, but always the memory of her mother's ranting against sex stirred up agonizing conflicts. She felt bitter. She loved her work and found the children in her class fascinating. But brief days of joy were followed at quick intervals by plunges into gloom. Nellie knew what the matter was. She knew that her mother's ideas about men had been twisted. She knew also that response to love is natural for a healthy young woman, and she wanted to be healthy. All this wisdom, however, did her very little good. These two cases, Edgar's and Nellie's, both involve people who needed and wanted courtship partners, but who were being frustrated by their own attitudes. Now let us look at a couple who had found each other, but who still had troubles. Jim and Marcia had quarrels. Jim Upton and Marcia Abercrombie had been going together for 4 years. But love wasn't running smoothly. As he put it, "I have always been quite moody and quite bad-tempered." Unfortunately, Marcia, my fiancée, was the same way. It seems that in our 4 years of going together, we spent a great deal of our time in arguing. Last summer, we had a real blow-up. We said a lot of hateful things and hurt each other very badly. When we began to calm down, we realized that both of us would have to change in a great many ways, or we would never be happy. Since we were very much in love, we set out to improve our personalities to grow up, to become more what we wanted for ourselves and for each other. But for some reason, it appeared that the harder I tried, the worse I got. I came to the point where I couldn't carry on a decent conversation and was easily dumped into depressions. To top it all, my parents blamed my girl for everything and were trying to break us up. When I first began to chart my ups and downs on the Duke mood meter, I found that I was plunging every few days to the disgusted, downhearted, and disillusioned levels of depression. Before we go into the solutions of the problems sketched above, let's look into one more case. Mary tried to give back Bill's frat pin. Mary Allen met Bill Brewster while they were both students at a state university. He was a senior in law school, and she was a junior, working for an AB in psychology. After he was graduated and started practicing law in a big city, he came up to see her every weekend. They had happy times together, but deep down she knew she could never marry him. She thought he was a wonderful person. He did everything he possibly could for her, but they were from entirely different backgrounds. Her parents were against the match, and Mary was still interested in Frank, a boy in her hometown whom she had known for 3 years. She wore Bill's pin, but she loved the boy back home. In spite of her doubts, Mary accepted Bill's fraternity pin, and for a time she felt very happy. Christmas came, and she went home for the holidays. She had not seen Frank for 5 months, but they got together again and had a wonderful time. Suddenly, she woke up to the fact that she had made a big mistake. She began to feel that she could not possibly be in love at the same time with both the young lawyer and the boy from home. When she got back to the university, she made up her mind that, come the next weekend, she would give the fraternity pin back to the young lawyer. When he came, she told him she just could not honestly keep it. But he argued her out of her decision, and she kept the pin. She still knew that she had to break it off. Twice more she tried, but each time the young lawyer won the argument and fastened the pin back onto her blouse. These inner conflicts, unsuccessful struggles to live up to what Mary knew was right, kept plunging her down toward the lower end of the mood meter. She kept registering upset, downcast, discouraged, disgusted, depressed, and miserable. Here, then, in these 4 cases, we have 4 different kinds of courtship trouble. Edgar was so shy that he was missing out on his courtship chances. Nellie had her relations with men poisoned by the hatred her mother had passed on to her, out of her own divorce anguish. Jim and Marcia found that their engagement was in peril because they quarreled so much. Mary was in love with one man and wearing the fraternity pin of another. In each of these cases, the answer to the special problem was found in autoconditioning. The question is how to alter our attitudes. We keep doing what we know we shouldn't. How can we learn really to do the things we know ought to be done to succeed in courtship and in marriage? We know we ought to be patient, but we lose our tempers. We ought to be good listeners, but then perhaps we spend the whole evening talking. We know that we ought to be sensible about sex, and then we get all tied up in emotional knots about it, or perhaps let go under emotional pressure and later regret it bitterly. We know that he who would have friends must show himself friendly, but some of us close up like clans. Most of us can think of first-rate things to do, just right attitudes to take in our courtship and in our marriage. How do we live up to the ideas and ideals that seem so clear and so shining at our best moments, but which so often desert us in the real give and take of dating and of learning to be life partners? People have said that willpower is the answer. Just screw up your courage and be good. Make good resolutions and then stick to them. Yet the sad fact is that resolutions get shattered so often. They are as easy to break as fine china, as easy to dent and to crumple as the fender of a car. This ancient business of putting on the moral pressure and trying to force others or ourselves to live up to our best ideals when we are in the thick of life's assaults and temptations just doesn't work. But auto-conditioning is a method that does work in solving courtship problems. Actually, it was developed in courses on marriage and the family at Duke University. How the 4 problems were solved. Each of the 4 courtship problems sketched in this chapter were solved because the people involved in them learned to transform their own attitudes by auto-conditioning. First, of course, each one learned to relax. Then, when they had achieved really deep and profound relaxation, each one gave to his or her own unconscious mind a crucial suggestion. How Edgar cured his own shyness, for example. Edgar tried it as a solution for his shyness. After telling about his problem, he wrote, "Then I learned about auto-conditioning. It's a way of changing your attitudes, you know. I thought, maybe I can change this shyness of mine into at least a little courage and self-confidence. So I tried it when I had to give a 10-minute report in my course on bibliographies. It worked wonderfully. I felt completely at ease, as if no one were in the room. Then I thought to myself, if it works for a class report, why wouldn't it work in making friends with that girl who comes to the library? So I auto-conditioned myself to be friendly, frank, and easily conversational. I only had to do it twice. After that, I didn't have to auto-condition myself because she started coming over to talk to me. Next week, we are going to the Drama Society play together. That doesn't sound like much, but it's really a lot for her, because she's shy, too. She told me she practically never dated until we got to be friends. I've been thinking about teaching her auto-conditioning. How Nellie learned to be natural with men. Nellie, the second case in our series, is the one whose mother had told her to beware of men. After she had been initiated into auto-conditioning, she decided to make use of it to remake her own unconscious attitudes toward courtship. First, she learned to get really deeply relaxed. Then they used a crucial autosuggestion like this. Whenever a nice man acts friendly toward you, that will be a signal to set off deep, warm friendliness inside you toward him. You'll remember that true love is good. You'll remember that true love is love of the body as well as of the mind and the spirit. Whenever the right kind of man smiles at you or looks at you, you'll respond with warm friendliness and comradeship. As a result of a few auto-conditioning sessions of that sort, Nellie rapidly achieved a basically new and healthier point of view. She found herself able to dance with men, to talk with them, even to kiss them goodnight, without the agonizing inner turmoil. The discovery that she could be normal gave her an immense sense of relief. Her mood meter readings began to stay up above the 0 line. Soon she found herself going steady with a nice young engineer. They had a lot in common. To her joy, she found that it was really ecstatic to have him make love to her. The wedding date was set. Nellie isn't a schoolmarm anymore. She's a homemaker, and before long she expects to be a mother. How Jim and Marcia learned to stop quarreling. The third example is Jim Upton, who kept quarreling with his fiancée Marcia. When he began applying auto-conditioning to his problem, he first learned to relax, and then he used this as his crucial auto-post-hypnotic suggestion. No matter what happens, you will grapple with it courageously. Whatever comes, you will meet it bravely. You will use all your brains and all your energy to work out a solution which will be happy for all. Later on, Jim used this as his crucial auto-conditioning suggestion. Whenever Marcia is irritating, that will be a signal to remind you how much you love her, and all of the fine things about her. Instead of turning against her and trying to hurt her, you will be thinking about how you and she can work together for your happiness now and in all the years to come. Here are the results, as Jim himself wrote them out. Auto-conditioning worked surprisingly well, especially after I had practiced it for several weeks. For nearly 2 months now I have never felt lower than anxious on the scale. That is, -3, compared to the -10 to -13 from which I used to suffer. And I have now mastered the method by which I can come up from even these slight dips, and within 10 minutes be really encouraged and cheerful again. I have become very happy. My bad temper is quite under control, and I find that conversation comes readily. Apparently my change in personality has affected my fiancée, because she has changed in much the same way. We are now very happy, very compatible, and we plan to be married in the summer or fall. My parents have now become very fond of her, and are looking forward eagerly to our wedding. Looking back over these weeks during which I have been learning to use auto-conditioning effectively, I find that the following changes in my personality have resulted from using this method. 1. I have no more moods of depression. 2. I am able to grapple courageously with problems. 3. I have no more bad temper. 4. I am a much better conversationalist. 5. I am happier and more mature. Auto-conditioning sort of grows on you. It worked with mediocre success at first, and then with increasing amounts of satisfaction. Also, it took less and less time. I found that I became conditioned to the word auto-conditioning. Whenever I felt a depression coming on, I kept thinking to myself that I should use auto-conditioning. By the time I had found the right place and time, I was usually quite cheerful. How Mary straightened out her mixed-up loves. Mary Allen, you will recall, is the girl who was in love with Frank but was wearing Bill's pin. In the midst of her painful struggles with that problem, she learned about auto-conditioning. One Saturday night, when she had a date to see Bill on the next day, she put this newfound skill to work and auto-conditioned herself to give back the pin and make him keep it. After getting deeply relaxed, she used a crucial autosuggestion something like this. When Bill comes to see you tomorrow, the sight of him will fill you with determination to tell him the whole truth and get it over with. When you see him, you will remember clearly and strongly that it would be no kindness to Bill for you to string him along, or to let him think that there is any hope for your future together. This is the end, and when you see him, you'll know it. The results were highly satisfactory. She reported. I was astonished to find the next evening that I had the strength to give his pin back to him with a rational explanation. I felt a terrific sense of relief and happiness, and ever since that evening, I have had little depression, whereas before I had had many ups and downs. My depressions have been almost completely eliminated by means of auto-conditioning since that successful experiment. I have been extremely happy and have not needed to use auto-conditioning for depressions, but have turned to its use in other fields. In the field of procrastination, auto-conditioning has also helped me. I had often been inclined to put off a paper until the last minute. But now I auto-condition myself to get right to work on a project instead of procrastinating. On almost every occasion, I have had success in overcoming this bad habit. I feel that auto-conditioning is a wonderful method, particularly for decreasing depression. I am very pleased that I was introduced to the method, and I know that I shall use it all my life. Maybe it would work with you. You have just read about how 4 young people, faced with real and fairly typical problems in their courtship lives, discovered that auto-conditioning could give them the answer. If you happen to be in the midst of courtship problems, why not sit down and write out the sort of auto-post-hypnotic suggestion you are to give yourself, or which you might recommend to troubled friends of yours, as soon as you or they have gotten really deeply and profoundly relaxed. Chapter 12. How to make your marriage work. Miserable or joyous. If you are a husband or a wife, Your marriage can probably be classified in one or another of three groups. Some marriages are mistakes from the very start. They should never have been begun, and might best be terminated without further suffering. Such hopeless matings, fortunately, are relatively few. At the other extreme are the rare and lovely marriages that have been thoroughly and steadily joyous, from the first time the couple met, up through courtship, the wedding, the honeymoon, the coming of children, and the steady partnership of family life. The great middle group. Between these two extremes of hopeless failure and of thorough and steady success lie the great majority of couples. These husbands and wives quarrel more or less often. They also have moments of keen joy and satisfaction in each other. Sometimes they get badly on each other's nerves. Sometimes they take deep comfort in one another. In the less happy half of this middle group of marriages are thousands upon thousands of couples who, more or less frequently, have thought about the possibility of getting a divorce. If your marriage is in the great middle group, this chapter should be of help. The Great Divide in marriage. How do couples drift into divorce? Most people who share the same bed, the same pay envelope, the same breakfast table, and the same bathroom are almost sure at times to step on each other's toes, to get in each other's way, and to hurt each other's feelings. If they are polite, some of them call it being civilized. They sit on the safety valve of their irritation for a while. But inwardly the husband and the wife get more and more steamed up. They begin brooding about their wrongs. Sooner or later the pent-up resentment explodes in a quarrel. Are quarrels ever good? Such quarrels often clear the air for a while. Under the pressure of outspoken resentment, each party tells the other about the things that have been irritating. They say some harsh words, but in the process each of them learns. If they really love each other, they kiss and make up. And each thereafter will try to avoid the things that brought on the quarrel. But sometimes the pressure of resentment has built up to a really dangerous point. When the quarrel breaks, the husband or the wife or both say things that are hard to forget. Instead of clearing the air, such quarrels deepen the wounds. Both the husband and the wife begin to think of their mate as an antagonist instead of as a partner. It becomes easy to believe that this person across the table or on the other side of the bed is unreasonable, unjust, mean, cruel, treacherous, and hateful. When couples feel this way for any length of time, they have crossed the great divide. The reasons to hate each other pile up like snowballs rolling down a slope. When that stage has been reached, it takes a fair-sized miracle to save the marriage. What's the present status of your marriage? Let's suppose that your own marriage has reached the stage of frequent quarrels, but has not yet crossed the great divide. What might you do not merely to avert the final disaster, but to restore your home and your sphere of life to a level of fairly steady and growing affection and joy? It is not impossible. It depends upon whether both or even one of the partners achieves understanding and devotion. Sam and Jenny's reborn marriage. Sam and Jenny had been married quite a long time, and outwardly their marriage seemed solid, one of the most successful in town. But actually, as Sam explained to me in one of our early interviews, they several times came close to a smash-up. The clashes came, over and over again, because, as Sam explained it, Jenny was a domineering woman, and Sam got blindly angry any time he felt that he was being treated unjustly. Money wrangles. Sometimes the flare-up was about money. Sam told me that his income varied quite a bit from month to month. His wife had her heart set on making a huge payment on the house every month, and if his takings were not enough to carry out her plans, she would lose her temper and lash out at him. One month, when she found that the available money was to be $75 less than she had banked on, she questioned him in a harshly indignant tone that made him boil with outrage. He told her that he had been pushing himself to the limit to give her the money she demanded. If she wasn't satisfied, he would simply take charge of the family budget himself and give her an allowance each month instead of her giving him one. When he said that, she got up without a word, went to the closet, got out her suitcase, and started packing. He asked her where she was going. She had no definite plan, But, in an outburst of tears, she said that she had stood all that she could stand, and that she was going to leave him. They patched up that quarrel, but Sam told me he realized then that it wasn't safe to fight these things out. The little needles. The quarrels kept happening just the same. Sometimes the causes were quite trivial. Sam was slightly hard of hearing. He liked to listen to news broadcasts and to classical music on the radio. He would turn on the program at what seemed to him a normal volume, and would be listening with enjoyment when suddenly his wife would come up, and without a word, turn the radio down to a degree where he could hardly hear. Temperature was another source of friction. Sam liked to have the house at around 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Jenny felt comfortable only when the temperature was 68 or below. Sam would turn the thermostat up and begin to bask in comfort, when suddenly his wife would angrily turn the heat down. When Sam clammed up, Jenny got angry. When such things occurred, Sam would sit on the safety valve. Not wanting to quarrel, he simply froze into sullen silence. Then his wife would burst out, "What's the matter with you? You've hardly said a word for 24 hours. How can you treat me like that? If I've done something wrong, why don't you tell me?" Sometimes the quarrels were the other way around. Jenny thinks that sour salads are delicious. She loved to serve grapefruit and lettuce with vinegar dressing. Sam wanted his salads made of bananas, cream cheese, nuts, preserved fruit, and that sort of thing. One day when, in spite of his protests, Jenny had served him grapefruit salad 3 days running, he said to her, "If you serve me a sour salad once more, you're going to get it right where the Hollywood comedians get their custard pies, square, on the nose." Jenny burst out crying, went into the bedroom and locked the door. He took his share of the blame. Sam admitted that the fault was by no means all on one side. For example, he liked to do outdoor work around their place. He would get garden mud on his shoes, or get the cuffs of his trousers full of grass mowings, and then come tramping into the rooms his wife had just vacuumed, scattering debris and dirt over her clean rugs. Or he would lug a big bundle of brittle brushwood into the living room and stack it into the fireplace, leaving bark and twigs littered all about. Then, when the room was full of guests, he would be likely to fire up and nearly roast out his helpless victims, particularly his wife, who hated hot rooms. All this, of course, was done quite innocently, but quite maddeningly from Jenny's standpoint. Another count against Sam was the fact, which he admitted, that he had often tortured his wife by deliberately saying shocking things in the presence of their friends. Sam used auto-conditioning to save his marriage. He had used auto-conditioning for other problems. When Sam first came to me, these quarrels with his wife were one of the main problems he wanted solved. This was only one of his perplexities, but to him it was outstanding. His major difficulties hinged on the fact that his attitudes were wrong in various ways. He learned how to solve these problems by mastering auto-conditioning. For one thing, he learned how to go back to sleep peacefully after he had been waked up by a nightmare, as happened every night or two. Also, he learned how to cure his habit of feeling overwhelmingly drowsy at about 7:30 every evening. Most fundamentally, he was cured of his lifelong habit of sinking into deep depressions. When Jenny talked to me about their marriage, she said that sometimes Sam would sulk for a week or 10 days at a time. She said he had repeatedly threatened to commit suicide and had her in a state of wretched fear as a result. Sam stopped having depressions almost from the first day he learned to use auto-conditioning. After finding how useful auto-conditioning could be in curing depression and insomnia, Sam came to me for further help on the problem of his relation to his wife. I asked him this question: "What are the most lovable, endearing, admirable things you can remember about your wife from this long life you have lived together?" She had her good points. Sam looked thoughtful. "There are plenty," he said. "She's a wonderful cook. Usually, she's a real genius at thinking up and serving what I like best in spite of that crazy taste she has for sour salads. And she and I have a lot of things we're both enthusiastic about. Children, for example. We both love them. We first got interested in each other because I saw how she loved youngsters. We planned to have a houseful. Only the doctor drew the line after we had 4. And we both love beautiful things. She used to be a professional designer, you know. And I was the one who designed that amethyst necklace you saw her wearing. Another thing, we both love the theater. We've spent more evenings than I can count, holding hands while we looked at plays and good movies. But we've been partners in more than that. When I was struggling to get on my feet, she took years of drudgery, making all the children's clothes, doing all their laundry, and all the cooking and housework too. Oh, there's plenty to think about when you ask what's wonderful to remember from our years together. How to head off quarrels. All right, I told him. Here's how to use auto-conditioning on your problem. Take the first chance you can get and go off by yourself where you won't be interrupted. Sit in a comfortable chair and relax deeply. You know how to do that by now. When you feel the sense of peace flooding your body, then, as the directing ego, say to your receptive inner mind, the next time Jenny acts unjustly or harshly, that is to be a signal to set off memories of all the kind, loving, beautiful, thrilling things that she has done for you. Repeat that 2 or 3 times with variations. Then say to your receptive inner mind, when I count back to 0, you will come out of this deep relaxation, feeling cheerful, courageous, and friendly. It worked. When Sam reported back next time, he was full of enthusiasm and astonishment. It worked like a charm, he exclaimed. She jumped me, the way she has done so often, but instead of feeling angry or sulky, I just had to take her in my arms, kiss her, and tell her what a wonderful girl she is. It took the wind out of her sails, but she seemed to like it, and we spent one of the happiest evenings we'd had in years. She still gets kind of abrupt and arbitrary once in a while. But when she does, it's affection and understanding that surge up in me, instead of anger and bitterness. When I react that way, she stops being domineering. Jenny didn't want to be inferior. 2 weeks later, Sam reported a new development. Jenny had poo-pooed his auto-conditioning, and he had not felt that he wanted to urge her to take it up. He felt that his own attitudes had been transformed in a fundamental way, that he really was a new kind of husband and a new kind of person. Then, suddenly, he noticed that his wife also had become a new kind of person. She had stopped being domineering. She began to be adorably considerate and thoughtful. Their hours together began to move with a smoothness and a continual happiness that reminded him of their honeymoon, only instead of the fierce excitement of new love, there was now the deep-running joy and affection of lifelong companionship, with the thorns and thistles eliminated. Out of purgatory. 2 months after Sam told me about this new development, I saw him again, and I asked him, "How's the wife problem now, Sam?" "Wonderful," he answered. "Our marriage has been simply reborn. It's like moving out of purgatory into heaven." The enthusiastic wife. In the case we have just reviewed, it was the husband, Sam, who took the auto-conditioning initiative. We shall now look at a case where the wife took the initiative. Marilyn Curtis had been called a prude. She had met her husband, Tom, when they were students together at the university. After she had been dating him for a month, his roommate stopped her on the campus one day and said, rather brusquely, "Marilyn, did you know that prudes often turn into old maids?" Then he walked off. Marilyn asked herself, "Am I a prude?" Of course, she didn't drink, and she hated smoking. Her father and mother had been ardent church workers, and her mother especially had drilled into her the idea that it was a sin to poison your body with alcohol and nicotine. Also, when she went out with a boy, she didn't want to spend hours having him pour. On her next date, she gave in, to the extent of a goodnight kiss. But it worried her especially when Tom insisted on 5 kisses on the next date. He was in a hurry. Tom finished school a year ahead of her. By the time Marilyn was graduated, Tom was already started in a business of his own, and he insisted on marrying her right after commencement. They had a wonderful honeymoon. He told her afterwards that he had discovered that if you marry a prude, she may turn out to be a very exciting wife. Tom was making a very good income, but a lot of it had to go into building up the business. They moved into a duplex apartment, with the backyard abutting the backyard of the home of Tom's mother. Tom's mother was a widow, living alone in a large house. Marilyn dreaded the day when her mother-in-law might be taken sick, and they would have to move into that old mansion with her. Also, after a day of high-pressure neighborly living, she found herself crying out inwardly for privacy. She heard about an ideal house that was for sale in another part of the city. She told Tom she wanted to make the down payment on it with her own money. But he said that buying a house would take the money he needed to build an extension to his business. She wanted to change him. Tom smoked a good many cigars. They made him smell terrible. Marilyn kept feeling resentful and guilty about him. She went to church twice every Sunday. Usually he went with her to the morning service. But he almost always seemed to have something else to do when time came for the evening service. She thought people who loved each other as much as she and Tom did ought to share their religious life clear up to the hilt. But she tried not to nag him about it. Then she went to a church institute on marriage and family life. A distinguished speaker gave a talk on how to keep romance in marriage. Among other things, he said, "Many women have to learn that the way to keep your men folks is to give them up. If you want the love of your husband or your son, set them free. Let them love you because you're lovable, because you mean so much to them. Don't try to tie them to you with your apron strings, or with any other kind of strings." Could she set him free? She said that the lecture seemed to hit her right between the eyes. As if with a flash of lightning, she realized that she had become, in several ways, a domineering and nagging wife. She didn't want to be that. But she did hate living in that apartment, and she did wish that Tom would stop smoking. And she did think he might go to evening service with her, at least every other Sunday. Then she learned about autoconditioning. At first, she resisted the idea. She was afraid that it might be a substitute for her religion. Prayer was a very vital thing to her. But she came to realize that autoconditioning was not a substitute for her faith and devotion. Rather, it was a technique by which she could make effective in her life the ideals that seemed so shining at moments of spiritual illumination, but which she found herself failing over and over again to put into actuality. She went off by herself, relaxed deeply, and then gave these instructions to her receptive inner mind. Your job as a wife is to help Tom achieve what he himself, at his best, really wants to achieve. You're not to make him over. Whenever you find yourself beginning to feel the least bit irritated with him, that will be a signal to remind you to understand him better, to work with him instead of against him, to be his partner in whatever he himself feels is good and true and worthwhile. What autoconditioning did for Marilyn's marriage. From that moment, tensions began to subside in her marriage. She went back to her quiet hour, time after time, linking up, deep in her own unconscious with the thought of her husband, the awareness of all that was strong and lovable and creative in him ignoring, forgetting and disregarding the molehills she had been making into mountains. She found a new and wonderful partnership. All the joy of her love surged back again, strong and fresh and creative. Difficulties. Problems. Certainly, life was full of them. That is what makes life challenging and interesting. But if your heart and mind, conscious and unconscious, are welded in partnership to one you love, it becomes a magnificent project to work at problems. The anguish disappears. A month after she learned about the new method, Marilyn wrote, "I use the autoconditioning idea, with prayer, after lunch for about half an hour each day, instead of taking a nap I don't really need. I haven't been depressed once during the past month. Tom is more wonderful than ever." Achieving a rebirth of joy in one's own marriage. The cases of Sam and Jenny, and of Marilyn and Tom, present only a few of the many ways marital happiness can be damaged, and perhaps smashed. In one of these cases, a couple who had been married for several decades had allowed minor irritations and a major struggle for dominance to bring their home to the verge of disaster. They re-establish their marriage on a level of happiness higher than ever before by altering their attitudes through auto-conditioning. In the second case, a couple who were already fairly happy achieved a new depth of affection and joy because the wife learned that she could cultivate more understanding attitudes by wise use of auto-conditioning. But how about your marriage problems? If you were married, your own marriage problems may be very different from those faced by these two couples. Perhaps tensions between you and your spouse have built up around money matters, or around interest in friends, or around disputes about how to raise the children, or around questions relating to your in-laws. Whatever the cause, let us suppose that your husband or your wife seems at times to be a menace. This partner hurts your feelings, or really seems unreasonable. He or she tries to order you around, criticizes you unfairly, or is discourteous, inconsiderate, and perhaps greedy. What can you do about it? Actually, you have the choice of 3 types of reaction. Run away, quarrel, or find the creative answer. First, you can try to run away from the trouble. You can freeze up, sulk, retire behind your newspaper or magazine, refuse to talk or answer only in monosyllables, punish your partner by cold disapproval, and the like. Of course, such behavior on your part is likely to make your partner furious. If your partner treats you that way, you get furious. It doesn't solve the problem. A second way of reacting is to have one of those quarrels. But there is a third way of meeting the crisis, a way that takes character, patience, understanding, and real love. That reaction consists in trying to understand, instead of running away or fighting back. Which of those 3 methods will you take? Before you answer, let's ask a previous question. Which of these 3 do you really want to take? Quite a large fraction of the couples approaching the Great Divide would say that they wish they could take the third line of action. They want to understand. They want to be patient, generous, and loving. But in spite of good resolutions, they actually lose their tempers, say harsh things, boil with resentment, and suffer for days before getting their lives back again onto an even keel of affectionate partnership. Someday they realize the ship of marriage is likely to capsize in the storm, and all their cherished values may go overboard. Such persons really want to change their attitudes, but have failed so often that they are about ready to stop trying. Auto-conditioning can change your attitudes. Auto-conditioning opens the way to the creative answer. If the above paragraphs come at all close to describing the state of your marriage, then by applying what you have read this far in this book about auto-conditioning, you have at hand a remedy that may actually save your marriage happiness and go a long way towards carrying it to new heights of affection and joy. The preliminaries are much the same as in other types of auto-conditioning. You get off by yourself in a comfortable chair at a time when you will not be interrupted. You spend some minutes in becoming deeply relaxed. Then your directing ego says to your receptive inner mind something like the following. When your husband or your wife seems unreasonable or unkind, your reaction is going to be to remember everything nice about your partner and to respond with understanding and affection. Repeat that suggestion to yourself slowly and emphatically, perhaps with minor variations in the words, all the time in this state of profound relaxation. After you have done so, say to your inner mind, "When I count back to 0, you will feel cheerful, rested, and courageous." Chapter 13. Triumphing over bereavement. The pain of separation. One of the most severe tests of character, courage, and faith is to lose the physical presence of a loved one through death. In almost all marriages, one or the other partner sooner or later must go through the physical loss of the loved life teammate. In true marriage, partnership with the beloved is not something that can suddenly be canceled, as one backs a car out of a garage or takes off an outer garment. Husbands and wives grow to be living parts of one another. The vital fabric of memories, the current interplay of words, smiles, touches, even struggles, and the living growth of plans reaching forward into the future. These are the essence of life itself. Death comes like a giant surgeon's knife, slashing across married love and leaving an agonizingly amputated member grieving. When death takes a child. But this anguish endured by those whose loving partnership is terminated by death is only one form of the world's griefs through bereavement. Our children are far safer than they ever were in previous generations, but even today accidents, war, and the still unconquered diseases of early life continue to tear sons and daughters from the arms of their fathers and mothers, and of their brothers and sisters. When the enfeebled aged end their pilgrimage, it is reasonable to be philosophical about it. They have run their course. They have completed their earthly adventure. Their sufferings and struggles have been terminated in well-earned rest. But when the young die, on the threshold of life, the destruction seems almost vandalistic. So much love, toil, and hope have been invested in their future. Such loving dreams have been built up for all the hours, days, and years they were to live and grow joyously. But now, that has all been aborted. The grim reaper has mowed them down in the very strength and jubilance of their youth. The harsh ending seems senseless, wanton, a ruthless desecration by a blind and brutal fate. How, then, shall we reconcile ourselves to such disasters? How can anyone contend, or even believe that such a rupture of life may hold within it the seeds of beauty and triumph? Throughout our thinking together in this book, we have been coming back, over and over, to the basic proposition that menaces should be coped with, not by the 4 don'ts, but by the 3 do's. Let us explore together, for a little while, the concrete and practical meanings of dealing with our bereavements, by grappling courageously, cooperating creatively, and adventuring spiritually. The 4 do and T's apply to bereavement reactions. Don't misdirect the energy kindled by bereavement. The 4 don'ts are certainly appropriate as warnings against what one ought not to do when one confronts bereavement. If you lose your loved one, don't acquiesce ignobly. One must acquiesce, but not ignobly. One need not just lie down and pity himself. He need not let death shroud the lives of the still living with grim and fatalistic gloom. One need not even acquiesce in becoming a crippled personality, staggering on through life with a gaping and unhealed wound. There are many better ways of dealing with bereavement than ignoble acquiescence. Don't attack vindictively. I knew a brilliant young artist who had suffered deeply in spirit during his war service, but who had at last found love, married and established a home, and welcomed triumphantly the coming of his firstborn son. When the baby was born, this proud young father drew a sketch, which he had reproduced and sent out as an announcement card to all his friends. It showed a beaming baby, descending jubilantly out of the sky, and proclaiming, "Listen, world, here I come." But when this boy was 2 years old, while his nursemaid was attending to other matters, he wandered out onto a high pier that stretched into the rocky edge of a lake. The child tumbled off the pier, smashed its head against the rocks, and died at the edge of the water. The father met his bereavement with the utmost bitterness. He upbraided the nursemaid violently and discharged her without a reference. Only with difficulty was he dissuaded from filing criminal charges against her. He took a resentful attitude toward life in general, and toward the universe itself, because of the suffering he was experiencing. His reaction, of course, was not unique. Countless human beings have met bereavement with the vindictive attack reaction. But there are wiser ways to direct the energy coming from such anguish. Evading bereavement cravenly. To evade cravenly is another of the 4 don'ts that applies to bereavement. A mother whose son was an aviator received word that his plane had been shot down in flames behind enemy lines. There was no question in the minds of his comrades that he had died in the crash. But for long years afterward, his mother insisted that her son was still alive. She kept his bedroom just as he had left it, telling her friends that it was ready to receive him when he came back from the war. This sort of flight from reality is a psychological form of craven evasion. Granted that some sufferers may not have the stamina to deal with bereavement in any more constructive way, the man or woman of genuine character must at least search for better channels into which to turn, and to transmute grief. Bereavement might move you to rush rashly. That would be the 4th possible mode of misdirecting the suffering of bereavement. The young widower who suddenly and recklessly places his children in an institution, without exploring other possible solutions, and the widow who invests her husband's insurance in wildcat stock, may be taken as examples of rushing rashly under the impact of bereavement. These unwise reactions to the loss of a loved one are brought on by the wasteful and destructive channeling of emotional energy. The energy is there. The grief is a towering reality. But grief, like other forms of emotional energy, is capable of being transmuted. Anguish and devastating emotion can be transformed into courage, and at long last, into creative joy. The means to such transformations are through the changing of deep-lying attitudes, and the changing of attitudes is the achievement for which autoconditioning is an outstanding method. Courageous reactions to bereavements. To be truly brave. The rule "do grapple courageously" applies to the menace created by bereavement. Let us remind ourselves briefly just what is the essence of courageous grappling. First of all, it means coming to grips with reality. One aspect of the reality presented by bereavement is the deep incision death has made in one's own personality, and the problem of working out the adjustments necessary to go on living as courageously and creatively as possible. Courageous grappling calls for an inventory of the vital facts in this menacing situation. Let us sum up briefly some of the factors that must be bravely and honestly faced. Face the reality of your loss. The physical body is gone. The familiar voice, the dear gestures, the responding smile, the understanding interchange of ideas and plans, such things remain only in memory, so far as the physical world is concerned. Moreover, one must adjust frankly in his material life to the alterations that are made necessary by the bereavement. If the deceased was the wage earner, or the homemaker, or a working partner in other basic activities of one's life, some fundamental adjustments must be made. But our inventory has a positive side. Let me begin by telling briefly of a dream that helped me, in connection with a bereavement of my own. My sister, Helen Hart, was a well-known social worker who, at various periods in her life, had been head resident of social settlements in Pittsburgh, Toronto, and New York City. We had been close to each other in some phases of our thinking and of our ideals. Her sudden death shocked and hurt me. Love is immortal. It was about a year after her passing that I dreamed very vividly of her. In my dream, she seemed to be there, warmly, intensely, and affectionately. In the midst of this dream, there came over me a sudden and indubitable realization: love is timeless. I felt as fully aware of my love for Helen as I had ever been in my waking life, perhaps more aware. Her face, her voice, her touch were as vivid, as comforting as they had been at any time in our waking communion. Death had not changed it. I knew in that moment of revelation that all of the love I had felt was accessible, real, and dynamic. Death could not damage that reality. Through this illumination, I realized that if I needed Helen, or my mother, who died when I was 10 years old, or my little son, who passed into death at the age of 17 months, I could sit down quietly, close my eyes, relax, open my mind and heart to memories of the dear one, and become aware of what that friendly spirit would have said to me in that particular hour of need if he or she were present in the flesh, and we had been talking with clumsy words instead of with vivid, swift inner thoughts. Of course, to gain the full richness of this communion, it was necessary that my basic attitude toward death should change, that we shall speak of in a few moments. Be true to the loved one's ideals. One other aspect of reality must be included in the inventory of courage. That is the awareness of what one's loved one would want one to do with respect to the disappearance of his or her beloved physical body. If one meditates upon this question open-mindedly and with clear vision, one must know that the beloved would not want us to sit and mope, to brood upon a pile of earth in the cemetery, or upon empty shoes in a deserted closet, or dusty toys, or a vacant chair. This loved one would want our life to go on. He or she would ardently desire that we find fresh courage, that we keep our grip upon the tangible and visible world, that we go ahead with the work we have to do, and that we learn increasingly to make real in our lives whatever inspiration, comfort, joy, heightened capacity for love this relationship gave us before the time of bereavement. God fulfills himself in many ways. Every wise person learns sooner or later that a basic change in his life means a fresh opportunity to live more richly. Even the changes we have dreaded and perhaps resisted will, if grappled with courageously, prove to open new vistas of experience, to prod us into fresh and more fruitful activities, and to enlarge our capacities, our skills, and our knowledge. This is true also of bereavement. Holding strongly to the immortality of love, and keeping with us the deep comfort of communion with the undying reality of the remembered beloved, we can go out into the transformed world, even if the transformation is in the direction of privation, hardship, and some loneliness, and in coming to grips with this altered world, we can learn and grow and develop. Cooperate creatively in spite of death. His glorious promotion. One of my students, when I was teaching in the Hartford Seminary Foundation, was Mrs. Paul Twynham. She had been a missionary in China and had become a close confidant of Madame Chiang Kai-shek. During our days of association as pupil and teacher, Mrs. Twynham told me about her marriage. She had met her husband on the mission field. They had found a superbly beautiful and rapturous love. 6 months after their marriage, her husband died. She had not been grief-stricken. She knew that Paul's death was his glorious promotion. She felt that he and she had gone into an even fuller partnership after her bereavement than they had had before it. My own mother and I had been very close to one another. She loved her children with passionate devotion. Her death came more than half a century ago. But even at present, she is a help. Fulfillment of spiritual partnership. These examples of creative cooperation with the ongoing influence of living memories of those who have gone through physical death are obviously related directly and immediately to the preceding section on grappling courageously. One of the realities to be taken account of, in the inventory of grief, is this potential power and inspiration coming from the undying love and influence of those with whom our lives have been interwoven. Fulfillment of courage implies fulfillment of spiritual partnership. But cooperating creatively means much more than being true to the love and influence of the remembered loved one. It means also that bereavement shall not harden one's personality. Black grief, such as comes from yielding to any of the four don'ts when confronted with bereavement, tends to shut off one's loving relations with his physically embodied associates. This second do, as it applies to bereavement, calls for the intensification of our determination to live lovingly, to strengthen the relations of brotherhood, without which fulfillment of human life on earth is impossible. Real love enters deeply into the unconscious regions of the self. Once experienced, it becomes a timeless and unending possession that can be renewed and re-experienced as a person comes into fuller awareness and fuller contact with this unconscious region of his own personality. The true understanding of bereavement leads one to a deeper and fuller realization of this fact. Death opens a doorway. But once realized, this awareness begins to transform our relations with those we love, and we still have with us in bodily form. A father and mother whose child has died often feel drawn to one another with a depth of understanding and affection they otherwise might never have known. We begin to experience here what the Creed calls the communion of saints. Death may be found to be not a cruel abductor of the loved one, but the opener of a doorway into a deeper spiritual community in which one's realization of the meaning of love can be enlarged, and can lead us to a deeper, wider, and higher fellowship than before. Death challenges to adventure spiritually. Survival. Thousands of years ago, Job asked, "If a man die, shall he live again?" Even then, the question was an ancient one. Today we live in an age of skepticism, in which the vast power of the growth of our machine civilization has blinded to the realities of the spirit many of even our leading thinkers. Professor James Luba of Bryn Mawr College asked leading scientists whether they believed in a life beyond death. He found that only about 1/3 of our greatest scientists felt sure that personal consciousness survives when the physical body dies. But in Britain, more than 70 years ago, a small group, including some very distinguished scientists, formed the Society of Psychical Research in order to approach the problem of survival with searching impartiality. The scientific studies conducted by that society, and by kindred organizations in the United States and in other countries, have piled up volume upon volume of winnowed evidence bearing on this problem. While students of this evidence are by no means unanimous in their conclusions, the case in favor of the survival of human personality beyond bodily death appears to have grown stronger and stronger. The present writer has summarized his own conclusions on this subject in a chapter entitled Psychical Research and the Life Beyond Death, which appears in the Garvin Lectures of 1949, Man's Destiny in Eternity. The Quest for Light. Adventuring spiritually does not mean accepting blindly the conclusions of those who believe that psychical research has proved the reality of life beyond death. Rather, it means that one shall approach this problem with open heart and open mind, eagerly searching for evidence and being willing to explore the working hypothesis that death is a gateway to a wider life. This kind of spiritual quest is not out of harmony with the approach to bereavement sketched in preceding pages of this chapter. To realize that love transcends time and space, and to go on living with a profound sense of the inspiration and ongoing influence of loved ones who have left their physical bodies, is sound and valid. This is true whether one believes in survival as understood by psychical researchers, or whether one believes only in the immortality of influence. To go on living in the endeavor to be true to the highest and best that one's beloved would have wanted him to achieve, to commune with the best of the ideals, memories, and purposes this love has brought forth, and yet to be outgoing, living one's life in this physical world, and facing its real problems. Such an attitude is valid under either view of death. If those of us are right who believe that personality continues in an even wider, more vivid, and more creative life beyond death, the attitude of going forward in the inspiration of timeless love will open the way to that deep, unconscious communion that flowers in the best of inspiration and guidance. But even if the findings of psychical research should not be validated, this same basic attitude preserves the power of the love we have known, and carries forward in continuing growth the creative influence of the beloved after his or her body has turned to dust. Applying auto-conditioning to the problems of bereavement. To bring your deep attitudes into line with these ideals. To grapple courageously with the loss of the physical presence of a loved one is only a special case of the basic problem auto-conditioning solves. When we say, no matter what happens, we will grapple courageously, those words, no matter what, include the possible event of physical death of a loved one. Auto-conditioning helps one to rise permanently above emotional depression, discouragement, and despair. The same fundamental process opens the way to triumph over the grief, loneliness, and the doubts that beset us in the face of death. Here is an opportunity to apply what we have learned about auto-conditioning. He who has achieved this mastery need not go into darkness after he has laid to rest the physical form of his beloved. He can learn with swiftness and with assurance to go forward in continuing fellowship and in growing realization of immortal life. James H. Luba, The Belief in God and Immortality. Chicago, Open Court. Publishing Company, 1921, page 252. Arthur H. Compton and others. Man's Destiny in Eternity, Boston. The Beacon Press, 1949, pages 79 to 116. Summing up. The anguish of bereavement is potential power. Don't misdirect that power by self-pity, resentment, cowardice, or blind rashness. To face bereavement with courage means coming to grips with reality. Realizing love is immortal. Being true to the ideals of the one we have loved. Moving forward in a transformed world. The dear partnership need not be dissolved. From beyond the glorious promotion, fellowship can be deeply real. Psychical research has been uncovering persuasive evidence of survival after death. The quest for light should be an open-minded search. In bringing our deep attitudes into line with these ideals, auto-conditioning is a fundamental help. Chapter 14. How auto-conditioning can rid your life of tension. Success and inner peace can both be won. What do you really want out of life? In Chapter 6, we discussed a method whereby one can obtain a clear and useful answer to such a question. Some people desire intensely to succeed in the career they have undertaken. They want to get promoted, to get an increase in salary, to win recognition, to have more power, more comfort, more admiration, or more success. Toward the fulfillment of that type of desire, Chapter 10 has been presented. But other people find that their most urgent need is relief from tension. They suffer from agonizing strain in our machine civilization. They find themselves worried, pained acutely by feelings of failure, perhaps developing stomach ulcers or even coronary thrombosis. They may suffer from insomnia. They may be prone to wire-edged nerves and short tempers. What kind of remedy for such difficulties might be obtained through autoconditioning? One of the facts we must note at the start is that many people have both of these needs. They feel the acute urge to succeed better, but in their struggle to achieve that goal, they find themselves suffering from tension and longing for inward peace. Both of these needs can be satisfied, at least more fully than most of us achieve them, with the aid of autoconditioning. The first step is to face reality. The fundamental do is this one: do grapple courageously. We have said that the first necessity for courageous grappling is to face reality. If we go back to that step, we shall find ourselves on the way toward a solution of these apparently conflicting needs for success and for serenity. Get clear about your goals. The first reality we must face consists in our own deepest purposes and desires. How important is it to earn more money? To keep up with the Joneses? To become more famous? How do these values compare in urgency with the need for self-possession, for quiet leisure, for the full capacity to enjoy family and friends? A clear perspective of one's relative values is needed. Remember the platitude that he who, in acquiring wealth, destroys his own capacity to enjoy wealth truly is a fool. One of the parables refers to such a man as the rich fool. Surely, success is important, but success must include the capacity to enjoy deeply, to be a real friend, to see life clearly, and to see it whole. Work at the problems you can do something about. A second vital facing of reality is to sort out life's difficulties into those we can do something about, and those we cannot do anything about. One test of a true philosopher is that he stops trying to change things beyond his own control, and stops worrying about the fact that he cannot change them. As an example, let us take the case of the Jewish father, who is intensely loyal to his religious faith and traditions, but who discovers that his only son expects to marry a Gentile girl. Let us suppose that this father realizes that his son is so deeply in love that he will marry the girl no matter what the father may do or say. This, then, is one of the factors of life over which this father cannot exercise control. But he can decide what his own reaction is going to be, what basic attitudes he will take and develop toward this uncontrollable fact. He has the choice between angry protest, resentful withdrawal, or persistent creative endeavor to understand the situation and learn how to cooperate creatively with it. Now, the father may quite possibly accept the above facts in theory. He may, with his conscious mind, wish ardently to keep the friendship of his boy and to win the friendship of his new daughter-in-law. But, being human, this father may find that when he actually confronts the situation, an overmastering emotional reaction comes boiling up out of his subconscious mind, built upon the age-old marrying tradition of the Jewish people, and upon the cherished hope that his own son would help to keep pure the ancestral integrity of Israel. If such is the situation, autoconditioning offers a practicable technique for carrying out the purposes this Jewish father, at his best and clearest moments, knows that he wants to achieve. By autoconditioning, this man, if he chooses, can so alter his own attitudes and his own spontaneous responses to the situation that love, understanding, companionship, and fellowship will be the outcome instead of misunderstanding, grief, and bitterness. Priorities and autoconditioning. Again, take the case of a business or professional man who, in moments of depression, feels that he is being defeated all along the line. Let us suppose that he has used intuition to clarify the supreme purposes in his life. Chapter 6 tells how to do that. He knows that he wants to succeed in his vocation, but he gets too fatigued, too irritable, too sleepless to achieve that satisfactorily. He wants to enrich the love relationship between himself and his wife. But he comes home tired from his work, finds his evenings and weekends so taken up by his business or professional appointments that he has become aware of a deepening gulf that is splitting his marriage. He wants to win and hold the affection of his children, but only rarely does he have any opportunity to be with them, and he feels guilty about the times when he has repulsed their attempts to win his attention and share his life. How to eliminate tension between the claims of your work and your family. The pastor of a large church had 2 sons. He found that the demands of his congregation were keeping him busy practically every afternoon and evening of the week, and that he had formed the habit of using any vacant afternoons and evenings for reading and study. But when this minister realized how disastrously he was alienating himself from his family, he talked the problem over with his wife. They agreed upon setting aside certain hours on a stated day each week in which the father, his boys, and perhaps their mother would do together something the boys ardently wanted to do. That kind of decision can be made in a common-sense manner, and it may very well succeed on that basis. The value of auto-conditioning in this connection would be that by it, the father can actually link up in his mind the specified hours of the specified day, so that he dedicates them unfailingly and almost automatically to this priceless sharing of life with his family. Thus, he is far less likely to forget, or to allow the deadly exceptions to creep in and nullify this plan. Auto-conditioning sets the new pattern of life firmly and clearly in the subconscious, as well as the conscious part of his personality. The same sort of method applies if the problem is how to cultivate during marriage that continued and growing romantic love that keeps enriching and inspiring the husband-wife relationship. Put first things first. Of course, the setting aside of these times for one's children or one's wife, or both, means that one must subordinate to that extent the demands of his business or profession. But there again, the priority idea is crucial. A little quiet thought will help any busy man discover which complications that press him are vital, and which could be avoided, postponed, or sacrificed. Some of the 24 hours in every day must be given to sleep and to one's family. The wise man budgets the time available for his career and devotes it to the activities and responsibilities promising to be most fruitful, most richly rewarding in terms of his long-run goals. Having discovered by using intuition or merely by quiet thinking what are the high priorities in his business or professional demands, the auto-conditioner can impress upon his unconscious the linkages that will make him accept obligations that fit into this master pattern, and gracefully avoid and retire from demands that are fruitless, too costly, and at last destructive. You can get rid of tension. The inner peace sought in this chapter and the dynamic effectiveness discussed in Chapter 10 are not mutually exclusive. Dynamic serenity is a way of coming to grips with reality. It means focusing your energy creatively upon the end seen clearly at times when you are at your best. But to make this approach to life, to deal with reality with full power and without the wastes of fear, worry, antagonism, and self-reproach, these achievements hinge upon attaining and maintaining the attitudes of courageous faith and cooperation. Auto-conditioning is the way to make effective in your inner mind the attitudes you have deliberately chosen. Rules for winning peace instead of tension. 1. Face reality. 2. Get clear about your goals. 3. Work at the problems you can do something about. 4. Put first things first. 5. Use auto-conditioning to bring your inner receptive mind into line with your decisions. Chapter 15. Some needed safeguards in auto-conditioning. Power means danger. The invention of automobiles gave careless people the power to wreck themselves. The invention of electric dynamos gave careless people the power to electrocute themselves. The invention of auto-conditioning puts new power into the hands of almost anyone willing to make the effort needed to master the method. And power is dangerous. It opens the way to damage as well as to achievement and joy. Auto-conditioning is your new high-powered car. By using it well, you can go places have thrilling experiences, and win achievements that otherwise would have been beyond your reach. But since you have now learned to drive the car and have been given a roadmap indicating some of the destinations where your new vehicle can take you, let us put up a few road signs to indicate dangerous curves, blind intersections, traffic lights, and other warnings, and helps towards safe and satisfactory travel in autoconditioning. Nature's 4 personality regulators: pain, fatigue, sleepiness, and discouragement. These 4 regulators operate in almost every ordinary personality. Note that at least 3 of these regulators are unpleasant. But in the personality operating on the basis of more or less blind impulse, their unpleasant regulators are needed. Pain is a warning that the structures of the personality are being damaged or menaced. The burnt finger, the cut skin, the aching stomach. Watch out. We're being hurt. Stop what you're doing. Do something different. So also, fatigue warns of depleted energy reserves and demands that rest be taken. Sleepiness similarly warns of the need for slumber. Can you get along without them? Pain, fatigue, and sleepiness can each be shut off temporarily by using an appropriate drug. But such drugs are dangerous unless used wisely. So much so that, in most states, sale of the more powerful ones is forbidden except on medical prescription. What then happens if you learn to shut off such unpleasant warnings by means of autoconditioning? All of them can be thus quieted if you learn to use the technique with full effectiveness. It would be dangerous, for example, to use autoconditioning to make yourself unconscious of a pain that kept stabbing in your abdomen. If you did this, you would be running away from a physical symptom that needs to be studied and dealt with by a competent physician. The danger is, perhaps, not so great as that of addiction to drugs. The person who tries to substitute autoconditioning instead of adequate sleep and rest will soon discover that the method loses its effect. But he might have some painful and even disastrous experiences finding out his mistake. Safeguards are needed. Everyone who adopts autoconditioning needs a sound method of using this new power to avoid the dangers its abuse might bring. The answer is simply to regard autoconditioning as an aid in the wise planning and organization of activities. Use it discriminatingly when special need arises, as a wise person uses an occasional sleeping capsule, headache powder, or benzodrine tablet. In particular, in the control of sleepiness and fatigue, autoconditioning can bring a notable increase in the working capacity of the person who learns to use it effectively. But this increase will be short-lived, unless it is part of a wise plan for the efficient overall organization of the user's working life. The above 3 regulators, pain, fatigue, and sleepiness, all have to do with protecting the physical body. The 4th regulator, discouragement, warns about psychological and social adjustments. Is it safe to stop feeling discouraged? 9 out of 10 suffer from depressions. Discouragement is one phase of an emotional cycle the Duke researchers have found normal for most of the people tested. Self charts have been recorded by a fairly representative sample of intelligent people before learning about autoconditioning. These charts show that, without autoconditioning, 9/10 of such people experience 1 or more depressions per month. About half undergo 1 or more fairly serious depressions every week or 2. The typical surges and ebbs of mood seem to follow a pattern somewhat like the following. The cycle goes like this. When an individual is healthy and normally energetic, his purposes and plans tend to develop on the expectations of success, favorable attention, friendly responses, growth of financial return, and of social prestige, and the like. If such plans and expectations are well-founded and are fairly wisely developed, they tend to reinforce themselves. The planner tends to adopt in his own mind the general assumption that he is wise, important, and worthy of greater recognition and reward than he has previously achieved. His energies are therefore devoted to winning this deserved return. If this optimistic trend is continued very long, without correction in the light of hard facts, this person is likely to overreach himself, to overinflate his hopes, and to take on responsibilities that cannot be fulfilled. Such overreaching, if it expands rapidly with self-confident moods, is almost certain to lead to rebuffs, failures, and disasters. These, naturally, tend to bring on depression, to make the person feel he has been a fool, that he is far less worthy of attention and success than he had supposed, that he will have to revise his hopes downward, and perhaps that he must take some real suffering. Under normal circumstances, this depressed mood also goes too far. The blue person becomes more pessimistic and self-hating than the facts justify. Sooner or later a turn of good fortune, or advice from his friends, or perhaps just sleeping off his discouragement, tends to put him on the upgrade again toward optimistic expansion. After being cured, what happens to the person who has gone through these mood fluctuations and has been initiated into auto-conditioning? The self-charts shown in the earlier chapters answer the question. Mood fluctuations change in a basic way when you learn to use this new method of controlling your own unconscious attitudes. Instead of taking long, deep plunges into the valleys of despair and the sloughs of despondency, you, as a skilled auto-conditioner, have learned to keep your journey up among the levels of courage, comradeship, and faith. You do this, not by hiding the facts, but rather by bringing the full energy of your personality and the full resources of your intellect to bear upon the problem to work out the best solution. If, at any time, you find yourself dipping into the twilight zone between courage and depression, all you have to do is spend a few moments of auto-conditioning to climb back up again. This you will have done so often and so consistently that you can count on it, if you use auto-conditioning faithfully. As time goes on, the habit of being courageous should become more and more ingrained into your unconscious as well as your conscious structure. In a very real sense, your personality will have been remade by auto-conditioning. Courage versus repression. But if emotional depressions are thus abolished, what comes of the warning function that plays so important a part in cutting the over-exuberant optimist down to size from time to time when he needs it? To remove depression by auto-conditioning is healthy if the cure is effected by courage, but not if the facts of life are pushed out of sight. Psychotherapists warn against a dangerous habit they call repression. This unhealthy way to react to a painful or menacing stimulus is to push it out of sight into the unconscious, to take a flight from reality, to pretend that the dangerous and evil thing is not there when it is there. Don't try to fool yourself. One of the mistakes careless people can make about auto-conditioning is to think of it as a way of fooling oneself. It would be dangerous to use auto-conditioning to pretend that everything is sweet and lovely between oneself and one's husband or wife, if actually this relation is based upon injustice, treachery, or cruelty. It would be dangerous to use auto-conditioning to delude oneself into a state of false optimism, particularly if one does this without coming to grips with the actual problems of his life, and without finding how his energies can be used constructively to deal with those difficulties. The use of the mood meter should stimulate you to develop alertness, caution, thoughtfulness, due consideration, and creative energy. It should not encourage you to auto-condition yourself into reckless optimism and false lightheartedness. Auto-conditioning faces reality. The auto-conditioner needs to keep coming back to the fundamental self-suggestion. No matter what happens, we will grapple with it courageously. So long as you stick to that basic rule, you are facing reality, not running away from it. If you are using your head to understand your problems, and if you are summoning your best resources to deal with those problems intelligently, then it is well to use auto-conditioning to reinforce the upward surge toward cheerfulness and even joyousness, resulting naturally from being courageous instead of being fearful or hateful. Not false pretense of happiness, but rechanneling of your life energies that is the core of auto-conditioning. Faint heart might fail to win power. To quit too easily might mean to miss the reward. Dangers of misusing the power conferred by auto-conditioning call for safeguards, and some of these have been suggested. But there is a danger that comes before the risk that power may be misused. That is the danger that one may never really acquire the power. In Pilgrim's Progress, that great parable of the upward struggle of the human soul, an episode is related about a man called Pliable, who went along with Pilgrim until they fell into the slough of despond. Then he cursed his guide and turned back toward the city of destruction, leaving the glory of the vision behind his back. That allegory embodies a truth reflected vividly in early American history. During pioneer days, two streams of people were observed. One was the stream of frontier-bound adventurers. These had left behind the old world, with its crowded poverty, its economic and political oppression, and its religious intolerance. They were adventuring courageously into the untried new world, with its freedoms, its dangers, its hardships, and its rich but uncertain rewards. Not all the Western pioneers succeeded. The other stream was smaller. It was made up of broken and defeated pioneers, people whose courage had not been great enough, or whose misfortunes had been too overwhelming. They had staked their all and lost. They were trickling back to try to get once more a footing in the old world, a stuffy, cramped, and often oppressive place, but free at least from wild Indians, rattlesnakes, and helpless, devastating loneliness. Similarly, there is likely to be a procession of people retreating from autoconditioning before ever having won its rewards. The mastery of the method requires real effort and a fair degree of persistence. The best results often are not obtained until one has vigorously worked at self-training for several weeks. Early fears can be removed. Special difficulties may discourage some beginners if they do not know how to meet them. For example, in the very early stages, when they begin to experiment with deep relaxation, some people may find strange fears surging up out of their own unconscious to stop them. An aviator said that when he tried to relax, he got the same sinking sensation in the pit of the stomach that came when his training plane hit an air pocket before he had really learned to fly. A deeply religious girl and a pre-theology student both reported that when they tried to auto-condition themselves, they encountered a feeling that somehow this might be sacrilege, that it might be against the will of God, or a violation of some spiritual loyalty. Each of these young people found that the apparent obstacle to auto-conditioning could be removed by auto-conditioning itself. The aviator learned to say to himself in the very early stages of relaxation, "You will be serene, self-possessed, and fearless during this exercise." After he did this on 2 occasions, the symptom entirely disappeared. The same sort of treatment freed the students from their unreasoning fears. Personal difficulties like these can be eliminated quite simply if the experimenter is willing to adopt auto-conditioning as a working hypothesis at the start. Power once won might fade away. Some succeed and then relapse. Even after one has been cured of emotional depressions, it is still quite possible for him to stumble back into habits of being depressed if he is too smug about early successes in auto-conditioning. Many people, when they first experiment, find it quite thrilling and surprisingly useful. Then the novelty wears off. The process may become mere humdrum. Some quickly forget how depressions once hurt. Since auto-conditioning has as one of its major results the power to lift the individual out of depression into the courageous levels of the mood meter, the successful user of this technique is likely to suffer from the delusion that the depths from which he climbed were not real. "Oh, that," he says to himself. "It didn't really amount to so much." He is then likely to discount auto-conditioning along with the vanished mood of depression. He may begin to take its benefits for granted and to allow new auto-conditioning habits to slough off. At that stage, the danger of a slump becomes quite real. He may discover the old depression cycle has re-established itself, and before long he may find himself back in his former depths. Fortunately, the person who finds himself thus backsliding can correct the blunder quite easily, merely by starting over again, and this time using auto-conditioning to establish more firmly the habit of auto-conditioning. Some problems don't yield at first. Another way one may relapse from his early successes is that he may encounter menacing situations that do not yield to first attempts to grapple courageously with them. Let us suppose that an experimenter has become highly enthusiastic about this technique and about the extraordinary results it may have produced for him. Let us suppose that after the novelty of auto-conditioning has worn off, this individual happens to encounter a series of damaging situations. Under such conditions, it is possible that the experimenter might find himself in a depression that carries him deep down below the zero line before he has gotten around to stopping it. In such a depression, he may well lose perspective and decide that his previous enthusiasm about autoconditioning was a delusion. He may then be driven still deeper into disheartenment by the feeling that he has been deluded and that his supposed miracle-working discovery was nothing but self-deception. Take, for example, the father who had been discouraged about his relations with his adolescent son, and who, through autoconditioning, has undertaken to cultivate more friendly companionship with the boy. He sits down with the lad some evening to play a game of cards or checkers. They start off fairly well, but the youth keeps horsing around. He keeps doing loud and absurd things until his father can no longer sit on the safety valve of his irritation and bursts out with an explosive scolding that wrecks the evening. Sometimes we must make the best of a bad situation. Take a more lasting and more tragic situation. A young girl, defying the advice of her parents, marries a man she has known only a short time and with whom she believes herself deeply in love. 2 or 3 children are born to them, but in the early years of their marriage, the husband or the wife, or both, discover that this marriage was a huge blunder. The one who has made this discovery, let us say, learns about autoconditioning and goes to work with the situation. No amount of courageous grappling can reverse the original blunder, but autoconditioning can help them make the best of the situation. Sometimes, persistently making the best of it may transform what seemed to be a disaster into what may become, more and more, a triumph. But one should not get disheartened and abandon autoconditioning if one finds, after the first week or two of using it, that the basic problems still loom. Don't reinforce unsound attitudes. Misuse of autoconditioning might even tend to push one into unwise decisions. If a man or a woman who is in doubt about marrying his or her courtship partner uses autoconditioning simply to reinforce the arguments in favor of marriage, and to repress or push out of sight the arguments opposed to tying up with this partner, an unfortunate marriage may result. One thing autoconditioners need to learn is that part of grappling courageously is to look squarely at the dangers and complexities one has to face. To confront the worst whatever it may be, without shrinking and without evading, is part of being truly courageous. Courage calls for being prudent, not for rushing rashly. How to keep growing through autoconditioning. The dangers and the difficulties mentioned in this chapter and others that may turn up in your own personal experience can be dealt with successfully if you follow consistently some simple rules, summarized as follows. 1. Adopt the regimen of joy. Adopt and live up to sensible rules about eating, drinking, smoking, sleeping, working, and playing. Bad habits in any of these areas can be broken, and good habits can be established by proper use of autoconditioning. On the positive side, not only the quantity of life, but also its quality is involved. Much more enjoyment can be gotten out of living, day by day and hour by hour, if one treats his vital bodily equipment with due respect. There are more taste thrills in a good, moderate diet than in the overeating some gourmands practice. As to sleep, he who would live joyously needs to find out just how much he really needs, and then see to it that he gets that sleep fairly consistently. For a week or two, autoconditioning can help one overcome drowsiness, but it is no substitute for adequate rest. The directing ego is like a steersman guiding a powerful craft. Autoconditioning gives power steering. This opens the possibilities of living more joyously, more usefully, and more successfully than could otherwise be achieved. Wise living consists in being fully aware of this high potentiality, and in maintaining your resolve to use it to the full. 2. Work with nature rather than against it. Direct your autoconditioning along the lines of your own fundamental character and your own most basic purposes. The carpenter knows that if a block of wood is to be split, the blade must strike along the grain rather than across the grain. Use your autoconditioning along the grain of your own basic character. For example, there is no use in trying to autocondition yourself against your own deepest wishes and convictions. But once you have discovered what your own best desires are, autoconditioning gives you a powerful tool to achieve those purposes more fully and more swiftly. Use autoconditioning to bring your living into creative harmony with your religious beliefs or with your basic philosophy of life. 3. Master the basic theory of auto-conditioning. Misunderstanding can easily arise. Without full understanding, you may be getting only part of the benefit you might receive. And a deeper understanding may reveal shortcuts that may save time and effort. 4. Keep your mood meter self-chart faithfully. The earliest sheets of your chart should be preserved. You will find it stimulating and even inspiring to look back occasionally and contrast those early pages with your most recent ones. There you will find, standing out with clear objectivity, the record of your own climb up out of the slough of despondency into cheerful levels. 5. Face the worst while you live the best. In the poorly disciplined person, emotional depressions serve a purpose. They help to hold him or her back from reckless over-optimism and excessive self-confidence. But you, if you have mastered auto-conditioning, have removed that painful safeguard. A substitute must be provided so that you may live safely and wisely. The safeguard is to watch alertly for the arguments against your desired lines of action. Welcome criticisms. Let failures be your teachers. When you find weaknesses in your plans and actions, take them as guides and correctors so that you may succeed without enduring the painful disciplines of discouragement and despair. 6. Make the transition from thrill to habit. Progress in auto-conditioning is something like the growth a married couple must make from romantic infatuation to solid, deep conjugal love. If used only through the thrill stage, auto-conditioning will give you a lift and may produce some lasting improvement in your attitudes. But the deeper and richer reward is won by those who stick to it after the thrill has worn off, and who keep exploring the newer and wider applications that can make auto-conditioning a powerful tool throughout the rest of their lives. 7. Vary your techniques. Experiments show that auto-conditioners who keep using fresh verbal self-suggestions when relaxing may have better results than those who keep repeating one set ritual. Remember that actual, deep, profound relaxation is what is needed. When old words have lost their vivid meaning and their power to call forth the needed physiological reactions, seek fresh words and phrases to keep the process clear and strong. 8. Learn to focus your attention. In a series of recorded experiments, it was found that auto-conditioning is much more likely to succeed up to full expectations, or beyond, when the experimenter is able to keep his attention steadily on his objective without mind wandering. Avoid the habit of sitting for a long while with vague and meandering thoughts when you are trying to auto-condition yourself. Take only those objectives that are important enough to hold your attention. Keep each objective clear and strong in your mind during your deep relaxation. Then you will achieve a high rate of success, and success breeds success in auto-conditioning. 9. Keep grappling courageously. Remember that auto-conditioning by itself does not solve the menacing situation you must face. Its great contribution is to change your attitude so that you can solve it on your highest level of success. 10. Don't auto-condition too often. One of the objections raised by critics of auto-conditioning is that this might become a psychological crutch on which the auto-conditioner goes hobbling through life, always having to run off to his dark, quiet room to auto-condition himself to meet some new emergency. If one actually did do that, it would of course be morbid, and more of a hindrance than a help. The antidote for any such tendency is twofold. First, after mastering the technique through daily drill in the early stages, you should reserve auto-conditioning for really important problems in connection with which your personality needs remaking. Second, you should give thoughtful attention to the establishment of basic new attitudes, such as consistent courage, cooperative friendliness, and wise planning of your sleep and energy margins, so that auto-conditioning can be used for the special new problems that arise, and as a minor, incidental aid in keeping up the new adjustment patterns you have adopted. By intelligent planning, you can thus keep auto-conditioning in proper perspective, making it an incidental aid rather than a chronic routine. 11. Map the general strategy of your own future. Since auto-conditioning is a technique for bringing your unconscious mind into line with the decisions and purposes reached by your directing ego at the moments of clearest vision and highest aspiration, it is of fundamental importance that this vision and aspiration be systematically cultivated. No amount of auto-conditioning can take the place of a clearly thought-out plan of life, nor of basic principles of action, consciously adopted and maintained. This master strategy of living must, of course, be revised and improved as life goes on. You need to keep adjusting it to reality as the future becomes the present. 12. Team up with other explorers. If you find that auto-conditioning is providing a useful tool for solving your problems, it is natural that you should share this experience with your friends, particularly when those friends are subject to emotional depressions or have other problems auto-conditioning might solve. If you have such friends and wish to introduce them to the subject, you might begin by getting them to read this book. These, then, are your safeguards. 1. Face reality. 2. Develop alertness, caution, thoughtfulness, and due consideration. 3. Stick to auto-conditioning at least until you have caught your second wind. 4. Don't lose perspective when you're feeling elated. 5. Adopt the regimen of joy. 6. Work with nature rather than against it. 7. Master the basic theory of auto-conditioning. 8. Face the worst while you live the best. 9. Make the transition from thrill to habit. 10. Vary your techniques. 11. Learn to focus your attention. 12. Keep grappling courageously. 13. Don't auto-condition too often. 14. Map the strategy of your own future. 15. Team up with other explorers. Closing credits. This recording of Auto-Conditioning, The New Way to a Successful Life by Hornell HART, was presented by Stargate Book. Sound recording copyright 2024 and produced by Deepsend Limited 2024.